Hello everyone, I'm Sainath, one of the faculty members of Masterminds for CA and CMA Institute. Okay, welcome to marathon lectures of CA foundation level. And I'm going to cover a business law subject here. And you can score easily 50 marks out of 60 by watching this marathon lecture. So that is the importance of this marathon lecture. Then what I'm going to cover here. So first of all, let me explain the same. So in our syllabus, there are 5 acts: Indian Contract Act, Indian Partnership Act, Sale of Goods Act, Companies Act, LLP Act. Okay. In case of Indian Contract Act, you will get 20 marks. Indian Partnership Act, 18 marks. Sale of Goods Act, 16 marks. Companies Act, 13 marks. And LLP Act, it will be 5 marks. In total, it will be for 74 marks. So among 74 marks, 2 marks is internal choice. You may or may not get that question. And 12 marks is choice question, general choice question. So maximum you will get 60 marks. Okay, this is the weightage of each act. Next one. So for the purpose of getting 20 marks in Indian Contract Act, you need to prepare 9 chapters. In case of Indian Partnership Act, just 2 chapters are enough. In case of Sale of Goods Act, just 2 chapters are enough. In case of Companies Act, just 1 chapter is enough. In case of LLP Act, just 1 chapter is enough. Okay. So in this total 5 acts, Indian Partnership Act, Sale of Goods Act, Companies Act. So these 3 acts, that means total 5 chapters. These 5 chapters will be considered as high weightage chapters. They are considered as high weightage chapters. And other chapters like Indian Contract Act, 9 chapters, and LLP Act, 1 chapter. So they will be considered as normal chapters. They will be considered as normal chapters. Sir, what is the advantage of knowing which one is high weightage and which one is normal chapter? Okay. So in case of high weightage chapters and in case of normal chapters, all questions are categorized into 2 kinds. One is important questions. Second one is unimportant questions. Important and unimportant questions. Okay. Then how I am going to cover all these questions? So in case of high weightage chapters, I will cover important questions in detailed manner. Okay, what about unimportant questions? I will cover unimportant questions also because these are from high weightage chapters, very important chapters. So I don't want to take any risk. I don't want you people to take any risk with these chapters. That's why you need to prepare all the questions. So for that purpose, I will provide brief explanation, not detailed explanation. I will provide brief explanation. So for important topics, I will provide detailed explanation. For unimportant topics, I will provide brief explanation. Okay, next one. What about normal chapters? So in case of normal chapters, for important topics, I will provide brief explanation. For unimportant topics, completely, I will skip them. Okay. And if you prepared only important topics, it will be sufficient in case of normal chapters. So you can simply take unimportant questions as choice in case of normal chapters. Sir, what happens if there is any question from those unimportant topics? Yes, you may get a question, but it may be either for 2 or 3 marks. That's it. So hardly you will lose 2 to 3 marks. Okay, but for the 2 to 3 marks, you need to prepare a lot. So that is the reason why take those questions as choice. Okay. So in case of high weighted chapters, I will explain each and every topic. For important topics in detailed manner, for unimportant topics in brief manner. For normal chapters, for important topics in brief manner, for unimportant topics, I will skip. Okay. Okay, now let's start with Indian Contract Act first. So in Indian Contract Act, chapter number 1, that is nature of contract. So here I am going to cover important topics in brief manner. Okay. So first important topic is definition of contract. Definition of contract. So what is meant by contract? You can simply remember a equation. Contract is equal to agreement plus enforceability. Okay. Now there must be an agreement and that agreement must be enforceable. Then only it will become contract. Okay, say for example, there are two parties, Ram and Beam. Ram and Beam. Okay, now there is an agreement between Ram and Beam. Okay, now if Ram fails to perform the agreement, then Beam can take the help of the court in order to proceed against Ram. And if B fails to, that is Beam fails to perform the agreement, then Ram can take legal action against Beam. So taking legal action like this is nothing but called as enforceability. So taking the help of the court or filing a case or taking legal action, it is nothing but called as enforceability. Okay, if agreement is enforceable in the court, if agreement is enforceable in the court, it is a contract. What happens if agreement is unenforceable? If agreement is unenforceable, then it is not a contract. So agreement plus enforceability will create contract. Only agreement without enforceability, then there will be no contract. Now next question will arise. So how to know whether my agreement is enforceable or not? So how Ram and Beam know whether their agreement is enforceable in the court? So for that purpose, first we need to look into their intention. So intention of parties is important here. Okay, if Ram and Beam at the time of making agreement decided to go to the court in the event of non-performance, then it is enforceable. That means if parties want to enforce their agreement, it is enforceable. If parties don't want to go to the court, if parties don't want to enforce their agreement in the court, then it is unenforceable. So whether an agreement is enforceable or not, who will decide? Parties will decide. If parties want to enforce it, enforceable. If parties don't want to enforce it, unenforceable. So first concept. Sir, in few cases, parties will not discuss about these intentions. Okay, parties just they will make a contract, they will make an agreement, not contract, they will make an agreement, but they will not discuss anything about court consequences. Now what to do? Now how to know whether their agreement is enforceable or not? So just see their agreement. If their agreement is domestic or social agreement, then it is not enforceable. If it is business or commercial agreement, then it is enforceable. Okay, if intention is there, follow intention. If intention is not there, follow assumption. Assumption means presumption. Okay, then what assumption we need to follow? Domestic or social agreement, not enforceable. Business or commercial agreement, enforceable. That's it. Next important. So next important topic is 1.5. All agreements are not contract, but all contracts are agreement. Is it correct? Yes. Now we need to justify this statement. So let's justify all agreements are not contract point. Okay. In agreement, there are two kinds of agreements: enforceable agreements, unenforceable agreement. Okay. Unenforceable agreement will create contract, whereas unenforceable agreements will not create any contract. That means all agreements will not create contract. Only enforceable agreements will create contract. That means all agreements are not contract, only enforceable agreements are contracts. So we justified the first point. Now second point. So to create a contract, what is the equation? There must be agreement and that agreement must be enforceable. Okay. Then you are saying there must be an agreement. Okay, without agreement, is it possible to have a contract? No. So without agreement, there is no contract. That means in each and every contract, there must be an agreement. So that means all contracts are agreements only. Now we justify the point number 2. Okay, in exam, you need to justify point 1 and point 2 like this. Next one. This question is not important. Okay, but all these points will become further chapters. So this is nothing but an introduction question to further chapters. So what is the next chapter? Offer and acceptance. And thereafter capacity. Next, legality of object and consideration, free consent, void agreements. So for all these chapters, this question is nothing but introduction. But in examination point of view, it is not so important. Next one. Types of contracts based on validity. So based on validity, based on formation, based on performance. So in these concepts, you may get a conceptual question. So they will provide a situation and they will ask you to identify what kind of contract it was. Okay, let's see those three kinds. First one, based on validity. So based on validity, there are 6 types of contracts: valid contract, void agreement, void contract, voidable contract, illegal contract, unenforceable contract. Sir, what is meant by valid contract? If all the essentials of valid contract, these points, if all the essentials of valid contracts are satisfied, it is a valid contract. Sir, what happens if any one or more of the points got failed? If any one or more of the point got failed, then it will be void agreement. If all are satisfied, valid contract. If any one of the point is failed, it is void agreement. Okay, we completed first point and second point. Then what about void contract? How it is different from void agreement? So void agreements are void. Void agreements are void. Okay. Void contracts are also void. So both are unenforceable only. Then what is the difference? Void agreements are void from beginning. They are void from the beginning. What about void contract? In beginning they are valid only. Subsequently they will become void. So that is the difference between void agreement and void contract. Okay, let's take an example. A made an offer to sell his car to B. Okay. Unknowing to both parties, the car is already damaged, completely damaged. Okay, now what is the validity of this agreement? It is void agreement. Because at the time of making of agreement, the subject matter is not there. The subject matter is already destroyed. Now this agreement becomes impossible to perform. Not subsequently, from the beginning onwards. That's why it will be called as void agreement. What happens if the car is available at the time of making agreement, but before the delivery is happened, the car got destroyed? Now it will become void contract. Because now impossibility is there subsequently, not from the beginning. If impossibility is there from the beginning, void agreement. If impossibility happens subsequently, that is after creating the agreement, then it will become void contract. So here you need to remember, void agreements are void from beginning. Void contracts are void subsequently. That means starting they are valid only. Next one, voidable contract. So what is the difference between void agreement and voidable contract? What is the difference between void agreement and voidable contract? Okay, in case of void agreement, any party can avoid the agreement. In case of void agreement, any party can avoid the agreement. But in case of voidable contract, only affected party can avoid the agreement. Affected party means aggrieved party, innocent party. Okay, here the right of avoiding contract will vest in the hand of only single party who is aggrieved party. But in case of void agreement, that right lies in the hands of both the parties. Next one, illegal contracts. Illegal, which is not legal. So if you created any agreement to do any illegal activity, then it will be termed as illegal agreement or contract. Next one, unenforceable contract. So certain contract need to follow certain legal formalities. Say for example, sale of immovable property like land, building. Okay. So in case of sale of immovable property, it must be made in written form. Parties must sign on it. Witness must sign on it, and stamps must be attached to the document, and it must be registered at registered office. So all these things must be complied. Then only that contract will become valid. Sir, what happens if any one of these element is missing? Then it will be called as unenforceable contract, and it will be referred as technical defect. Say for example, sale of immovable property made in oral form, technical defect. It is made in written form but no stamps, technical defect. Witness signature is missing, technical defect. Party signature is missing, technical defect. Registration is missing, technical defect. So any contract with technical defect will be termed as unenforceable contract. And remember this point, writing, signing, witness and stamps, registration, all these things are not necessary for all the contracts. They are necessary and mandatory for only few contracts like sale of immovable property. Okay. Next one, based on formation. Okay, how many kinds of contracts are there based on formation? Express contract, implied or tacit, both are same only. Implied or tacit contract, quasi-contract and e-commerce contract. That means in total there are 4 contracts. So if contract is created because of word spoken or words written. So if contract is created because of words spoken or words written, then it will be called as express contract. Sir, what happens if the contract is created because of the actions of the parties? Implied or tacit contract. Sir, what happens if contract is created through electronic means? E-commerce contract. That means Flipkart, Amazon. So all these things are nothing but e-commerce business operators. Okay, if you purchase anything from these websites, then the contract made in between you and that e-commerce operator will be called as e-commerce contract. Okay, next one. Okay, here parties are creating the contract by using their words, either written or spoken. Here through action, here through electronic means. But in case of quasi-contract, parties will not create contract. Instead of parties, law will create contract. So here the contract will get created by law but not by parties. Sir, in which cases law will create quasi-contract? So we will discuss the topic in void agreement chapter. Next one. Based on performance. So based on performance, there are two kinds of contracts. One is executed, second one is executory. If performance of parties is completed, it will be called as executed. If performance of parties is still pending, then it will be called as executory. Okay, in executory, again two kinds. If only one party's performance is pending, unilateral. If both parties' performance is pending, it is bilateral. Okay, if both parties' performance is completed, executed. One party performance is pending, bilateral. In bilateral, unilateral. Two parties' performance is pending, executory. In executory, it is bilateral. So by this, we completed this chapter. Hello everyone, this is Sainath, one of the faculty members of Masterminds for CA and CMA Institute. In this video, I am going to cover offer and acceptance chapter. So before going into this video, I would like to say important topics of this chapter. So the very first important concept in this chapter is essentials of valid offer. Second important concept is offer versus invitation to offer. Third important concept is essentials of valid acceptance. And next important concept is communication through post. And last important concept is modes of revocation of offer. Offers. So these are the 5 important topics of this chapter. And in these 5 important topics, so examiner may pose theory questions from question number 1, that is important topic number 1, next important topic number 2, 3 and 5. So from these 4 questions, you may get a theory question. Sir, what about practical questions? So for solving practical questions, you need to know about important concept number 4. So this concept is important for practical questions and remaining concepts are important for theory questions. Okay. So before going into essential elements of valid offer, first of all, we must know about the definition of offer. What is the definition of offer? So definition of offer, it contains 3 elements. One is willingness. First one is willingness. Second one is communication. And third one is to get assent. So these are the 3 important elements of offer definition. Okay, let's have a knowledge about them with the help of an example. Say for example, there is a party named as A and he is having a car. Now he wants to sell his car to B. He communicated the same to B. So I want to sell my car to you, the two at the rate of 1 lakh rupees. Okay, can I call this communication as offer? Yes, subject to 3 points. What are those 3 points? Willingness, communication, to get assent. Then, is there any willingness in this example? Yes. What is that willingness? To sell his car. at 1 lakh rupees. It is the willingness. Yes, here there is willingness. Second one, there must be communication. Is there any communication in this example? Yes, A communicated his willingness to B, so there is communication also. Second point is also satisfied. What about third one? So what is the main intention of A here? To get B's acceptance. So here there is an intention to get assent of other party. Third condition is also satisfied. As all the conditions are satisfied, we can call this communication as offer. So what is meant by offer? Offer means willingness of one party, that is A in this example, which is communicated to the other party, that is B in this example, in order to get assent of other party, that is B's acceptance. So if A communicated his willingness to B in order to get B's acceptance, then A is said to making proposal, that is offer. And the person making offer will be called as offeror. And other party will be called as offeree. That is, person receiving offer will be called as offeree. Person making offer will be called as offeror. Person receiving offer will be called as offeree. And the statement which is made by offeror to offeree will be called as offer. So offeror, person making offer, offeree, person receiving offer, offer. Communication of willingness in order to get others' acceptance. Simple. Next one, there is other name for offer, that is proposal. So this is the other name for offer. That's why you can call offeror as proposer. You can call offeree as proposee. So what is the other name for offer? Proposal. So offeror will be called as proposer. Offeree will be called as proposee. Next one. One more important point. How to make communication. How to make communication. So communication can be made either in express manner or in implied manner. Sir, express manner means communication through words, either written or spoken. Implied manner means communication through our conduct. Okay, then how to communicate our willingness? You can communicate our willingness in any manner, either expressly or impliedly, and both are valid only. So once again I am repeating, there must be willingness. Such willingness must be communicated to other party, either in express manner or in implied manner, and finally your intention must be to get acceptance. Okay, now see the essential elements of valid offer. This is the important concept. So what are the essential elements of valid offer? So before going into this topic, so from definition itself we got 3 points. So what are those 3 points? First one, communication. Offer must be communicated to other party. Yes, offer must be communicated by offeror to offeree. Already we covered in definition itself. Next one, offer must be made with an intention to obtain the assent of the other party. Yes, this point is also covered in definition itself. Offer may be express or implied. This point is also covered. So these 3 points are already covered in the definition. So communication is mandatory. Communication can be done either in express or implied manner, and communication must be made in order to get acceptance, that is assent of the other party. So all these 3 points are already covered in definition itself. Now we need to see other points. Offer must be capable of creating legal relations. Here legal relations are nothing but valid contract. So if offer is capable of creating valid contract, offer is valid. If offer is not capable of creating valid contract, offer is invalid. Say for example, I made an offer to minor and major separately. I made an offer to minor and major separately. Okay, among these 2 offers, which offer is valid, which offer is invalid? Offer made to minor, invalid, because it does not create any valid contract. Offer made to major, valid, because it will create a valid contract. So from your offer, if there is any chance to create a valid contract, then your offer is valid offer. From your offer, if there is no chance to create a valid contract, then your offer will be considered as invalid offer. So that is the first point. Offer must be capable of creating a valid contract, that is legal relations. Next one, offer must be certain, definite, and not vague. So what does it mean? Simple. The terms of offer must be clear. If they are clear, offer is valid. If they are not clear, offer is invalid. So once again I am saying the terms of offer. We need to check the terms of offer. If terms are clear, offer is valid. If terms are not clear, offer is invalid. Say for example, I made an offer to sell 100 tons of oil and I failed to disclose the type of oil. So what is the validity of this offer? Invalid offer. Second one, I made an offer to sell 100 tons of groundnut oil. Now this offer is valid. So what is the difference? In first case, there is no clarity regarding kind of oil. But in second case, there is clarity regarding kind of oil. So if clarity is there, offer is valid. If clarity is not there, then offer is invalid. Next one, offer may be conditional. Yes, offeror can put n number of conditions along with offer. But offeree has to accept all those conditions. Then only a valid contract will get created. So offeror can put conditions and moreover offeree can't put any conditions. So that is the important point you need to remember. If offeree put any condition, then it will become counter offer. It is not valid acceptance, it will become counter offer. That's why offeree is not allowed to make any conditions. But what about offeror? Yes, while making offer, offeror can put n number of conditions. Next one. Yes, offeror can put conditions, but he need to remember a point. Those conditions must not create any burden of acceptance on offeree. Okay, let's have a look into this point with the help of an example. So A made an offer to B and he said like this, you need to give reply within 1 month. So he put time limit for giving acceptance. Okay, can he put a condition like this? Yes, there is no issue. So offeror can put n number of conditions. So there is no problem in it. Okay, now A put a time limit for giving acceptance. Along with that, he made a statement like this. If you fail to give any reply within 1 month, then I will assume your silence as acceptance. Like this, he made a condition. So putting conditions is not a problem. But what is problem? Creating burden on offeree is a problem. So if you put time limit for giving acceptance, it is not a problem. But if you say like this, if you fail to give reply within given time, then I will assume your silence as acceptance. Then your offer will become invalid as it will create burden on offeree. Okay. So you can put conditions, no issue. But those conditions can't create any burden of acceptance on offeree. So you can put time limit. Okay, fine. But you can't say like this. If you fail to give reply within given time, then I will treat your silence as acceptance. Like this, you can't say. Next one. Offer may be either specific or general. So what is meant by specific offer and what is meant by general offer? Say for example, here there is a party. And this party identified one more party in order to make an offer. So what kind of offer it was? It is specific offer. So if I identified a single person and I made an offer to that single person, then it will be called as specific offer. What happens if the same person made offer to entire public? He had not identified any particular person. He made offer to entire public. Then what will happen? Then it will be called as general offer. So if I made offer to a particular person, then it will be called as specific offer. If I made an offer to entire public, it will be called as general offer. Sir, which offer is valid? Both offers are valid. Both are valid. So nothing is invalid. Both offers are valid. Next one. Offer must be different from. It must be different from invitation to offer. Offer must be different from invitation to offer. Now we need to know about differences between offer and invitation to offer. So offer versus invitation to offer. Advertisements. So while watching any cricket match or movie, so TV channels will provide n number of ads, nothing but advertisements. So what is the main purpose of this advertisement? In order to attract public. In order to attract public. So that is the main motto of all these advertisements. Okay, now there is an ad regarding Santur soap. Okay, and I was very much attracted with that ad. That's why I decided to buy a Santur soap for me. Okay, I went to shop and I asked a shopkeeper to sell a Santur soap to me. And he sold the soap to me and I paid money also. So in this entire transaction, is there any contract? Yes. Who made contract? I. With whom? Shopkeeper. And who motivates me in order to make this contract? The advertisement which is given in television. So this advertisement will be called as invitation to offer. So anything which is made to attract people in order to make offers, anything which is made to attract people for making offers will be called as invitation to offer. And if you respond to invitation to offer, then it will be called as offer. And other party will give acceptance, and thereafter a valid contract will get created. So this is the actual process. First invitation to offer, next offer, and next acceptance. Okay, then what are the key differences between invitation to offer and offer? First one. So when invitation to offer will come, it will come before offer. It will come before offer. What about offer? It will come after invitation to offer. So which one will come first? Invitation to offer will come first and later offer will come. Okay, then what is the main intention of making invitation to offer? To get offers. To get offers. What is the main intention of making offer? Already we discussed in definition. So what is the main intention of person making offer? To get assent of the other party. That is to get acceptance. So if I made anything in order to get offers, then it will be called as invitation to offer. If I made anything to get acceptance, then it will be called as offer. So this is the second difference. Okay, then what happens if I respond to invitation to offer? Response to invitation to offer will create offer but not contract. As there is no contract, no one can compel other party. Okay, what about responding to offer? When I responding to offer, it amounts to acceptance. Then a contract will get created. Now both parties are liable to perform the contract according to the terms. So once again I am saying invitation to offer. If I responded to advertisement, if I responded to invitation to offer, then there will be no contact. It is just an offer. Next one. In case of offer, if I made any response, then it will become acceptance and a valid contract will get created and both parties will become liable to perform the contract. This is the third difference. First difference, invitation to offer will come first, offer will come later. Second difference, invitation to offer, main intention is to get offers. Offer, main intention is to get acceptance. Third key difference is if you responded to invitation to offer, no contract will get created. But if you responded to offer, a contract will get created. Next one. Then where we find this kind of invitation to offer? Because to create a valid contract, offer and acceptance are mandatory. We can't avoid, we can't skip either offer or acceptance, both are mandatory. But what about invitation to offer? Invitation to offer is not required in each and every situation. Only in few cases you can see invitation to offer. So to create a valid contract, even without invitation to offer also it is possible. But without offer, without acceptance, it is not possible. So offer is mandatory element to create a valid contract. What about invitation to offer? It is not mandatory, it is optional. So then, in which situations we can find invitation to offer? Okay, let's see those situations. First situation. So this is the company. And this company wants to raise the funds. Okay, then what are the sources available to the company to raise funds? There are two sources. One is to raise capital. Second one is to take loan. But if this company took any loan, then there will be liability to repay interest and principal amount. But what about capital? There is no liability. No liability. No need to pay any dividend also. Paying dividend is completely optional. It will be decided by board of directors. So shareholders can't demand to pay dividend. So it is not liability. And one more important point. So if you raise money through capital, then no need to repay that money till your company is dissolved. So when compared to loan, it is very much beneficial to the company. So that is the reason why now this company raises its capital by issuing shares to the public. Okay, now company want to issue shares to the public and in return it want to take money from the public. Okay, then are public ready to buy the shares of company? whenever a company went for public issue, are public ready? No. Then how to make them ready? We need to make an advertisement. But as per Companies Act, you can't make advertisement directly. Okay, is there any way to communicate about our company to public? Yes, there is a way called as a document, that is prospectus. So prospectus is a document which contains each and every detail about the company. So it contains the details about who created the company, for what purpose it was created, what are the long-term objectives, till now what are the achievements made by the company, and what are last 5 years profits, last 5 years losses, and what about the current financial position, what about value of assets, what about value of liabilities. All particulars regarding this company will be there in prospectus, and who are directors, who are CEO, who are CFO, all details will be there in this prospectus. So this prospectus is nothing but advertisement. Okay, now people who read this prospectus, if they are interested, they will make an application, to the company to get shares. And what company will do? Company will allot the shares. Now these people will become shareholders. In which company? In this company. So in this process, is there any contract? Yes. Okay, in this contract, is there any invitation to offer? Yes. Offer? Yes. Acceptance? Yes. Then where is invitation to offer? Where is offer? And where is acceptance? So first of all, see, prospectus. What's the main purpose of issuing prospectus? To attract public, to make applications. So when you try to attract someone to make offer, then definitely it will be called as invitation to offer. So this is invitation to offer. Okay, then what about application made by the public? Actually, they want company to allot shares to them. That means they are expecting acceptance of the company. What happens if you made anything in order to get acceptance of the other party? It will be called as offer. So application will be called as offer. Next, what about allotment? So making allotment to the public is nothing but called as acceptance by the company. So in this case, there is invitation to offer, offer and acceptance. Giving prospectus is invitation to offer, making application is offer, and making allotment is acceptance. Next, second case. So you can see some sports items here. Okay. Now I want to purchase this ball. So immediately I went to the store and asked a shopkeeper like this, could you pack these goods? Yes, sure ma'am, or sure sir. So she replied like this. Now there is a contract in between me as well as shopkeeper. Okay, in this contract, is there any invitation to offer? Yes. Is there any offer? Yes. Is there any acceptance? Yes. Then where is invitation to offer? Where is offer and where is acceptance? So first of all, who made me to buy the product in this shop? Display of those goods in window. So if they had not displayed those goods in window, then definitely I'm not going to buy it. So because of that display only, I went to the shop and I asked for product. That means this display is attracting people to make offers. That's why displaying goods in shop window will be called as invitation to offer. And here I asked, could you pack these goods because I want to purchase them? So this is nothing but called as offer. And what about acceptance? Yes, sure ma'am. Like this she replied, shopkeeper replied. So this will become acceptance from shopkeeper. So in this case, displaying is invitation to offer, asking for goods is offer, and giving goods is acceptance. Next one, advertising auction sales. Say for example, I'm having a rare item. Say for example, I'm having a painting. Okay, this is a very rare painting. Okay, now there is a demand in the market regarding this painting. That's why I want to encash that demand. So I conducted a public sale. Public sale is nothing but called as auction sale. Okay, in order to conduct auction sale, first of all, I need to make an advertisement regarding the details of auction. So when the auction sale will take place, and place of auction sale, time of auction sale, and what I am going to offer in auction sale, and rules and regulations of auction sale, all I need to communicate through advertisement. So this is the advertisement regarding auction sale. And thereafter, interested public will participate in the auction sale and they will raise their bids. Say for example, first party raised his bid for 10 lakhs, second party 50 lakhs, third party 20 lakhs, fourth party 30 lakhs, and fifth party 50 lakhs. So these are the bids made by the interested public. Now, immediately by using hammer, I will give acceptance to the person who gave the highest offer, that is 50 lakhs. So I will knock the hammer for 3 times. 50 lakhs first time, 50 lakhs second time, 50 lakhs third time. So by knocking that hammer like that, I will give acceptance to which party who wants to provide 50 lakhs. Okay, in this entire process, is there any contract? Yes. Is there invitation to offer? Yes. Is there any offer? Yes. Is there any acceptance? Yes. Then where is invitation to offer? Where is offer and where is acceptance? So advertising for auction sale is invitation to offer. It is nothing but invitation to offer. And making bids by the public, making different levels of bids by the public will amounts to offer. Next one. And knocking hammer for 3 times to convey my assent, then it will amounts to acceptance. So in this entire process, advertising auction sale is invitation to offer, making bids is offer, and giving acceptance through fall of hammer is nothing but called as acceptance. Next one. Quotation of prices sent in reply to a query regarding price. Say for example, I want to buy an Audi car. Okay, I went to showroom and I asked for what is the price of your car, and shopkeeper said it is just 30 lakhs. Okay, will you sell it to me? I asked like this, and she said okay. Okay, here also there is a contract. Then what about invitation to offer? Yes, it is there. What about offer? Yes. What about acceptance? Yes. Then where is invitation to offer? Where is offer and where is acceptance? So in this case, I asked her for price of the car and she said it 30 lakhs. So these are the things which are form part of negotiations. So before making contract, parties will make some negotiations to decide terms and conditions. These negotiations can be called as invitation to offer. These negotiations will be called as invitation to offer. Okay, will you sell it to me? Like that I asked her. So this is nothing but making offer. And she said okay. That okay is nothing but acceptance. So in this entire process, there is invitation to offer, there is offer, and there is acceptance. So making negotiations is invitation to offer regarding price, and asking for the car is nothing but offer, and saying okay is nothing but acceptance. So these are the 4 cases in which you may get a practical question. So it is about acceptance and its legal rules, nothing but essentials of valid acceptance. First of all, what is meant by acceptance? In first example, A made an offer to sell his car to B. Okay, now B, if he communicates his assent, then the proposal is said to be accepted. Okay, who need to communicate his assent? B. B means offeree. Offeree means person to whom the proposal is made. So when the person to whom the proposal, that is offer, is made, that is offeree, signifies, that means communicates his assent, that is his acceptance, then it will be called as acceptance. Okay, if B communicates his assent to A, then it will be called as acceptance to the proposal which was made by A. Then what are the essentials of valid acceptance? First one, who can give acceptance? Acceptance can be given only by offering, not by any other person. If I made an offer to Ram, only Ram can give acceptance. What about his brother Lakshman? No, he can't give any acceptance. Sir, he is brother na? Yes, brother only. But to whom I made the offer? It is to Ram. So Ram alone can give the acceptance. Okay, then what happens if I made an offer to Lakshman? Lakshman can only give acceptance, but not Ram. So the person to whom the offer is made, only that particular person can give acceptance. That is the first point. Second one, the person giving acceptance must communicate his acceptance to the offeror. So communication is mandatory. Whether it is offer or acceptance, communication is mandatory. So offer must be communicated, acceptance must be communicated. If offer is not communicated, offer is invalid. If acceptance is not communicated, acceptance is invalid. So A need to communicate his offer to B and B need to communicate his acceptance to A. It is mandatory. Then what is the time limit for giving acceptance? If time limit is fixed by offeror, then within fixed time. If time limit is not fixed, then reasonable time. Say for example, If offeror fixes 1 month as time limit for giving acceptance, then what is the time limit? 1 month. If he fail to disclose this 1 month time limit, then reasonable time. So what is the time limit for giving acceptance? If time limit is fixed, fixed time. If it is not fixed, reasonable time. Then what about mode of giving acceptance? So if mode of giving acceptance is fixed, fixed mode. If it is not fixed, reasonable mode. So for example, offeror while making offer, he made a condition like this. If you want to give acceptance, then convey your acceptance only through email. Okay, then in which mode I need to communicate acceptance now? Only through email, because it is already fixed. Sir, what happens if it is not fixed? If it is not fixed, I can follow any mode. I can follow any reasonable mode. There is no issue in it. But if he clearly states, please forward your acceptance through email only, then I need to forward my acceptance through email. So if mode of communication is already fixed, follow the fixed mode. If it is not fixed, follow reasonable mode. Next one, how to give acceptance? So acceptance must be given absolutely and unqualifiedly. So what is meant by absolute? Absolute means no conditions. What about unqualified? Unqualified means no changes, that is no modifications. So if I propose 10 points, he need to accept all those 10 points. He can't attach one more point to that. And even he can't modify existing 10 points. So whatever I said, he need to say okay. Then only it will be valid acceptance. If he say anything extra, then it will become counter offer. It is not valid acceptance, it will become counter offer. Next one, silence. What about silence? Will silence amount to acceptance? Generally no. Silence is not equal to acceptance. Silence is not equal to acceptance. But there is an exception. Say for example, there are two parties A and B. B already said to A, in future, if you made any offer to me and I kept silent, then treat my silence as acceptance. So B only said like this. In future, if A made any offer to B and B remained silent, then treat my silence as acceptance. Like this, he already told to A. Now A made an offer to B and B remained silent. Now say, can I consider the silence of B as acceptance? Yes, because he only said to treat his silence as acceptance. So in that particular point of time, silence is equal to acceptance. Apart from that situation, in remaining cases, silence is not equal to acceptance. Next one, acceptance by conduct or implied acceptance. Yes, you can provide your acceptance either expressly or impliedly. Anything is okay. Next, communication concept. So I will provide a simplest way to remember this communication concept, which is very important for examination point of view. So practical questions may come from this concept. Offeror's view and offeree's view. Please note it down. Completion of communication. So when communication is said to be completed, that is the key point here. And remember a point, this chart is only applicable in case of communication made through post. This table is not applicable for other kinds. Say for example, you communicated through telephone, you communicated through agent, you communicated personally, then this table is not applicable. So this table is only applicable when communication is made through post or similar medium. Okay, now I communicated my offer through post. Then when communication of offer will get complete? Second one, I communicated my acceptance through post. When communication of acceptance will get complete? Next one, I communicated offer, nothing but revocation of offer. Then when revocation of offer will get complete? I communicated revocation of acceptance through post. Then when communication will get complete? So these are the 4 questions we need to answer. So I am offerer, another party is offering. First, I made an offer through post. When communication of offer will get complete? And secondly, I revoked my offer. And that revocation is also sent through post. Then when such revocation is said to be completed? So for offerer. Next, in offeree's view. So he will send acceptance through post. When communication of acceptance will get complete. He will send revocation of acceptance through post. When it will get complete. So these are the questions we need to answer. Offer acceptance, offer revocation, and acceptance revocation. Okay, first one. Offeror's view. In case of offeror's view, it is received time. Received time. Offeree's view, it is received time. That means in both point of view, when communication of offer will get complete, when offer letter is received. Received time means when offer letter is received. Next one, what about acceptance? For offeror view, it is posted time. For offeree's view, it is received time. So this is posted time, and this is received time. Okay, what about revocation of offer? So in case of revocation of offer, for offeror it will be posted time, and for offeree it will be received time. Okay, what about revocation of acceptance? For offeror it will be received time, and for offeree it will be posted time. That's simple. So once again I am repeating. So I communicated offer through post. When communication of offer will get complete. For offeror and for offeree, it will get completed when that letter was received. First point. Next one. When I communicated my acceptance through post, when it will get complete. When its communication will get complete. When that letter is posted, as per offeror, it will get complete. When that letter is received, as per offeree, it will get complete. Similarly, what about revocation? So revocation of offer. So first of all, I made an offer, and secondly, I revoked my offer. I had taken back my offer. Then, so when that revocation of offer letter is posted, as per offeror, it will get completed. When it was received, as per offer, it will get complete. And finally, revocation of acceptance. So first I made acceptance, and later I want to take back my acceptance. So I sent a letter. So when I posted this letter, as per offer, that is as per me, communication will get complete. As per offeror, when it was received. So these are the points which we need to remember in order to solve practical questions on this concept. And here there is an important point with respect to received time. In all cases, if there is any extra information like this, say for example, he received this letter on 1st of this month, but he opened that letter on 5th of this month. So he received letter on 1st, but when he opened the letter on 5th, now which date we need to take? Is it received time or date of opening the letter? We need to take the date of opening the letter. So we need to consider opening time in all these cases. So this is advanced point. If the date of opening letter is not given, then take received time only. If date of opening letter is given, instead of received time, just take opening time, it will be sufficient. Next one. One more important concept. This is with respect to posted time. Okay. So in question there will be a advanced point like this. On 1st of the month, I given my letter to servant to post the same to the other party. But my servant will post that letter on 2nd of the month. Now which date I need to take as posted time? Is it the date of giving that letter to servant, or is it the date of posting that letter by servant? We need to take the date of posting of that letter by servant. That is actual posting by servant. So we need to take this date in all these three cases. So generally you need to take receive time and posting time only. But whenever there is extra information like this, then follow extra information, but not this table. Next one. So next one is about time limits. So what is the time limit? For making revocation? That is the concept now. Time limit. Okay, now offeror made offer. offeror made offer. Now he want to take back his offer. He want to revoke his offer. He want to withdraw his offer. Then what is the time limit? Remember the point. The time limit is before posting acceptance letter. So before posting acceptance letter. So that revocation letter must reach offeree. Next one. Now offeree is V. So in case of offeree, he will give acceptance. Now he want to revoke his acceptance. What is the time limit for revocation of acceptance? Before now it is receiving. Before receiving acceptance letter. So before posting acceptance letter is for offer, and before receiving acceptance letter is for acceptance. Okay. In second case, in this case, you will get practical question. This is important case, and they will ask like this. Now both letters reach it together. Now which one is valid? Actually, if acceptance letter reaches first, acceptance is valid. If revocation reaches first, revocation is valid. Which one reaches first, that one will become valid. But now both reaches at same point of time. Now which one is valid? So the letter which was opened first is valid. Okay, then how to know whether that person opens acceptance letter first or revocation of acceptance letter first? So for this purpose, in question itself, they will provide an extra information like this. Acceptance is communicated through normal post, and revocation of acceptance is communicated through telegram, that is speed post. Okay, now say when these two things reaches at same point of time, as a human being, what letter would you like to open first? Is it normal one or a special one like telegram? Definitely special one, that is nothing but telegram. So if you open telegram first, then what is the content which was there in the telegram? Revocation. So which one will become valid? Revocation will become valid. So like this they will ask question. Okay, if both reach it together and one is normal post, other one is telegram, which one is valid? Telegram is valid. Sir, what happens when normal post reaches first and telegram reaches later? Then normal post is valid. Sir, now only you said telegram is valid. Only when both reaches the same point of time. So if anything reaches first, that thing is valid, irrespective whether it is normal post or telegram. If both reaches together, then we need to check which one is telegram. So what are the content in the telegram? That content will become valid content. If telegram contains acceptance, then it is valid acceptance. If telegram contains revocation, then it is valid revocation. Last concept. What are the modes of revocation of offer? So revocation, what is meant by revocation? It is nothing but withdrawal, taking back. But actually the correct heading for this content is modes of termination of offer. It is modes of termination of offer. So then why we gave like this? Because in ICA questions, so mainly all questions are like this only. What are the modes of revocation of offer? But the answer is relating to modes of termination of offer. So we can't do anything because ICA is following like that. So if in any exam, if you got any question about modes of revocation of offer or modes of termination of offer, then provide the same answer, even though revocation and termination are having different meanings. Okay, then in what cases offer will get terminated? First one, notice of revocation. I am offerer, I made offer and I take back my offer. Now what will happen to that offer? It will get terminated. Next one, lapse of time. I made offer and I said to give reply within 1 month, but other party failed to give reply within 1 month. Now offer will get terminated. Third one, I made offer with some conditions. Sir, is it possible to put conditions along with offer? Yes. Okay, I said like this. If you want to give acceptance, first please pay me 10,000 rupees. Then only you can give acceptance. But he failed to give 10,000. That means he failed to fulfill the conditions which are mentioned in the offer. That's why offer will get terminated. Next one, I made an offer and before giving acceptance, I became insane. That means unsound person, or I was expired. Now what will happen to offer? So if it is not accepted by offeree, then it will get terminated. If it is accepted by offeree, in ignorance of my death or unsoundness, then offer is valid and a valid contract will get created, and my legal heads are responsible to that contract. So in simple words, so my death position or unsoundness position must be known to offeree before giving acceptance. If he know about it, then offer will get terminated. So instead of knowing about it, if he gave any acceptance in ignorance of that fact, then offer will be valid and contract will get created. Next one, when I made offer and other party gave conditional acceptance or modified acceptance, then it will be called as counter offer. When counter offer is made, original offer will get terminated. Next one, while making offer, I said to communicate the acceptance through email, but he communicated his acceptance through post. Offer will get terminated. So when I made offer, it is legally possible, but before giving acceptance, it becomes illegal. That means it is legally impossible to do. Therefore, my offer will get terminated. So while making an offer, the subject matter is in existence, but before giving acceptance, the subject matter was destroyed. Now what will happen to offer? It will get terminated. I made an offer, before giving acceptance, offer was expired or offer becomes unsound in person, offer will get terminated. I made an offer and offer rejects the same. If he rejects the same, then offer will get terminated. So these are all the cases in which offer will get terminated. So if there is any question like this, what are the modes of termination of offer or what are the modes of revocation of offer, then you need to write all these points. Okay, by this we completed this chapter. Bye. Hello everyone, this is Sainath, one of the faculty members of Masterminds for CA and CMA Institute. In this video, I am going to cover capacity to contract chapter. So in this chapter, there is only one concept which is important for examinations, that is provisions relating to minus agreements. So in this video, I am going to cover the topic only. So what are the provisions regarding minus agreement? First one, any agreement made with minor or any agreement made by minor, whatever it may be. If minor is one of the party in that agreement, then what is the validity of that agreement? It is void ab initio. It is void ab initio. Void ab initio means void from the beginning or void agreement. It will be called as void agreement. So in order to make it a valid contract, both parties must be majors only. If any one of the party or both the parties are minors, then the agreement is void agreement. Okay, is it possible to file a case against minor? Answer is no. Say for example, there are two parties, Bantu and Ram. Bantu is having age of 17 years, whereas Ram is having age of 24 years. Okay, fine. Bantu is minor and Ramu is major. Now there is an agreement between Bantu and Ramu. Okay, in this agreement, Ramu gave a loan of rupees 1 lakh to Bantu, and Bantu made a promise to repay that loan along with interest. Now say, what is the validity of this agreement? This agreement is void. This agreement is void. Why? Because one of the party is minor. When one of the party in the agreement is minor, then the agreement will become void. So this agreement is void. If Bantu failed to repay that money, Ramu can't file a case against Bantu. Okay, fine. Then what about Bantu? Say for example, if the same loan is provided by Bantu to Ramu. Now who provided the loan? Bantu. To whom? Ramu. Now what is the position of Bantu? He is money lender. Now say, what happens if Ramu commits breach of contract? That means he failed to repay the money along with interest. Then Bantu can file the case. So he can file the case. In simple words, if any one of the parties is minor, the agreement is void ab initio. The agreement is void ab initio. Next one. Then what about other party? Can he proceed against minor legally? No. What about minor? Can minor proceed against other party legally? Yes. Provided minor must be beneficiary. Minor must be beneficiary. Yes, in second case, minor provided the loan. Now he is in a position to receive the benefits in the form of interest and repayment. That means he is a beneficiary. As a beneficiary, he can enforce the agreement against the other party. So generally, minor agreement is void only. Minor agreement is void only. But if any wrong thing is happened, then minor can file a case against other party. Other party can't file any case against minor. That is a simple rule. So in this case, Bantu can file a case against Ramu, but Ramu can't file any case against Bantu. And what about the validity of this agreement? This agreement is void ab initio, that is void from the beginning. Next one, sir. Now Bantu become major. Bantu become major. First example only, not second example. It is related to first example. So Ramu gave a loan of rupees 1 lakh to Bantu, and Bantu made a promise to repay the loan amount along with interest. Okay, in this case, Bantu was minor at the time of taking loan, but now he becomes major. Now Bantu is major. So he made a promise to Ramu to pay that money, which was taken while he was a minor. Now say, can this subsequent promise which is made after attaining majority be valid? No, because here ratification is not allowed. Sir, what is meant by ratification? Ratification means approving previous transactions. So here major is trying to approve previous transactions which are entered during his minority. So that is the reason why this ratification is not possible and this agreement is void. So after becoming major, he can't continue the old agreement which are made during his minority. Next one. Can a minor plead his minority to escape from that position? Yes. But remember a point, this is only with respect to contracts. Only with respect to contracts. Okay. Let's have a look into that. Offenses. Offenses means doing something wrong. So offenses are categorized into two kinds. One is criminal offenses. Second one is civil offenses. Civil offenses are otherwise known as tort. T-O-R-T. Tort. Okay, these civil offenses are further classified into two kinds. One is contract related civil offenses, and second one is other offenses, nothing but other civil offenses. Okay, now minor commits offense, then when he is liable, when he is not liable. In case of criminal offenses, minor is subject to punishment. Okay, when compared to major person, he will get less punishment, but moreover he will get punishment or not? Yes, he will get punishment. That's the important point here. So in case of criminal offenses, minor is liable. He can't plead, sir, I am minor, like that he can't plead. Okay, what about civil offenses? That means torts. In case of torts, if such tort is not related to contract, then minor is liable. So for example, minor violated traffic rules. Will he punished with any fine? Yes, definitely. Definitely he will have some punishment. Definitely he will have some liability. Okay. Then what about civil offences which are related to contract? In case of civil offences which are related to contract, minor can always plead his minority. He can escape from that position by saying, sir, I am just minor, like that he can escape. So minor can always plead his minority. This point is applicable where? This point is applicable only in case of contract related offences only. What about criminal offences? Minor can't escape. What about torts which are not related to contracts? Minor can't escape. What about tort which are related to contract? Minor can escape by saying that he was a minor. Next one. Next concept is about necessaries. So here two parties will get involved. First one is competent person. Competent person means who is major, sound mind and undisqualified person. And other side we can see minor. Not only minor or his dependent family members like parents, brothers, sisters, like that, who are dependent on that minor. Okay, then what competent person need to do? Competent person has to supply necessaries like food, cloth, shelter, like that he need to supply necessaries, or he may provide loan in order to buy those necessaries. Anything is okay. He can directly supply necessaries or he can provide any loan in order to get that necessary. Okay, then how much amount he can recover? He can recover reasonable amount. Sir, in practical questions, there is nothing about reasonable amount, sir. Then what we need to do? Then take full amount as reasonable amount. If nothing is given about reasonable amount, then take full amount as reasonable amount. Okay, he can get reasonable amount from that minor or dependent family member. But minor or dependent family member are not personally liable, then who are liable? Who are liable means property of minor is liable. Property of minor is liable. What about minor? Minor don't have any personal liability. What about dependent family members? Same. Then how this complainant person will recover his reasonable amount? He can recover his reasonable amount from the property of minor. Sir, if there is no property, then nothing can be recoverable. Sir, if recoverable amount is 10 lakh and property value is 5 lakhs, then how much amount this person can recover? Only 5 lakhs. Okay. Now say who need to make supply? Competent person. To whom? Minor or dependent family member. So what he need to do? He need to supply either necessaries or he need to provide either loan to buy those necessaries. And what he can get? He can get reasonable amount from the property of that minor. That's it. Can a guardian make contract on behalf of minor? Yes. Guardian can make contract on behalf of minor. Say for example, Bantu, whose age is 17 years, want to make a contract with a third party. Now, instead of Bantu, his guardian may make contract with third party. And this contract is valid also. But in order to make this contract valid, certain conditions need to be satisfied. Okay, then what are those conditions? This guardian has to enter into the contract not in his personal behalf. He need to enter into that contract on behalf of Bantu, that is minor. So the contract must be entered on behalf of minor. First point. Second one. So here the contract must be beneficial to minor. Then only this contract will become valid. Third point. The contract must not be related to immovable property. So total 3 conditions need to be satisfied. What are those 3 conditions? First one. The contract must be made on behalf of minor. Second one. The contract must be beneficial to minor. Third one. The contract must not be related to immovable property. If these 3 conditions are satisfied, then a guardian can enter into a valid contract on minor behalf. Okay, next. No specific performance. What does it mean? Say for example, minor made a promise to deliver a car. Okay, he want to sell the car and he made a promise to deliver that car. Okay, what happens if minor commits breach of contract? That means if minor fails to deliver that car, can other party enforce that agreement? No. Can minor be compelled to do what he promised to do? No. So compelling a person for doing something what he has promised to do is nothing but specific performance. So in this case, a minor cannot be compelled for performing what he promised to do. That means no specific performance is allowed in case of minor. Next one. What about insolvency? First of all, is there any liability to minor to pay? No. When there is no liability, then there is no question of insolvency. That's why a minor cannot become a insolvent person. Can a minor be admitted into a partnership firm as a partner? Generally, no. Generally, a minor can't become a partner in partnership firm. But for limited liability, he can become a partner. So limited liability is nothing but called as benefits. So for benefits, he can become a partner in firm. As a full-fledged partner, nothing but with unlimited liability, he can't become a partner in partnership firm. Next one. Can a minor be agent? Yes. So on behalf of principal, Bantu can act as agent. Bantu can act as agent and he can deal with third party. Okay, sir. When Bantu is dealing with third party as an agent to principal, then what is the validity of this contract? This contract is valid only. This contract is valid only. What happens if there is any problem? If there is any problem, this third party can directly proceed against principal, but not against Bantu because Bantu is a minor. So third party can't proceed against Bantu. Third party need to proceed against principal. Okay. Now principal is suffering loss because of Bantu. Can principal recover any damage amount from Bantu? No. Bantu is not liable to any damage to principal also. So Bantu can become agent. Bantu can become agent, but he is not liable to third party and he is not liable to his principal also. That's the key point. Next one. For the acts of minor, can we hold parent or guardian liable? No. For acts of minor, for the offences committed by the minor, minor is liable, but not his parents or guardian. Next one. Now, minor along with adult. Minor along with adult made a contract with third party. Is it valid? Yes, valid. But if anything is wrong, then third party can proceed against adult, but not against minor. Next, surety for minor. Now, minor made an agreement with third party, and minor is supported with a surety. Now, what is the validity of this agreement? The agreement between minor and third party is valid only. But if there is anything wrong, then the third party can proceed directly against surety, but not against minor. Can a minor be a shareholder? No. Generally, no. Generally, no. But if he got shares under inheritance, then yes, it will be called as transmission. So if he got any shares under inheritance, then he will be called as a shareholder. Nothing but transmission of shares. Or parent or guardian can buy the shares on behalf of minor. I already said guardian can make a valid contract on behalf of minor. Yes, here for the purpose of purchase of shares, guardian make a valid contract on behalf of minor. At that point of time, minor will become a shareholder. So this is nothing but called as transfer of shares. This is called as transfer of shares. So generally, minor is not allowed to become shareholder, but in case of transfer of shares, in case of transmission of shares, minor can become shareholder. And I already completed last point, tort. Is minor liable in case of tort? Yes, he is liable unless it is related to breach of contract. If it is related to breach of contract, then minor can plead his minority. He can escape from that situation. That's why if it is not related to breach of contract, then only minor is liable. So by this we completed this important topic. Okay students, bye. Next chapter, legal object and consideration. So in this chapter, first we are going to learn the definition of consideration. So what is the definition of consideration? So actually consideration definition is divided into three parts. First one, it the desire of promisor. At the desire of promisor. Second one, promisee or any other person. Promisee or any other person. Third one, done or abstain from doing. Does or abstain from doing. Next one, promise to do or abstain from doing. Nothing but act or abstinence. Act or abstinence in past tense, present tense, future tense. In simple words, act or abstinence may be either past or present or future. So this is the decoding of the definition of consideration. Okay, now let's see one by one carefully. At the desire of the promiser. Say for example, I am the promiser. Promiser means person making promise. And promisee means other party. Okay, I am the promiser. Okay, at my request, if promisee or any other person, at my request, if promisee or any other person did anything for me, it will become my consideration. Abstain from doing anything for me, it will become my consideration. Whether doing such thing or abstain from doing such thing may be related to past or present or future. So that is the analysis of this definition. Okay, here some more important points is there. Say for example, now I want to know my consideration. So getting benefit from others is not my consideration. Remember that point. Getting benefits from others is not my consideration. Then what is my consideration? Getting benefits from others at my own request. At my own request is my consideration. Say for example, all students plan to provide a gift for me. So all students planned to provide a gift for me, that too voluntarily, without my request. They voluntarily planned to provide a gift for me. Okay, now because of that gift, I will get benefit. But will it become my consideration? No. Why? Because it is not done at the desire of me. It is not given at the request of me. So that is the reason why it will not become my consideration even though I am getting consideration. Next, one more important point. Now, some person said to all students to plan for giving a gift to Saina sir. Okay. Now you planned to provide a gift for me and you gave that gift to me. Now I am getting benefit. Okay, will it become my consideration? No. Why? Because you are providing gift not at the request of me. You are providing the gift at the request of some other third party. So, if you provided anything for me at the request of some other third party, how it will become my consideration? So, it is not my consideration. Okay, sir. Then, when it will become your consideration? If I requested you to give the gift and you provided the gift based on that request, then it will become my consideration as per Indian Contract Act 1872. So, desire of the promisor is important. So, for me, if I want to make that gift as consideration, then my previous request must be there behind that gift. Then only it will become my consideration. If you provided it voluntarily or if you provided it at the request of some other third party, then it will not become my consideration. Okay, that is the meaning of first point. Sir, who can provide consideration here? Here, you people can directly give the consideration to me, or you can authorize any other person and you can provide gift to that person and you can instruct that person to give that gift to me. Okay, that means gift can be provided by any person. That means other contracting party or completely stranger. So from where gift is receiving is not important. At whose request gift is receiving is important. Is it my request or not? That is important. Who are providing gift? It is not important. At whose request you are providing gift? It is important. Next one. So here giving gift is nothing but act. But if you kept silent, that means if you abstain from doing something, then also it will become a consideration. This will be called as abstinence form of consideration. But it is not so important from an examination point of view. Okay. Now say when to provide gift here. So before agreement, after agreement, at the time of agreement. So if it is before agreement, past consideration. If it is at the time of agreement, present consideration. If it is after agreement, future consideration. So consideration may be past, present, future. So that is the point we need to learn here. So from this definition, we got 3 points. These 3 points are important. At whose request consideration must move? Only at the request of promisor. Not voluntarily, not at the request of third party. Next, who can provide consideration? Promisee or stranger. Okay, then what should be the nature of consideration? It may be past, present, future. Anything is okay. So 3 important points from definition of consideration. Next one. This question is very important. Legal rules regarding consideration. So we already covered 3 points. What are those 3 points? Consideration must move at the desire of the promisor only, not voluntarily, not at the request of third party. Consideration may move from promisee or any other person. Consideration may be past, present or future. These 3 points are completed. Next, this point is very easy. Consideration may be executed or executory. If consideration is already given, executed. If consideration is not yet given, executory. If it is already given, executed. If it is not yet given, executory. Next one. It must be real and not illusory. Real means it must have some money value. So consideration must have money value. If it does not have any money value, it is not a valid consideration. It must have some money value. That means real consideration. And not illusory. Not illusory means not impossible. In simple words, it must be possible to give. If consideration is possible to give, it is valid. If consideration is impossible to give, it is invalid. If consideration is having money value, valid. If consideration is not having money value, invalid. Real consideration means consideration having money value. Illusory consideration means consideration which is impossible to give. So how the consideration should be in order to become a valid consideration? It must be real but not illusory. Next one. Sir, can consideration be unlawful? No. It should be lawful. It should be moral. It should not be opposite to public policy. Okay. In simple words, it should be lawful. It should be lawful. If it is unlawful, then consideration is invalid. And last point. So, if you offer consideration for the performance of existing obligations, then such consideration is invalid. If you offer consideration for the performance of new obligations, then it is valid. So what does it mean? Say for example, I am your faculty. I have existing obligation to clarify your doubts. Okay, now you offered some money for me in order to clarify your doubts. That means you are offering consideration for me. Okay, for the performance of existing obligation or for the performance of new obligation. You are offering money for the performance of my existing obligation. There is existing obligation on me to clarify your doubts after conducting class. Okay, now you are offering money for my existing obligation. So that consideration, that money will be considered as invalid. Okay. Now you requested me to take tuitions for you. I said okay. And you offered money also. That means now you offered money for new obligations, not for my existing obligation. Because after conducting class, clarifying your doubts is nothing but my existing obligation. But conducting tuitions, it is not my existing obligation. It is new obligation. So if you offered money for doubt clarification, it is invalid. If you offered money for tuition, it will be valid. Okay. So offering consideration for performance of existing obligation is invalid, whereas offering consideration for the performance of new obligations is valid. So by this we completed essentials regarding consideration. Next one, consideration. Consideration need not be adequate. What does it mean? Consideration may be more, consideration may be less, consideration may be equal. That means this person is giving money, this person is giving property. Okay, this money value is $1,000. This $1,000. And here the property value is $10,000. Is it okay? Yes, okay, no issue. That means I am giving $1,000 and other party is giving $1,000 worth property. Valid consideration. I am giving $1,000 and other party is giving $10,000 worth property. Valid only. I am giving $1,000 and other party is giving $100 worth property only. Valid. That means, so what you are providing need not be equal to what you are getting. So what you are providing need not be equal to what you are getting. Sometimes what you will get is more. Sometimes what you will get is less. Sometimes what you will get is exactly equal to what you pay. Okay, that means consideration need not be adequate. So what happens if consideration is adequate? If consideration is adequate, the contract is valid. What happens if consideration is inadequate? Then also the contract is valid only. Okay, if consideration is more or less or equal, so it is irrelevant. In all the cases, the contract is valid only. Next one, doctrine of consideration and exceptions. So what is meant by doctrine of consideration? So doctrine of consideration says a rule. If two parties made contract with each other, then both the parties must get some consideration. If any one of the parties is not getting consideration in the agreement, then that agreement is void. Okay. Say for example, A and B made an agreement with each other. Now A and B both need to get consideration. Then only this will become a valid contract. If any one of the party, say for example A is not getting consideration, only B is getting consideration. So it is void. It is void agreement. Okay. But this rule is having certain exceptions. This rule is having certain exceptions. What are those exceptions? And in those exceptions, what will happen? In those exceptions, the contract is valid even one party is getting consideration. So generally, what the rule? In case there are two parties in contract, both the parties must get consideration, then only it will become valid. But in case of exceptions, even though both are not getting consideration, the contract is valid. Okay, then what are those exceptions? So this is not there as per ICI study material. No need to remember this point. Just remember remaining 7 points. First one, you made a promise to give something based on love and affection. Okay, from you, consideration is going to other party. But from other party, you are not getting any consideration. So out of love and affection, you made a promise to give something to other party. Okay, will it become a valid contract? Generally, as only one party is getting consideration, it should be void. But if you satisfied certain conditions, then it will become valid contract. Okay, what are those conditions? First of all, you made a promise to other party now. So other party and you must be near relatives. That means there must be a near relation between you and other party. This is the first one, near relationship. Next one, you have to make that promise out of love and affection, not because of any quarrels. You need to make that promise out of natural love and affection. Next one, and the promise should be in written form, and that written form must be registered in registration office. If these four conditions are satisfied, then your contract is valid even without consideration. What are those conditions? I made a promise to my near relative. To my near relative, first one. Out of love and affection, I made that promise, second one. That promise is in written form, third one. And that written document is registered, fourth point. If these 4 points are satisfied, the agreement is valid even without consideration. Next one, promise to pay time bar debt. So if I gave loan to anybody else and there is due date also, on the due date, that person failed to pay money. Now what I need to do? I have to approach the court. Within how many years? Within 3 years from due date. What happens if I fail to go to the court within 3 years from due date? The debt will become time bar debt. I will lose all my rights. And other party is no longer liable to pay that money to me. Okay, he will get released from the agreement. But he himself made a promise to pay time barred debt, even though it is not required, but still he is making promise to pay time barred debt. Then will it become a valid contract? Yes. Why? Because other party is making a promise to pay money once again. That means I am getting fresh consideration, but he is not getting any fresh consideration. Only I am getting consideration. As per general rule, it should become void agreement. But if it satisfies two conditions, then it will become valid contract even without consideration. Okay, what are those two conditions? The promise which is made by borrower to repay time bar debt, it must be made in written form and it must be signed. That's it. Registration is not required here. Registration is not required. Next one, compensation for past voluntary services. Say for example, when I was traveling in an auto, so I lost my wallet in auto itself. Okay, later auto driver saw the wallet and by using my visiting card which is there in my wallet, he approached me and he returned back the wallet to me. Okay, in this case, auto driver provided certain services to me. Okay, is it voluntarily or at the request of me? Voluntarily. So voluntarily he provides certain services to me. Okay, I got benefit here. But not at the request of me. It is done voluntarily. Okay, will it become my consideration? No. Okay, later because of that service, I want to gift him 1000 rupees. So I made a promise to pay 1000 rupees to that other party. Okay, is he getting consideration? Yes, in the form of 1000 rupees, he is getting consideration. What about me? For me, there is no consideration. Sir, he found his wallet now. Yes, he found his wallet. But the problem is not at his request. It is done voluntarily. So it will not become the consideration of that person. Okay, here only one party is getting consideration, that is auto wala. What about wallet owner? He is not getting consideration because he got his wallet not at his own request because of voluntary services provided by auto wala. Okay, will it become a valid contract here? Yes, subject to few conditions. Even though there is no consideration, this will become a valid contract subject to few conditions. What are those conditions? Auto wala has to perform those services voluntarily and it must be done for promiser, that is wallet owner, and he must be in existence, that is wallet owner must be in existence, and wallet owner must have an intention to compensate. So because of that intention only, he made a promise to pay 1000 rupees. So this intention is there. As all the four conditions are satisfied, we can say this agreement is a valid agreement even though there is no consideration. Next one, contract of agency, contract of bailment. In these two contracts, consideration is not at all important. Consideration is there or not there, irrelevant. In both cases, the contract is valid. The contract of agency will be made between which parties? Principal and agent. Principal will give instructions, agent will follow them. Okay, if principal is providing any money to agent or not providing any money, it is irrelevant, because whether he provides money or not, this contract is a valid contract. Contract of bailment. In case of contract of bailment, there are two parties, bailor and bailee. So bailor will give his goods to bailee for temporary purpose. After accomplishment of that purpose, he will take over those goods once again. Okay, in this case, whether bailor is paying money to bailee or not, it is irrelevant. In both cases, this contract is a valid contract. So here conditions are not at all required. Next one, contract of gift. Here there is one condition. The gift must be actually given. That means it must be completed gift. Sir, what does it mean? So I made a promise to give the gift. I made a promise to give the gift. It is not executed. It is executory. So if it is executory, it is void. It is void. If I gave the gift to you, nothing but now it is executed. If it is executed, the gift contract is valid. So if it is remains in promise stage, it will be void. If it is already given, gift is already given, it is already given, nothing but completed gift, then it will become valid contract. Next one, promise to contribute for charity. So what does it mean? I made a promise to make a donation. Okay, will it become enforceable? If I fail to make any donation, can other party file a case against me? No. But if I made any promise to donate money and other party, based on such promise, he incurred any liability, then my promise will become enforceable. If other party does not incur any liability, then this promise is not enforceable. Say for example, there is temple association, temple construction association. Okay, now I made a promise to donate 1 lakh rupees to that association. Okay, now my 1 lakh promise is unenforceable because only one party is getting consideration. But based on my promise, if temple construction association incurred any liability, say for example, they made any credit purchase in order to finish the construction work worth of rupees 1 lakh because of my promise, then my promise will become enforceable. So if other party suffers with liability, then my promise is enforceable, otherwise no. Next one, doctrine of privity of contract and its exceptions. Sir, what is meant by doctrine of privity of contract? So here there is a rule. What is that rule? Stranger, stranger, stranger can't sue contracting party, stranger can't sue contracting party, and contracting party can't sue stranger. So that is the rule. That means who can sue? Only contracting party. Who can be sued? Only other contracting party. So this is allowed. So contracting party can file a case against other contracting party with respect to the contract. But a stranger is not allowed to file a case against contracting party, and a contracting party is also not allowed to file a case against stranger. If there is any dispute, so parties need to settle it, but not strangers, but not outsiders. But this rule is not applicable in these 7 cases. In these 7 cases, this rule is not applicable. So what are those 7 cases? First one, contract of trust. Okay, in case of contract of trust, how many parties are there? In case of contract of trust, there will be 3 parties. 3 parties. Who are those parties? First one, creator of the trust. Creator of the trust. Second one, trustee. Third one, beneficiary. Total 3 parties. Okay, in case of contract of trust, what will happen? So creator will transfer his assets to trustees. So creator will transfer his assets to trustees. Okay, now according to this agreement, first of all, trustees need to safeguard those assets, and at some particular point of time, they need to transfer those assets to beneficiary. So that is the condition in that agreement. Okay, this type of contract is known as contract of trust. So nothing but holding assets on behalf of others, and after accomplishment of certain objectives or after expiry of certain time period, we need to return those assets to that other party. So this type of contract is known as contract of trust, and the person creating this contract will be called as creator of trust, and the person holding assets for temporary purpose will be called as trustee, and the ultimate beneficial person will be called as beneficiary. That means he is the person who will get the assets ultimately. Okay, now say Between whom the contract is there? The contract is there in between creator and trustee. Okay, now who are contracting parties? Creator is contracting party, trustee is contracting party. What is the position of beneficiary? Is stranger. The position of beneficiary is stranger. Okay, now assets are not transferred to beneficiary. Now beneficiary want to file a case against trustee. Nothing but stranger want to file a case against contracting party. Is it possible? As per doctrine of privity of contract, not possible. But this is one of the exception. That's why this is possible. Generally, it is not possible. But in this exception, yes, a stranger is allowed to file a case against contracting party. So here, beneficiary is allowed to file a case against trustee in order to recover his assets. Next one, family settlements. So what is meant by family settlement? So for example, there is a big family. In that family, there are 10 male members, 10 male members and 10 female members. 10 female members. Out of 10 female members, 9 are married people, 9 are married people and 1 is unmarried, still unmarried. Okay, married, unmarried. Okay, wait a minute. I will write it neatly. Unmarried. Okay, now what happened here? Here, 10 male members made an agreement with each other in order to provide marriage expenses for this unmarried girl. Okay, fine. Okay, now who are contracting parties here? All 10 male members. All 10 male members will be called as contracting parties. They are contracting parties. And what about the unmarried girl? She is stranger. She is stranger. Okay, now my question is, if these 10 people fail to provide marriage expense of this one unmarried girl, then can this unmarried girl proceed against these 10 male people in order to recover the money from them, that too for her marriage? Answer is yes. Generally no, because she is stranger. She is not allowed to file case against contracting parties. But this is exception. This is exception. In this exception, there is a family settlement agreement. There is a family settlement agreement. So what is the family settlement agreement? These 10 people made a promise. These 10 people made a promise with each other to take care of the marriage of this unmarried girl. But now they fail to take the marriage of the unmarried girl. Now unmarried girl is stranger to this agreement, but still she's the main person, she's the beneficiary. That's why even though she's a stranger, she can file a case against all 10 members. This is second exception. Next one, marriage contracts or arrangements. Sir, why are you saying examples for each and every type? Because this is important for practical questions. That's why I am saying examples. So whenever there is a requirement of saying in example mode, then definitely I will say. That means they are important for practical questions. That's why I am saying. If they are not important for practical questions, if they are only important for theory questions, then just I will explain theory. That's it. Because this is marathon. I'm not able to cover each and every point here, each and every example here. Okay. So if there is any possibility of asking practical questions, then definitely I will go in example mode only. Okay, let's see. Third one. Ram and Sita. Ram and Sita. So made a marriage agreement with each other. Okay. Now Ram's father and Sita's father. So made an agreement with each other. So what is the agreement made in between their parents? So Ram's father made a promise to Sita's father to pay rupees 10,000 every month. Rupees 10,000 every month as pocket money to Sita. Very good. A good practice. And Sita's father also made a promise, similar promise to Ram's father. That is to pay 20,000 rupees per month to Ram as pocket money. Okay, Ram's father made a promise to Sita's father to pay Sita 10,000 per month as pocket money. A similar promise is made by Sita's father also. So Sita's father made a promise to Ram's father to pay 20,000 per month to Ram as a pocket money. Now this agreement is made between Ram's father and Sita's father. Who are contracting parties? Ram's father and Sita's father. They are contracting parties. Who are strangers? Ram, stranger, Sita, stranger. Okay, now Ram's father paid money to Sita. Very good. But Sita's father failed to pay money to Ram. Now Ram want to file a case against Sita's father to recover that pocket money. Is it possible? No, not possible. Generally it is not possible. Because Ram is stranger, Sita's father is contracting party. A stranger is not allowed to file a case against contracting party. That is the reason. But this is an exception. So in this exception it is possible. In this exception it is possible. Because this is a marriage contract or marriage agreement. It is a marriage contract or marriage agreement, nothing but marriage arrangement. So in this marriage contract or marriage arrangement, the ultimate beneficiaries, that is Ram and Sita, can enforce that arrangement even though they are strangers. Even though they are strangers, they can enforce that agreement. Next one, assignment of contract. Assignment of contract. So what is meant by assignment? Assignment means transfer. Say for example, Hari gave loan to Virat. So Hari gave loan to Virat. Now Virat need to pay money. He need to pay money. Okay, now Virat failed to pay the money. Now who can take legal action against Virat? Hari can take legal action against Virat. Hari can file a case against Virat to recover his amount. Now Hari transferred his right. Hari transferred his right to his friend Sai. So Hari transferred his right to his friend Sai. Okay, now the right is available in the hands of Sai. Now Sai want to file a case against Virat to recover this money. Is it possible? Yes, possible. Normally, Sai can't file a case against Virat. But in this case, why it is possible? Because it is exception and moreover, Hari transferred his rights. So right to sue Virat. So that right is available with Hari. Now Hari gave that right to Sai. Now Sai is having that right. By using that right, he can legally proceed against Virat. So this type of process is known as assignment. Assignment. You can call it as assignment of rights under contract or simply assignment of contract. So in case of assignment of contract, a stranger is allowed to sue contracting party. Next one, acknowledgement or estoppel. So this is very much related to Sale of Goods Act. Sale of Goods Act Part 2, that is second chapter of Sale of Goods Act. There are two parties, seller and buyer. So seller need to deliver goods to buyer. So for this purpose, he made a contract with transporter, that is carrier. Now carrier need to deliver the goods to buyer. Okay, now who made the contract with carrier? Seller. So seller made the contract with carrier. So for this contract, who are contracting parties? Seller and carrier. Who is stranger? Buyer is stranger. Okay, now the point is, what happens if carrier fails to deliver the goods to buyer? If carrier fails to deliver the goods to buyer, it will amount to breach of contract on part of carrier. Okay, now who can take legal action against a carrier? Only seller. Only seller. Buyer is no, not allowed. Why? Because he is stranger. He is not allowed. He is not allowed. But if carrier made acknowledgement to buyer to deliver the goods, then what will happen? If he made any acknowledgement to buyer, then buyer will get a right to file a case against carrier even though buyer is a stranger. So if carrier does not make this acknowledgement, then stranger is not allowed to file a case. Buyer is not allowed to file a case. If carrier made this acknowledgement, then buyer will become entitled to file a case against carrier. Sir, how this concept is related to Sale of Goods Act? So in this case, seller becomes unpaid seller. Seller is nothing but unpaid seller. Okay, carrier and buyer. Okay, now goods are at the position of carrier. If carrier delivers the goods to buyer, then unpaid seller can't access any right. Okay, if carrier made an acknowledgement to buyer to deliver the goods, then also seller can't access right of stoppage of goods in transit. So if acknowledgement is made by carrier to the buyer, So seller will lose his right. So he will lose his right to exercise stoppage right. Okay, there he will lose stoppage right. Here, this third party is entitled to file a case against this contracting party. So that is the relation. Covenants running with land. So what does it mean? Say for example, I have a building. I have a building. So this building belongs to Bhikshu Yadav. I'm not Bhikshu Yadav. Okay, here this building belongs to Bhikshu Yadav. So this is my building. Wait a minute. I will write once again. That too with different color, so that it will be very easy for you to identify. So this is my building. This is my building. That is Sainath building. So this is Bhikshu Yadav building. Okay, now what happened here means Bhikshu Yadav and me made an agreement with each other. What is that agreement? So he will give certain portion of his land. I will give certain portion of my land. Okay, both will sacrifice certain portion of land. So this is the portion of land sacrificed by Bhikshu Yadav, and this is the portion of land sacrificed by me. So now entire part looks like this. Okay, now both agreed for not to construct anything on this space. So in order to move goods or movement of passengers, so they left this place so completely, so without any construction. Okay, now Bhikshu Yadav sold his land along with property to X. Okay, now X started construction. So he started construction on this portion. He started construction on this portion. Immediately, I filed a case against X. But X said like this, sir, actually, you don't know about doctrine of privity of contract rule. As per doctrine of privity of contract, you are not allowed to file a case against me because you and me don't have any contractual relation with each other. So I made contact with Bhikshu Yadav, but not with you. If anything is wrong, Bhikshu Yadav need to file the case. Who are you to file the case against me? Like this, he is arguing. But I'm saying like this. Okay, I know about doctrine of privity of contract. Not only general rule, I know about exceptions also. So this is one of the exception. So when you bought land with the knowledge of pre-existing condition, that condition is known as covenant. So when any person bought land with the knowledge of pre-existing covenant, that is conditions, then that person is also bound to that condition. So here you bought the land with the knowledge of this condition, so you need to bound to this condition. You need to follow this condition. Otherwise, I'm allowed to file a case against you, even though I'm a stranger. Even though I'm a stranger, I am allowed to file a case against you. Okay, that is the meaning of this point. So in case of covenant running with land, that means in case of conditions running with land, if any person purchases that land with the knowledge of this covenant, then he is also liable to follow that covenant. If he failed, then stranger is also allowed to sue this person. And last point, contract of agency. So on behalf of principal, agent will make contract with clients. So on behalf of principal, agent will make contract with clients. If any dispute is happened between these two parties, then principal can enforce this contract. Principal can file the case, even though principal is a stranger. Sir, why, sir? What is the reason? Simple. So if principal made this contract, it will become principal contract. If on behalf of principal, if agent made this contract, this is also principal's contract only. Okay, principal can make contract either directly or through his agent, that is indirectly. Anything will become principal contract only. Okay, now principal is allowed to file a case against a contracting party even though he was not involved in that contract. So by this we completed all exceptions relating to doctrine of privity of contract. So in opposite to public policy, there are few cases which are important from examination point of view. I will explain those points. So trafficking relating to public offices. So what is meant by trafficking relating to public offices? So in case of public office, the employees must work without taking any money as bribe. So what happens if they demand for bribe and you offered bribe in order to perform certain activities? Then such agreements are void. So offering bribes to government employees, that is public servants, is void. That is the meaning. Next one, stifling prosecution. So what does it mean? So offenses are classified into two types: compoundable offense and non-compoundable offense. One is compoundable and second one is non-compoundable. So in case of compoundable offense can be compromised. So parties can compromise. It is valid only. In case of non-compoundable offenses, parties can't compromise with each other. If they compromise with each other, it will become stifling prosecution and opposite to public policy. So compoundable offenses means civil offenses. So in case of civil offenses, they can compromise. Non-compoundable offense means criminal offenses. In case of criminal offenses, they can't compromise with each other. Okay. So if you compromise in civil offense, it is valid. If you compromise in criminal offense, it will become stifling prosecution and it is void on the ground of opposite to public policy. So these two are important. Just remaining points you can read on your own. Okay, by this we completed this chapter. Next chapter, free consent. Okay, here first we need to know about two words. One is consent, second one is free consent. Sir, what is meant by consent? If two parties agree the same thing in the same sense, that means if two parties having same opinion, then there will be consent among them. Sir, what happens if both think differently? Then there is no consent. Okay, see this picture here. This party is thinking this number as 6. What about second party? Second party is thinking this number as 9. Okay, are they thinking in same manner or in different manner? Same manner or different manner? Different manner. That means no consent. If both think this number as 6, then same manner, then there will be consent. If both think this number as 9, then same manner, nothing but there is consent. That means while making contract with each other, if both parties think in same manner, that means if they agree the same thing in the same sense, then there will be consent. Otherwise, there is no consent. Next one. Then what is meant by free consent? Free consent means a consent which is not caused by coercion, nothing but physical force, undue influence, nothing but mental force, fraud, intentional false statement, misrepresentation, unintentional false statement, that is innocent false statement, mistake, that is own wrong belief. Okay, if consent is caused by either by coercion or by undue influence or by fraud or by misrepresentation or by mistake, then it is not a free consent. Sir, my consent is not caused by these elements. Can I call my consent as free consent? Yes, your consent will become free consent. Okay, then what is the validity of the contract? So first of all, in agreement, we need to check for consent. Whether consent is there or not, first we need to check that. Okay, if consent is present, then it will go for further verification, that is whether it is free or not. If consent is not there, straight away you can call it as void agreement. If there is no consent, the agreement will become void agreement. Next one. Now there is consent. Now what we need to do? We need to check further check, that is whether it is free or not. Okay. If it is free consent, what will happen? If it is not a free consent, what will happen? So if it is free consent, then it is a valid contract. If it is not a free consent, then it will be voidable contract. So these are the validities of contracts in different situations. Okay, first, what we need to check? Consent. If consent is not there, straight away void agreement. If consent is there, we need to check whether it is free or not. If it is free, valid contract. Otherwise, it is voidable contract. Sir, at whose option the contract will become voidable? On whom you applied coercion, or on whom you applied undue influence, or on whom you applied fraud or misrepresentation. That person will be called as aggrieved party, and the contract will become voidable at the option of that aggrieved party. He can decide whether to continue the contract or to cancel the contract. Okay, now let's see remaining concepts. So in this entire chapter, only coercion, undue influence, fraud, misrepresentation are important. Mistake is not important. That's why I'm going to cover coercion, undue influence, fraud, misrepresentation, and you can read mistake on your own. It is not so important. Okay, first let's start with coercion. Sir, what are the acts that amounts to coercion? Actually, what is the definition of coercion? Okay, say for example, I want to make a contract with you, and I offered to make a contract with you, but you denied. I said, if you won't accept my request, that is my offer, then definitely I will kill you. So like this, so I created a threat. Now other party made contract with me because of the threat. Can I call this as coercion? Yes, it will become coercion. Okay, then what are the acts that amount to coercion? So if you commit anything which is forbidden by IPC, IPC means Indian Penal Code. So murders, nothing but robberies. Next one, harassments. All these things will come under offenses under Indian Penal Code. Okay, if you committed these activities, in order to make the other party to enter into a contract with you, then it will be called as coercion. Not only committing, if you created any threat in order to commit these activities, then also it will become coercion. So committing as well as threatening to commit, anything which is forbidden by Indian Penal Code will amount to coercion. Okay. So first one is about committing. Nothing but you did that activity and made the other person to enter into the contract. Second one is threatening. So here you just created a threat in order to do that activity. Okay, then also it will become coercion. So committing or threatening to commit, anything which is forbidden by IPC will be called as coercion only. Next one. Okay, second situation. I went to the other party and I made an offer, but other party denied it. I said, if you denied my offer, okay, then I will detain your property and I will not give that property to you until you made the contract with me. Like this, I created some threat. So based on this threat, other party made a contract with me. Okay, can I call this as coercion? Yes, this is also coercion. Then what are the acts amounting to coercion here? So here there are two acts. One is detaining the property of others unlawfully or threatening to detain the property of others unlawfully. Both will amount to coercion. Okay, so committing or threatening to commit an act forbidden by IPC. Next one, detaining or threatening to detain any property of other unlawfully. So both these will amount to coercion. But in order to become coercion, all these things must be done with an intention to make the other party to enter into the contract with me. So that should be the prima facie motive. Okay, so my motive should be to make the other party to enter into the contract. That's why I committed these four acts. So it will become coercion. Next one, undue influence. So undue influence means influencing others mentally. Okay, how is it possible, sir? It is possible if three conditions are satisfied. Okay, what are those conditions? First of all, there must be relation between parties. So without relation, creating mental influence is not possible. Okay, there must be relation between parties. In that relation, one party should be in dominating position and other party should be in weaker position. So the relation must look like that. So one party must be in dominating position, another party must be in weaker position. And dominating person has to get unfair advantage. Dominating person has to get unfair advantage from weaker person. That is the third condition. If these three conditions are satisfied, then you can call it as undue influence. So there must be relation, there must be stronger weaker positions, and stronger party has to get unfair advantage from weaker party. Then only it will be called as undue influence. Okay, sir. Then when a person is said to be in dominating position, when there is real and apparent authority between them. That means if a person is able to control other person with the help of relation. Say for example, father. So father will control son with the help of relation. Teacher will control student with the help of relation. So this type of authority will be called as real and apparent authority. So in case of real and apparent authority, the person controlling other person will be called as dominating person, and the other person will be called as weaker person. Okay. Next one. When two persons are in fiduciary relation. So what is meant by fiduciary relation? Fiduciary relation means relation based on trust and confidence. Say for example, doctor and patient. Doctor and patient. So here, patient will have trust and confidence on doctor. Patient will have trust and confidence on doctor. Okay, now doctor is said to be in dominating position and patient is said to be in weaker position. Next one, mental distress. Nothing but normal person and mentally affected person made a contract with each other. Okay, in this case, the normal person is presumed to be in dominating position, whereas mentally distressed person is presumed to be in weaker position. Next one, unconscionable bargains. Say for example, money lending transaction. That is money lender and borrower. So money lender and borrower made an agreement with each other. Money lender provided a loan with high rate of interest, unreasonable rate of interest. Okay, in this case, money lender is said to be in dominating position and borrower is said to be in weaker position. So in all these four cases, law will presume one party is in dominating position and other party is in weaker position. Okay. Next one. What are the differences between coercion and undue influence? Okay, in case of coercion, what is the nature of action? Physical force. Undue influence, mental or moral force. Crime. So crime means doing anything which is prohibited by IPC, that is forbidden by IPC. Okay, this point is there in coercion but not there in undue influence. That means coercion involves crime, but in case of undue influence, no crime. Next one, relation. Relation is necessary only in case of undue influence but not in case of coercion. Exercised by whom? Coercion, any person, but undue influence, the person who is in relation. In simple words, contracting party only. Enforceability, it is voidable. And benefits, and in case of coercion, benefit must be restored. In case of undue influence, benefit need to be restored, but how much benefit need to be restored, it will be decided by court. So at the discretion of the court. Next one, fraud. So what is meant by fraud, or what are the acts that amount to fraud? So first I will discuss about active fraud. This is active fraud, and this is silence fraud. So in case of fraud, there are two topics: active fraud, silence fraud. You can call silence fraud as passive fraud also. Anything is okay. So which acts will become active fraud? I made a false statement, but I know about it. Okay, I know about it. I know that was a false statement, but still I made that false statement. So this is nothing but intentional false statement. Yes, it will amount to active fraud. Next one, concealment of fact. Nothing but hiding something. So if I hide something through my silence, it will be called as passive concealment. If I hide something by performing certain actions, it will be called as active concealment. So if I hide something by doing something, will be called as active concealment. If I hide something through my silence, then it will be called as passive concealment. Then which one is fraud? Active concealment is fraud, whereas passive concealment is not fraud. Passive concealment is nothing but silence only. Is silence amounts to fraud? Generally no. Okay, in two exceptional cases, yes. Those two exceptional cases will be called as silence fraud cases. Next one, fake promise. Now I'm a borrower. I took a loan from the bank. So while taking the loan from the bank, I made a promise to repay the loan along with interest, that too within due date only. But I don't have any such intention to repay the loan back. So can I say this thing as a fraud? Yes, because I made a fake promise to get the loan. So this will become a fraud. Next one, act or omission as the law specifically declares to be fraudulent. So as per Transfer of Property Act, in case of sale of immovable property, that is seller, buyer, and he is selling immovable property and in return he is getting money. Okay, in case of sale of immovable property, there is a condition. What is that condition? Seller or buyer, whoever it may be, if they know any fact about the land or building, that is immovable property, they need to disclose the same with the other party. Otherwise, their silence will amount to fraud. So this is the point which was given in Transfer of Property Act. Okay, now this will become fraud in Indian Contract Act also. Okay, anything which is declared as fraud by any other law will be treated as fraud under Indian Contract Act. Silence. I already said silence does not amount to fraud, but in two cases silence amounts to fraud. Then what are those two cases? Where there is a duty to speak. So if parties are having any duty to speak all the facts, then their silence will amount to fraud. Next one, when silence is equivalent to speech, then also silence will become fraud. Okay then, when this duty will arise, when parties need to speak all the facts known to them. So when parties are in fiduciary relation, when the contract is of insurance contract, when the contract is related to marriage, when the contract is related to family settlement, when the contract is about allotment of shares by the company to the applicants, in all these cases, parties need to disclose each and every fact known to them. If they fail to disclose, their silence will become fraud. Next one, when silence is equivalent to speech. Okay, now I want to purchase a car from a vendor. I asked the vendor, so if there is any defect, please disclose it to me, otherwise keep silent. Like that, I made a point. Okay, now there are certain defects in the car. Now what vendor need to do? So because of my question, he need to give reply. So he need to state those defects, but he kept silent. So keeping silence indicate what? The car is free of all defects. Now his silence is nothing but speech only, implied speech. And that implied speech is nothing but a false speech. So if the implied speech is a false speech, then can I call it as a fraud? Yes, it is a fraud. So this is the case where silence is equivalent to speech. Okay, when silence is equivalent to speech, nothing but implied statement, and that implied statement is a false statement, then silence will amount to fraud. Next one, misrepresentation. So what are the meaning of misrepresentation, or what are the acts of misrepresentation? Okay, here also there is false statement, but it is made unintentionally, without any intention to deceive the other party. Next one, misrepresentation. So it may happen in case of breach of duty also, nothing but silence fraud cases. Silence fraud cases. There are two cases. What are those two cases? Where there is duty to speak, where silence is equivalent to speech. In both these cases, if he keeps on silent, that too intentionally, it is fraud. If he keeps on silent innocently, that is unintentionally, then it will become misrepresentation under this point. Next one, making other party to make mistake about subject matter. Okay, because of me, if other party made any mistake about subject matter, then it will become misrepresentation, provided so I must act innocently. If there is any intention to deceive the other party, it will be treated as fraud but not as misrepresentation. Next one, differences between fraud and misrepresentation. Intention. In case of fraud, to deceive other. In case of misrepresentation, no such intention. Knowledge of truth. In case of fraud, I know it is not true. That nothing but I know it is false. But in case of misrepresentation, I believe it to be true. Okay. Then what about cancellation and claiming damages? In both cases, cancellation of contract is possible. But in case of fraud, you can claim damages. But in case of misrepresentation, you can't claim damages. But cancellation is possible in both cases. if aggrieved party has means to discover the truth, what will happen? If aggrieved party has means to discover the truth, then in case of fraud, the contract is still voidable. But in case of misrepresentation, the contract is not voidable. So you need to check that. So for this purpose, there is a question in ICA source. Okay. It is about Mr. Samant. Okay. Here, there is a seller and buyer. Okay. Seller made a sale to buyer, that is a car. So while making sale, he made a statement. This car will run with 30 kmpl mileage. Okay, but this statement is false. And in question, it was clearly given like that. This is the case of misrepresentation. Okay. And fuel meter and speedometer both are working perfectly. This is the extra fact which is given in the question. Now what will happen? Here, this is the misrepresentation because it is already given. It is a misrepresentation. Okay, now the contract will become voidable. But here, wait a minute, there is a problem. So here there is a false statement relating to mileage. But mileage can be tested with the help of speedometer and fuel meter. And they are working perfectly. That means aggrieved party has a chance. He has a means to discover the truth, but he failed to do so. It's aggrieved party's failure. So that is the reason why here the contract is not voidable. Like that, there is a practical question in ICS sources. You need to refer that question. But if it is a fraud case, then the contract is still voidable. Even the aggrieved party has means, the contract is still voidable. But if it is a misrepresentation case, the contract is not voidable. So mistake. So you can use this chart in order to know about mistake, but mistake is not so important from examination point of view. Okay, by this we completed this chapter. Okay, our next chapter is void agreements, quasi-contracts and contingent contracts. Okay, in this chapter, each and every topic is important. That's why I'm going to cover all topics here. So let's start with void agreements. Okay, in void agreements, there are 5 void agreements. One is agreements in restraint of marriage, in restraint of trade, in restraint of legal proceedings, wagering agreements, uncertain agreements. So first I will discuss 3 agreements, that is agreements containing restrictions. Now there are 2 parties. First party name is Ramesh and second party name is Suresh. Okay, nothing but they are parties of 5-star yard. Okay, Ramesh made an agreement with Suresh. Fine. So with the help of this agreement, Ramesh put some restrictions on Suresh regarding Suresh marriage, regarding Suresh business, nothing but trade, regarding Suresh legal rights. So with the help of agreement, Ramesh put restrictions on Suresh with respect to marriage, trade and the legal rights. Okay, now what is the validity of this agreement? So this agreement is void to that extent. This agreement is void to that extent. Sir, what is the meaning of void to that extent? It means the restriction portion is void, and balance portion which does not contain any restrictions, it is valid. The restriction portion is void and other than restriction portion is valid. Okay. Okay, now we need to discuss about exceptions. So first one, marriage. In case of marriage, there will be 1 exception. In case of trade, there will be 6 exceptions. In case of legal rights, there will be 3 exceptions. So what is the 1 exception with respect to marriage? Okay, if I put marriage related restrictions on major, it is void. If I put marriage related restrictions on minor, it is valid only. That means you can put marriage related restrictions on minor, it is valid. That means it is nothing but an exception to the first rule. Okay, now we completed about marriage. Now let's see trade. So in case of trade, how many restrictions are there? 6. Sorry, in case of trade, how many exceptions are there? 6. What are those exceptions? First one, sale of goodwill. What is first one? Sale of goodwill. Second one, outgoing partner. Outgoing partner. Next one, continuing partner. Next one, service agreement. Next one, sole trading agreement. Next one, trade combination agreement. So total 6 exceptions. Okay, let's see one by one. First one, sale of goodwill. Okay, here buyer of goodwill can put restrictions on seller of goodwill. Next one, outgoing partner. So in this case, continuing partners will put restrictions on outgoing partners. Continuing partners. In this case, continuing partners will put restrictions on themselves only. That is on continuing partners only. Next one, service agreement. Employer will put restrictions on employee. Sole trading agreement. Nothing but here there will be seller and buyer. Two parties will be there. So seller can put restrictions on buyer can put restrictions on seller. Next one, trade combination agreement. Nothing but member of trade union, or simply you can call it as a trade union. So trade union can put restrictions on its members. Okay, now let's see the exceptions one by one. First one, sale of goodwill. Okay, if I sold my business along with goodwill, then the buyer of goodwill is entitled to put some restrictions on me, and those restrictions will become valid if certain conditions are satisfied. That means buyer of goodwill can put restrictions on seller of goodwill, and if those restrictions satisfy certain conditions, then those restrictions will become valid. Okay, then what are the conditions that need to be satisfied here? First one, the restriction must be related to similar business. That means buyer of goodwill can restrict seller of goodwill from carrying similar business, not any other kind of business. Okay. Next one, up to reasonable time limit, up to reasonable local limit. Okay. So buyer of goodwill can restrict seller of goodwill for not to carry similar business up to a reasonable time period and up to a reasonable local limits. So that is the meaning. This is first exception. Second exception, same rules. So similar business, reasonable time limit, reasonable local limit. Sir, why same point, sir? The reason is very simple. So in case of outgoing partner, so outgoing partner will also have some share of goodwill in firm. Okay, now how he will take that share of goodwill along with him? It is not possible. That's why outgoing partner, while leaving the firm, he will sell his share of goodwill to the continuing partners. Okay, nothing but here outgoing partner is called as seller of goodwill. Continuing partners are known as buyer of goodwill. So as a buyer of goodwill, so he can put restrictions on seller of goodwill, just like previous one. That's why same points are repeated here also. Okay. Next one, continuing partners. Yes, continuing partners can restrict themselves for not to carry any business. Not similar business. For not to carry any business, they can restrict themselves till they are continuing as a partners. Next one, service agreement. In case of service agreement, there will be two parties, employer and employee. So employer can put restrictions on employee. Okay. Regarding what? Regarding doing competing business. So employer can restrict employee for not to carry competing business. Till completion of employment period. So employer can restrict employee for not to do competing business till completion of employment period. So if he put restriction like this, it is valid only. But he can't restrict beyond employment period. Please remember that point. Next one, sole trading agreement. That means, say for example, I'm a manufacturer. Okay, I'm a seller, and I agreed with buyer to sell entire production to that buyer only, but not to any other person. That means buyer is making some restriction on seller for not to sell your product to somebody else. Please sell all your products to me only. Is it a valid point? Yes, it is a valid point. It is valid only. Similarly, seller can also make restriction like that. So how is it possible? Yes, seller may put restriction on buyer for not to buy any product from any other seller. So like that he can put restriction. It is also valid only. So this type of agreements are known as sole trading agreements. So I am manufacturer and I made an agreement to sell entire production to you only. Sole trading agreement, valid only. And I am the buyer and I want to buy entire production from you only, not from anybody else. Sole trading agreement, it is also valid only. Next one, trade combination agreement. So here, traders doing same business will become an union called as trade union. And for the benefits of the members, they will put some restrictions also. They will provide some restrictions also. But those restrictions are placed in order to protect the interest of their members. That's why those restrictions cannot be treated as invalid transactions. They are valid only. So any restriction placed by trade union on its members is a valid transaction. Say for example, auto union. Auto union places a restriction on auto members, auto wallas. What is that restriction? Okay, you charge minimum amount of rupees 10. Like that they put condition. Okay, that means it is a restriction only. Is it void? No, valid only. So any restriction placed by trade union on its members, that too for the benefit of members, is valid only. So these are the 6 exceptions to trade. And now legal rights. So with respect to legal rights, there are 3 exceptions. Let's see them. Say for example, Ramesh. So he is from New Delhi. Suresh. He is from Mumbai. Okay. Now they made a contract with each other. So after entering into the contract, now there is a dispute also. Now they want to settle the dispute. Okay. Now they want to settle the dispute in New Delhi court only, not in Mumbai court. Actually, how many courts are available for them in order to settle a dispute? So as Ramesh is residing in New Delhi, they can approach court in New Delhi. As Suresh is residing in Mumbai, they can even approach courts which are situated in Mumbai. So multiple courts are available for Ramesh and Suresh. Okay, they can go to any court. According to their choice. But at the time of making agreement, both decided so to go to New Delhi court only, not to Mumbai court. Nothing but here there are some restrictions. What are those restrictions? If you have any problem, so go to New Delhi court and file a case, but not in Mumbai court. Like that there is a restriction. Is it a valid restriction? Yes, it is valid only. Sir, if they agree like this, then what will be the answer? Say for example, Ramesh and Suresh agree like this. So not to go to any court, then it is void. Not to go to any court is void, but going to one of the court is valid only. This is first exception. Second exception. Same Ramesh, same Suresh. Now there is a dispute between them. Okay, now instead of court, they want to settle the matter with an arbitrator. That is nothing but mediator. Okay. Then what about the validity of this restriction? Is it valid or invalid? Valid only. Instead of court, they can go for arbitration. It is valid only. So what is the first one? So they are having different courts to try and they just want to confine to single court. So confining to single court is not a restriction, so it is valid only. In second case, there are having 2 options. One is they can go to the court, second one is they can go to arbitrator, that is mediator, who will settle this case. Okay, they can choose anything. If they choose arbitrator, it is not a restriction, it is valid only. Next, third one. Now, Ramesh and Suresh. Okay. So first they went to New Delhi court. In agreement, they clearly stated like this. So if there is any problem, let's go for New Delhi court. And the decision which is given by New Delhi court is final. So no one can challenge the decision which is given by New Delhi court. Like this, they made a restriction. Is it valid restriction? Yes, valid only. It is valid only. So not to challenge the decision given by the court. It is valid. Sir, is it possible to challenge the decision given by the court? Yes. Say for example, if the decision is given by city or town level court, it can be challenged in district level court. If the decision is given by district level court, then it can be challenged in state level court, nothing but high court. If the decision is given by high court, then it can be challenged in central level court, nothing but Supreme Court. Okay, challenging the decision made by the court is possible. It is nothing but called as appeal. But in this case, parties want not to go for appeal. If they want not to go for appeal, is it invalid? No, it is valid only. It is valid only. This is nothing but third exception. So in total, there are 3 exceptions. So by this we completed agreements indistinct of marriage, agreements indistinct of trade, agreements indistinct of legal rights, nothing but legal proceedings. Next one, uncertain agreement. Sir, what is meant by uncertain agreement? Simple. Terms and conditions. Terms and conditions are not clear. When terms and conditions of agreement are not clear, then it will be called as uncertain agreement and it is void. So this is 4th void agreement. Next one, wagering agreements. Wagering agreements are nothing but called as betting agreements, and these wagering agreements are also void. 5th void agreement. So by this we completed void agreements. Okay, first of all, let me explain wagering agreements. Okay, then how you can call an agreement as a wager? So what essentials need to be satisfied here? So first of all, there must be a promise. There must be a promise to pay money or money's worth. Yes, betting usually involves payment of money or payment of property. Money's worth means property. Next one, that promise must be conditional. Yes, if you win the bet, I will pay money. If I win the bet, you need to pay money. Yes, the promise is nothing but conditional only, and it must depend upon uncertain event. Just say for example, now India versus Bangladesh match is going on. Okay, now there are 2 parties. Let's take Ramesh and Suresh. Okay, Ramesh supports India, Suresh supports Bangladesh. If India win, then Suresh need to pay 1 lakh to Ramesh. If Bangladesh won, then Ramesh need to pay, it is need to give property, that is house, to Suresh. Okay, now say, is there any promise to give money or money's worth? Yes. Is this promise conditional? Yes, it depends upon result. Is that result uncertain? Yes. No one knows which team will win. So it is clearly uncertain. And parties must stand in win or loss situation. That means if Ramesh wins, then definitely Suresh need to lose. If Suresh win, Ramesh must lose. So there must be win or loss situation. Next one. And parties must have an intention to bet. Yes, that's why they are making this kind of transaction. Parties must not have any other interest except for this bet. Yes. So if they have any interest other than this bet, then it will not become wagering agreement. It will become valid contract. So best example for this point is insurance contract. Okay, if I took insurance policy on my own name or on the name of my family members, then here my interest will be there not only on money but also on my life as well as my family member's life. Okay, what happens if I took insurance policy on my friend's name? Definitely I will wait for his death so that I will get money. Okay, so here my intention is only on money. So if the intention is only on money, then definitely it will become wager. If the intention is not only on money but also on some other things, then it is not a betting agreement. Okay, if I took insurance policy on my own property, it is valid, nothing but insurance contract. If I took insurance policy on the property of my neighbor, then it is wagering agreement. Next one. And no party shall have control over the event. Okay, yes, no one will have control over the result of India versus Bangladesh match. Okay. So if all these conditions, nothing but essentials are satisfied, then you can call that agreement as wagering agreement, nothing but betting agreement. Then what is the validity? So here are some list of transactions which would appear like a wager. Some are valid and some are void. Okay, let's have a look into it. First one, lotteries. Remember, lotteries are always void. Lotteries are always void. Sir, lottery seller is nothing but a person who is authorized by government, sir. So authorized person is selling lotteries, sir. Now say what is the validity? Now also it is void. So lotteries are always void. Lotteries are always void. They will never become valid. Next one, crossword puzzles and competition. based on game of skill, skill based games. In case of skill based games, the maximum price should be 1000 rupees. That means if the prize money is less than or equal to 1000, if the prize money is less than or equal to 1000, then it is valid. If it is exceeds 1000, then it is void. Sir, what about game of chance? Chance based games, nothing but luck based games. They are also always void. Always void. They will never become valid. Next one, horse race transaction. Horse race transaction. So betting on horse race transaction, or giving any plate or prize or sum of money to horse race winner. So both will have same impact. So bet winner, horse race winner. Okay, they are valid only. Betting in horse race is valid only. It is not void. It is not illegal. So betting in horse race is valid only. Okay, betting transaction as well as paying money or giving any plate or prize to horse race winner. So in both these cases, they are valid only, but the minimum price must be 500. Okay, what happens if it is less than 500? If it is less than 500, they are void. That's it. Chit fund. So chit funds are always valid. So here there will be some group of people, say for example A, B, C, D. Each one will contribute 1000 rupees every month up to a period of 4 months. Okay. So for first month there will be 4000 rupees. This 4000 will be taken by either A or B or C or D based on lottery, based on chits. Okay, if A got amount, then for next month B, C, D will participate in lottery. If B got amount, C and D will participate in third month. If C got amount, there will be no participation, no competitor. Ultimately, in fourth month, D will get the 4000. So this kind of transactions are called as chit fund transaction. They are always valid. Even though it appears like lottery, they are always valid. Next one, insurance contract. I already said. So taking insurance policy on my own property, valid, because there is insurable interest on it. Insurable interest means nothing but I need to have an intention. What type of intention? So nothing should happen to this property, nothing should happen to my family members, nothing should happen to me, like that. I will have some interest. That interest will be called as insurable interest. So if you have insurable interest like that, then it is valid. If you don't have any insurable interest, okay, so say for example you took insurance policy on your friend property. Okay, let the property will get damaged, I will get money. If you took insurance policy on your friend name, okay, if my friend is expired, I will get money, like that you will think. So here there will be no insurable interest, so here it will be void. Next one, waging agreement contract of insurance. So you can refer this question with the help of this table. Next one, let's see quasi-contracts. So what is meant by quasi-contract? Quasi-contract is a contract which is created by law. Quasi-contract is a contract which is created by law. Okay, then by law will create quasi-contract. So if a person enjoys benefit, out of the cost of other person, then law will create a quasi-contract in between them, and law will order this person to return back that money or property to the first person. Okay, this kind of contract is called as quasi-contract. Okay, quasi-contract will get created by law, not by parties. So in case of quasi-contract, offer, acceptance, capacity to contract, next one, pre-consent, all these things are not necessary. Okay, and why law will create quasi-contract? Whenever a person enjoys benefit out of the cost of other person, then only law will create quasi-contract. Okay, what law will make? So law will make obligations on this party. To pay money for those benefits or to return those benefits. And law will create duties, nothing but duties, not, it is rights. Law will provide rights to another party to recover these benefits or to get payment for these benefits. Okay. Sir, in how many cases law will create quasi-contract like this? In total 5 cases. Then what are those 5 cases? First one, finder of lost goods. Okay, now I lost my goods. I lost my goods. And those goods are found by some other party. Now that person will become finder of lost goods. As a finder of lost goods, what he need to do? So he need to search for me. He need to search for owner. That means finder of lost goods need to search for owner. First condition. Second one, he need to take care of those goods just like his personal goods. Next, third one, he need to give those goods when owner is found. And last one, he can't use those goods for personal purpose. So these are the 4 duties on finder of lost goods. So whenever you find any goods of any other person, then don't take them into your custody. If you took them into your custody, then definitely you need to follow these 4 duties. What are those 4 duties? You need to search for owner. You need to take care about that property just like your own goods. You can't use those goods for your personal purpose. And you need to return them back to original owner if he was found. Next one. In case of necessaries, supplied to minor. In case of necessaries, supplied to minor. Okay. If any person supplied a necessaries to minor, then will he entitled to get any payment? Yes. How much? A reasonable amount. From where? From the property of minor. So from minor's property, he can recover reasonable amount. This is second quasi-contract. Third one. Sir, by mistake, I paid money to somebody else. Now that person need to pay any money? Yes, he need to pay money to you. Next one. By mistake, I deliver goods to somebody else. Then what about the duty on that person? He need to redeliver the goods to you. So if you got any money or goods under mistake, then you need to return them back. So goods or money received under mistake. Goods or money received under mistake, you need to return them back. Next one. Now other party applied coercion on you and he took money or goods. Now also he need to return them back. So coercion case. Say for example, if I got money, if I got goods, if I got money or if I got goods under mistake of other party or because of coercion by me, in both these cases, those goods or money does not belongs to me. So I need to return them back as per quasi-contract. Next. Non-gratuitous acts. Non-gratuitous acts. Sir, what is meant by gratuitous act and what is meant by non-gratuitous acts? Gratuitous acts means anything which is done for free of cost. Anything done for free of cost will be called as gratuitous acts. Then what about non-gratuitous act? Anything which is done by expecting some return consideration is called as non-gratuitous act. Okay, if I did anything that for free of cost, I can't recover them back. But if I did anything by expecting some return consideration, then I can claim money for my work. So that is the point here. Next, fifth quasi-contract. Payment of lawful dues of another party. Payment of lawful dues of others. Say for example, there are two parties A and B. A and B. A is having an expense of rupees 10,000. So this 10,000 debt belongs to A. Okay, now who need to settle the debt? A only. But instead of A, B settle this debt. That means B paid this 10,000 to other party. Okay. Now the question arises like this. Can B recover the 10,000 from A? Because A need to pay 10,000, but on behalf of A, B paid that 10,000. Can B recover this paid amount from A, that is 10,000 from A? Yes, based on fifth quasi-contract. But in order to recover the same, so first of all, the due must belongs to one party and its payment must be done by another party. First condition. Second condition. This due must be a lawful due. Third condition. And the person making payment must have some interest in that payment. He need to get some benefit in that payment. Then only this quasi-contract will get applicable. So by this we completed quasi-contracts. Next and last topic, that is contingent contract. So what is meant by contingent contract? Contingent contract is a contract. Contingent contract is a contract to do or not to do something, that is positive or negative. So to do or not to do is positive thing, not to do is negative thing. It is a contract to do or not to do something, but the performance of which is dependent upon an event which is collateral to that contract. Sir, what type of event, sir? Event here is uncertain event. That means which may happen or may not happen. So which may happen or may not happen. So that event will be called as uncertain event. Say for example, there is a seller. So seller made a promise to deliver goods to B. Seller made a promise to deliver goods to B. But he made a condition. What is that condition? Actually, those goods are coming in a ship. Those goods are coming in a ship. If that ship arrives, I will deliver goods to you. If that ship does not arrive, I will not deliver those goods to you. That means here there is a contract to do something, that is positive contract. But the performance of this contract is dependent upon arrival of the ship, which is uncertain, which may happen or may not happen. So you can call this contract as contingent contract. Okay, what are the essentials of contingent contract? Performance must depend upon the happening or not happening of an event. That event must be uncertain event. That means which may happen or may not happen. And that event must be collateral to the contract. It does not form part of contract. So if that event is also part of contract, then it is not a contingent contract. Okay, that event must not be part of contract. So what is the meaning of collateral? The event must not be part of contract. Must not be part of contract. Must not be part of contract. Okay, next one. The event should not be mere will. Should not be mere will means, so should not be in the control of a person, single person. Say for example, I made a promise like this. I will pay 10,000 to you. I will pay 10,000 to you if I want. I will pay 10,000 to you if I want. Is it a contingent contract? No. Here the performance is completely dependent upon my willingness only. So if anything is dependent like that, then it is not a contingent contract. So that is the meaning of this point. Next, enforcement rules. Very simple. So the performance is dependent upon a condition. In case of contingent contract, the performance will be dependent upon a condition. If that condition is fulfilled, enforceable. If that condition is not fulfilled, it will become void. Simple. Now, the condition is happening of an event. So if condition is happening of event, then when it will become enforceable? When it happens. Otherwise, void. Now, not happening. When it does not happen, otherwise void. Future conduct of living person, whatever it may be. So it is also happens only. When it happens, otherwise it is void. Happening within fixed time. If it happens within fixed time, then it is valid. Otherwise void. Next one. Not happening of specified event within fixed time. If it does not happen within fixed time, then only it is valid. Otherwise it is void. Impossible event. Remember a point. Impossible means it is certain event, not uncertain. It is clearly certain. So when contract is dependent upon certain event, will it become a contingent contract? No, it is not a contingent contract. And moreover, anything which is impossible to perform will be considered as unenforceable agreement. That's why it is never enforceable. It is never enforceable. You can refer differences between contingent contract and wagering contract on your own. So by this we completed this chapter. Okay, let's start another chapter, that is performance of contract. So in this chapter also, I will cover important topics in brief. Okay, what about other topics, that is unimportant topics? So you can learn those topics on your own with the help of this fast track material. Okay, so first concept, is it important? Yes, important from examination point of view. That's why I'm going to explain this point. So what are the obligation of parties to contract? Say for example, there are two parties, seller and buyer. Okay, at the time of making agreement, seller made a promise to buyer. So what is that promise? To deliver certain goods. So seller made a promise to buyer. What is that promise? To deliver goods. Okay, then when seller will get released from his obligation? When seller will get discharged from his obligation? That is the question now. Okay, so in order to discharge from this obligation, there are four ways. How many ways? Four ways. Okay, then what are those four ways? First one. So seller need to deliver the goods. So as he promised, so if he deliver the goods to buyer, then he will get discharged from the contract. This is the first way. And this type of performance is known as actual performance. It is known as actual performance. Next, second way. So in this case, seller can make a valid attempt to deliver the goods. Sir, what is meant by actual and what is meant by attempt? Say for example, if seller offers to deliver the goods to buyer and buyer accepts the same, it will be called as actual performance. Okay, then when seller offers to deliver the goods but buyer refuses to take the delivery of goods, then it will be called as attempt. Okay, in case of actual performance, seller will get discharged from his obligation. Similarly, in case of attempted performance also, he will get discharged from his obligation. Okay, so in order to discharge from the contract, so what seller need to do? He has to deliver the goods as agreed, or he need to make a valid attempt to deliver the goods. So these are the first two ways. Third way. Say for example, so at the time of making of this agreement, there is no ban on sale of such goods. But before deliveries happened, government made a ban. Now supplying those goods becomes illegal. Now what seller need to do? He need to stop it. Okay, he can't deliver those goods now because it is now illegal. Okay, now what about the obligation of seller? Will he get discharged from that obligation? Yes. And the reason is law. So because of law, seller can get excuse. Next one. Act of other party. Act of other party means nothing but breach of contract. Say for example, if B is not willing to pay money, then what about seller? Is he liable to deliver the goods when buyer is not ready to pay the price? Not required. That means here also seller will get discharged. Okay, in total there are 4 ways. In those 4 ways, a party will get discharged from the contract, or a party will get discharged from his obligations. What are those 4 ways? First one, actual performance. Second one, attempted performance. Third one, excusal by law. And fourth one, by act of other party. Okay, let's correlate with the example. So seller. So how seller will get discharged from the contract in this example? So he need to deliver the goods as agreed. He need to make a valid attempt to deliver the goods, and supply of those goods must be banned by law. Next one, if buyer, that is B, so fails to pay the price or refuses to pay the price, in all these cases seller will get discharged from the contract. Next one, and this concept is not so important. So previously I said, so in order to get discharged from the contract, he need to make a valid attempt. So when attempt will be considered as valid? So for that purpose you need to refer this question, but this question is not so important from examination point of view. Next one. So what is the effect of refusal to perform the contract? Okay, say for example, seller made a promise to buyer to deliver the goods. Okay, if he performed the contract, if he delivered the goods, it will be called as actual performance. If he made attempt but buyer refuses to take delivery, then it will be called as attempted performance. And third one, if seller himself refuses to deliver the goods, then it will be called as non-performance. Okay, when seller made breach of contract, non-performance is nothing but breach of contract. When seller made breach of contract, what buyer can do? So buyer now will have 2 options. What are those 2 options? He can continue the contract or he can terminate the contract. But remember a point, once buyer decides to continue, he must continue. So he can't cancel the contract based on same reason once again. Okay, if buyer chooses to cancel the contract, he need to cancel it. That means if option is once chosen, then it can't be altered. If option is once chosen, it can't be altered. Okay, then what about damages, sir? So whether buyer is continuing the contract or terminating the contract, whatever the case it may be, in both situations, the buyer is entitled to claim damages. So in this case, seller is nothing but promiser and buyer is nothing but promisee. If promiser failed to fulfill his promise, then what promisee can do? He can terminate the contract or he can continue the contract, but he can choose any one of the option, that too for once only. He can't change it later. And one more important point, What about damages? Can he claim damages? Yes, promise is entitled to claim damages. In which situation? In both situations. So in this question, so you will get a concept question. So this question is very, very important from examination point of view. So the main question will be based on option can be exercised only once and claiming damages. So on these 2 points only, examiner may ask different kind of questions. That's it. So you need to remember, if option 1 is chosen, it can't be changed later. Important point. Next one, in either of the cases, promisee, that is buyer, is entitled to claim damages. Who can perform the promise? So first we need to check some elements. If contract involves personal skill or personal confidence, say for example, I made a contract with a painter in order to paint my picture. Okay, will it involve any personal skill? Definitely. So in that contract, who need to perform? Only promiser, not anybody else. Next one, personal confidence. Say for example, I have so much confidence on my friend. That's why I admitted my friend as a partner in my firm. Okay, what happens if that person was expired? Will his legal heirs become partners in his place? No. Because I have personal confidence on main person, not on legal representatives. So if any contract involves either personal skill or personal confidence, then the contract should be performed by only such person, but not by any other person. So what happens if there is any death? Contract will get terminated. What happens if that person become insolvent? Contract will get terminated. What happens if anything is happened to that person which makes him incapable to do that contract? Then also contract will get terminated. If anything is happened to that person, the contract will get terminated. So that is the point we need to remember here. And there is one more point. Here, personal skill not required, personal confidence not required, but agreement is required. So in agreement, you clearly stated like this. So if you want to perform the contract, you should alone perform the contract, but not any other person. Like that, I made a condition. So like that, I made a condition. You need to perform the contract, but not any other person. So what happens if any agreement contains any condition like that? Then promisor alone can perform the contract. Okay, that means in case of personal skill involvement, in case of personal confidence involvement, in case of conditional agreement that the contract need to be performed by promisor alone, in all these 3 cases, who need to perform the contract? Promisor only, not any other person. Sir, what happens if anything is happened to promisor? If he is expired or becomes insolvent or unsound or personally incapable, now what will happen? The contract will get terminated from that moment onwards. It will not get assigned to legal heads. Okay, what about other cases? So here, no personal skill, no personal confidence, no agreement. Now who can perform the contract? Promisor himself, or he may appoint agent also. Sir, what happens if promisor was expired? Then legal heads of the promisor. Sir, what happens if there is one or more joint promisors? Any one of the joint promisor. Say for example, ABC combinedly made a promise to X to pay 6,000 rupees. So they combinedly made a promise to pay 6,000 to X. Now say, who can perform the contract here? Either A or B or C or all. So any person can perform the contract in case of joint promisors. So that is the point written here. Any one of the joint promisors. Next one. Sir, what about third party? This point is very important for practical question point of view. So what about third party? So can he perform the contract? Answer is no. Third party can't perform the contract. But here you need to remember a point. Say for example, there are 2 parties, Abhi and Bhuvi. Abhi and Bhuvi. Okay. So what happened here? Abhi gave a loan of rupees 1 lakh. Abhi gave a loan of rupees 1 lakh to Bhuvi. Okay, now Bhuvi made a promise. Bhuvi made a promise to repay the entire loan along with interest within 3 years time period. Okay, now the due date was expired. Now say, who can file case against Bhuvi? So who can file case against Bhuvi? Abhi. Okay. Now on behalf of Bhuvi, his friend Ravi. So he made a part payment of rupees 60,000 to Abhi. So Ravi paid 60,000 rupees to Abhi on behalf of Bhuvi. Now what Abhi need to do? Abhi has now 2 options. He can accept the payment, he can reject the payment. Okay, now there are two options available to Abhi. Okay, if he accepts the payment, now what will happen? Now the due amount will get reduced by 60,000 and the balance amount can be recorded from Bhuvi. So what happens if this 60,000 payment was rejected by Abhi? Then he is entitled to recover entire 1 lakh from Bhuvi. Okay, so say for example, in this case, if Ravi paid 80,000, now how much amount Abhi can record from Bhuvi? Only 20,000. So that is the concept here. But in order to confuse you, he will provide like this. Ravi made payment in ignorance of Bhuvi. Or for the payment made by Ravi, Bhuvi did not give any ratification or approval. So like this, in order to confuse you, they will provide extra facts. Okay, now what we need to do? Just ignore those extra facts. So here what is relevant means whether Abhi, that is promisee, accepted the performance of third party or not. That is important. If Abhi accepts the payment, then due amount will get reduced. If Abhi rejects the payment, then the due amount will remain same. So what is important here? Whether Abhi is accepting or not, that is important. Whether, so with the knowledge of Bhuvi only he made payment or not, or whether Bhuvi accepted it or not, ratified it or not, all these things are irrelevant. All these things are irrelevant. What is relevant here? Whether Abhi accepted the payment or not, that is relevant. If he accepted the payment, then the due amount will get reduced by that payment amount. Okay. So like this only you will get a practical question. Very important practical question. Next one. This is very important topic of this chapter. So on this concept, there are several number of questions in ICI sources also. So that is the importance of this topic. Okay. So here I provided an example. So with the help of example, you can solve any type of question given based on this concept. Okay. Let's see the example. A, B, C. How many parties? 3 parties. A, B, C. A, B, C combinedly made a promise to pay rupees 3,000 to X. Okay. Here, who is promiser? Generally, what is the meaning of promiser? So, promiser means person making promise. Okay. Who is promising? Person receiving promise. So, in this case, who are making promise? A, B, C. So, here A, B, C are called as joint promisers. They are called as joint promisers. And what about X? He is receiving promise. Only single party. That's why he will be called as promisee. And what about this promise? This promise will create joint obligation. Okay, this is the example. Now we need to solve some questions based on this example. So first one. So what is the nature of liability? What is the nature of liability of ABC? So the nature of liability of ABC is joint and several. Joint and several. Sir, what is meant by joint liability and several liability? So in case of joint liability, X can demand 3,000 from all the persons combinedly. X can demand 3,000 from all the persons combinedly. It is known as joint liability. Then what about several liability? Several liability means X can demand his 3,000 either from A alone or from B alone or from C alone. That means he can recover his money from who the person it may be. That means he can recover from any person according to his choice. So it will be called as several liability. Okay, then what is the nature of liability in case of this joint promise? Joint as well as several. Joint as well as several. That means it is the option of X whether to file a case against ABC or A alone or B alone or C alone or AB, BC, AC. Okay, it is the option. He can access any option. Okay. Now what X can do? X can compel all partners, some partners, or one partner, not partner, promiser. So X can compel all promises, some promises, or one promiser to recover 3,000. Okay. Then what is the share of each joint promiser for this obligation? So total amount how much? 3,000. How many joint promises are there? 3. So 3,000 divided by 3, it will be 1,000 for A, 1,000 for A, 1,000 for B, 1,000 for C. So that is the point given here. Equally, A will get 1,000 liability, B 1,000 liability, C 1,000 liability. Next one. What happens when any one of the joint promiser becomes insolvent or fail to pay money? Say for example, in this case, A become insolvent. In this case, who become insolvent? A become insolvent. And from him, only 200 is recoverable. From him, only 200 is recoverable. That means now A's liability is 200. What about balance 800? it need to be borne by remaining joint promises in equal ratio. So 800 divided by 2, that is 400, 400. So now B's liability will be 1400. B's liability will be 1400 and C's liability will be 1400. A's liability is 200. So if you sum up all these values, definitely it will be 3000 only. Okay. So if any person is unable to contribute anything or only some portion of amount, then balance amount need to be contributed by remaining promises equally. So now say, what is the liability of each person? So B share of liability is 1400, C share of liability is 1400, total 2800. And what about A? A's liability is 200, total 3000. Okay, is it possible to compel a single person? Yes. Say for example, X compelled B to pay entire amount. Now what B need to do? B has to pay entire 3000. B has to pay entire 3000. But at later point of time, B can recover 200 from A, 1400 from C. So first he need to pay the entire 3000 to X. Next he can recover 200 from A and 1400 from C. Nothing but he can recover the liability of each joint promisor. So that is the point given here. So if only B is compelled to pay entire 3000, then what he can do? He need to pay entire 3000. At later point of time he can collect 200 from A, 1400 from C. Next one. Sir, what happens if X releases any person? Say for example, in this case X releases C from his liability. Now what will happen? X is not liable to pay that 3000. Then who are liable to pay that 3000? A and B combinedly. A and B combinedly liable to pay that 3000. But later, so the extra amount paid by them can be recovered from C. That is, they can recover 1400 from C. Next one. So by this we completed joint obligations. Okay, once again I am repeating. So what is the nature of liability of A, B, C? Joint and several. Who can be compelled by X? Any person or some persons or all. Okay, then what is the share of each person towards that liability? Generally equal. Generally it is equal. What happens if any person is not able to bring any cash? Then the balance amount need to be brought by remaining partners in equal ratio. Okay, what happens if any one of the person got released? Then other person need to contribute, but the person so released is still liable to other persons who made the entire payment. Next one, rules regarding joint rights. It is very easy. So here, now there will be three parties, A, B, C. Now X will make a promise to A, B, C to pay 3000 rupees. Okay, in this case, what is the position of X? Promiser. And what is the position of A, B, C? They are promises. So more than one promisee, that's why they are called as joint promises. Okay, now joint promises will have a right. What is that right? Joint right to demand 3000. So what is the nature of that right? It is only joint. It is only joint but not several. That means A, B, C combinedly can demand that 3000 from X. A alone or B alone or C alone or majority of persons can't demand 3000 from X. All need to be combined in order to get that payment. Next, devolution. Whether it is joint rights or joint obligation, whatever it may be. So if any one of the person got expired, his place will get replaced by his legal heir. Say for example here, if A is expired, small a will come. If B is expired, small b will come. If C is expired, small c will come. So small a, small b, small c are nothing but the legal heirs of capital A, capital B, capital C. So if anything is happened to main person, then their legal heirs will substitute their positions. Here also same. If anything is happened to capital A, small a will come. Capital B, small b will come. Capital C, small c will come. Okay. In case of joint right or joint liability, if anything is happened to main person, his place will get replaced by his legal heirs. So time and place of performance not important. So reciprocal promise. So here you may get a concept question either for 1 or 2 marks. Okay, I will explain this concept. So reciprocal promise. What is meant by reciprocal promise? So for example, A made a promise to provide certain services to B. A made a promise to provide certain services to B. In return, B made a promise to pay money to A. Okay, in this case, for the promise of providing services, B is making a promise to pay money. Okay, here I am getting promise. So for that promise, in return, I am making another promise. So getting promise, making promise. So these two promises will be called as reciprocal promises. So promise of first party, promise of second party. Okay, now both these parties made promises with each other. Those two promises will now be called as reciprocal promises. Now kinds of reciprocal promises. So for example, A said, if you pay money, then only I will provide services. Otherwise, I will not provide those services. Or B said, if you provide services, then only I will pay money. Otherwise, I will not going to pay any money. That means in either of the examples, performance of one party is dependent upon the performance of the other party. When performance of one party is dependent upon the performance of the other party, then it will be called as mutual and dependent. It will be called as mutual and dependent. Sir, what happens if irrespective of B's performance, A is going to provide services, and irrespective of A's performance, B is providing money? Then they are called as mutual and independent. If promises are dependent on each other, dependent. If they are not dependent, independent. Sir, what happens if both need to be performed simultaneously? On one hand, A will provide services. On other hand, he will take money from B. Okay, this kind of promises are known as what? Concurrent promises. Okay, so if promise performance is dependent upon another promise performance, dependent. Not dependent, independent. If both need to be satisfied, both need to be performed at same point of time, that is simultaneously, then it will be called as concurrent. Now first one, mutual and dependent. So in this case, first one party need to perform the contract, and thereafter another party will perform the contract. Okay, now who need to perform the first? How to decide the order of performance? So if it is already agreed, follow that order. If it is not agreed, follow as per nature of transaction. Say for example, credit sale. So what shall be the order of performance? First, supplier will provide services. Supplier will provide goods or services to recipient. The two without taking any money. Okay, at later point of time, recipient need to pay money. So if it is done within time limit, then no interest. After time limit, with interest. Okay, how we decided the order of performance here? Just because of nature of transaction. So if it is already agreed, if order is already agreed, then follow agreed order. If order is not agreed, then what they need to do? They have to perform the contract as per nature of transaction. Next one. So what happens if the person who need to perform the first had failed to perform it? If first person failed to perform it, then second person no need to perform. And in addition to that, second person can claim damage from the first person. Okay, so say for example, seller need to deliver goods to buyer, and buyer made a promise to pay money only upon delivery. Okay, here who need to perform first? Seller. What happens if seller fails to deliver the goods? Buyer is not obligated to pay the money, and moreover, for the breach of contract committed by seller, what buyer can do? He can claim damages. Next one, mutual and concurrent. When they need to perform? So here, when other party is ready and willing. Say for example, when seller need to deliver the goods to buyer, when buyer is ready and willing to pay the price. Okay, then what about buyer? When buyer need to perform the contract, when seller is ready and willing to deliver the goods. So seller need to perform when buyer is ready and willing, buyer need to perform when seller is ready and willing. Okay, this is in case of mutual and concurrent. Next, other rules. Sir, what happens if contract is not performed within fixed time? If contract is not performed within fixed time, what will happen? So here first we need to check whether time is important or not. Whether time is essence or not, we need to check it first. If time is important, then contract is voidable. If time is not important, then contract is not voidable. So you need to check according to the essence. If time is essence, voidable. If time is not essence, not voidable. But even though time is not essence, you need to perform the contract within reasonable time. Next one. So what happens when one party prevents the other party from performing the contract? So say for example, seller buyer. So buyer prevents seller from making delivery of goods. Now what will happen? Contract will become voidable at the option of seller. Not only that, seller can claim damages from buyer. So the party is so prevented. So at the hands of that party, the contract will become voidable, and moreover, he can claim damages also. Sir, what happens when I made any agreement to do impossible activity? If it is void from the beginning, void agreement. If it is possible at the time of beginning, but subsequently it becomes impossible, then it will be void contract. So from the beginning, if it is impossible, void agreement. Subsequently, if it becomes impossible, void contract. Next one. So now parties agreed to do both legal and illegal activities at a time. Now what is the validity of that contract? If they are separable or not, we need to check it first. If both are separable, if legal part can be severed from, that is severed from illegal part, then legal part is valid, illegal part is void. So what happens when they are not separable? When they are inseparable, now what will happen? Now entire agreement will be treated as void, even though it is containing some legal acts. If they are separable, then valid portion will be legal part, void portion will be illegal part. If they are not separable, then the entire agreement will be considered as void only. Next one. Now agreement to do both legal as well as illegal. No. Now agreement is to do either legal or illegal. Either legal or illegal. Okay, now there is an option to choose. So if he chooses legal part, then the contract is valid. If he chooses illegal part, then the contract is void. So for example, seller made a promise to buyer to deliver either rice or opium. Opium means nothing but smuggled goods. Okay, now if buyer chooses for rice, valid contract. If buyer chooses for opium, void contract. So by this we completed. Okay, not yet completed. So we have one more concept, that is appropriation of payment. This is also very important. Okay. So first of all, I will explain this concept with the help of example, because this concept is very, very important from practical question point of view or concept question point of view. Okay, now there are two parties, Ram and Shyam. Okay, so Ram took multiple loans from Shyam. So first he took 2,000, later he took 3,000, and thereafter 5,000 and 1,000. Like this, he took multiple debts from, that is loans from Shyam. Okay, now Ram made a payment of rupees 1,000. Ram made a payment of rupees 1,000. Now where to adjust this payment? For which debt we need to adjust this payment? Is it for 2,000 or 3,000 or 5,000 or 1,000? For which payment we need to adjust here? So for this purpose, you need to follow certain rules. So what are those rules? So first priority will be given to Ram. So if Ram want to adjust this 1,000 to 2,000, yes, you need to adjust the 1,000 to 2,000. If Ram wants to adjust this 1,000 to 3,000, yes, that means the first priority should be given to whom? Ram. Ram means who? Debtor. Person paying money. Person paying this 1,000 rupees. So for that person, first we need to give priority. Okay. What happens if Ram is silent? Then it is the option of Shyam. Shyam can adjust this 1,000 towards any debt. Sir, in this debt, 2,000 debt is already time barred debt, sir. Time barred debt means due date is expired. From due date, 3 years is also expired. Now what will happen to debt? It will become time barred debt. Okay, now no one can recover time barred debts, and no one have obligation to pay time barred debts. So both parties will get discharged, both money lender as well as borrower. So money lender don't have any rights and borrower don't have any obligation. Okay, now one of the amount is already time barred. Can Shyam adjust his 1,000 to time barred debt when Ram is silent? Yes. When Ram speaks about appropriation, according to Ram, we need to appropriate. When Ram is silent, it's the wish of Shyam. Shyam can adjust that 1,000 towards any debt, including time barred debts also. Including time barred debts also. So what happens if Shyam is also silent? Ram silent as well as Shyam silent. Now what to do? Now follow chronological order, that is date wise. Date wise. So here 2,000 is the first debt, 3,000 is the second debt, 5,000 is the third debt, and 1,000 is the fourth debt. Now which debt they need to appropriate the payment? So date 5, that is for 2,000. Sir, what happens if it is time bar debt? No issue. So in case of chronological order also, time bar debts are allowed. Next, what happens if two dates stands in same date? Say for example 2,000 and 3,000 stands in same date. Now what to do? Now adjust that 1,000 proportionally to 2,000 as well as 3,000 in 2:3 ratio. That's it. We completed this concept. So once again I am repeating. So first what we need to do, when there are several debts, another party made a single payment which is not sufficient to clear all these debts. Now we need to adjust that payment to any one of the particular debt. Which debt? First we need to take the instruction of that person. Otherwise we our wish. So we can adjust that payment towards any amount, including time bar debts. If I was also silent, then chronological order, including time bar debts. If both dates stands in same date, then proportionately. So first it will be debtor's wish. If debtor is silent, creditor's wish. If creditor is silent, chronological order. If both dates stands on same date, then proportionately to both the dates. And one more important point here, Ram can give instructions either expressly or impliedly. So expressly means what? He clearly state for which date he need to adjust that payment. Okay, is it for 2000 or 3000 or 5000 or 1000? He will clearly state to the shop. Okay, then what about implied? So here implied means so making payment which is equal to actual date. So here he made a payment of rupees 1000. So for which date it is actually equal? Last date. So we can take it as implied instruction. We can take it as implied instruction. That's it. Okay, now let's see the chart. Okay. If debtor appropriates the payment, nothing but debtor clearly states, so to adjust this payment towards this particular debt, like that he clearly states that either expressly or impliedly. Expressly means by words, either written or spoken. Impliedly means by paying the amount which is equal to the debt value. Okay, then we need to appropriate the payment accordingly. If debtor is silent, it is creditor wish. It is creditor wish, and creditor can adjust that payment towards time barred debt also. If both parties are silent, then it will be in order of time, nothing but called as chronological order. If both dates are taken on same date, then both payment must be appropriated towards both the dates proportionately. So assignment of contract, this is not so important. Okay, by this we completed this chapter. Okay, let's see another chapter, that is discharge of a contract. So in examination point of view, this chapter is moderately important, and in this entire chapter we will just a single question, that is modes of discharge of contract. So what is meant by modes of discharge of contract? So here discharge means termination, discharge of contract means termination of contract, modes of discharge of contract means ways to terminate the contract. So in this chapter we are going to discuss about various ways in order to terminate a contract. Okay, among those various ways, the first one is by performance. For which kind of performance? It may be actual or attempted. Okay, let's take an example. Seller, buyer. Seller made a promise to deliver the goods and he delivered. Buyer made a promise to pay the price and he paid. So both parties performed the contract. Nothing but actual performance. Now what will happen? Both parties will get discharged from both rights as well as obligations. Now no party will have rights, no party will have obligation. All the things will get terminated. So in case of actual performance, all the things will get terminated. Okay. So what about attempted performance? Say for example, seller is attempting to deliver the goods, whereas buyer is refusing to accept it. Seller is attempting, buyer is refusing. So this kind of performance will be called as attempted performance. Okay, now what will happen? Here, seller will get discharged from his obligation to deliver the goods. Now seller is no longer liable to deliver the goods. Okay. And what about rights? The rights are still available. The rights are still available. He can use those rights in order to file a case against buyer, and he can recover damages also. So in case of actual performance, both parties will get discharged from both rights and obligations. But in case of attempted performance, only promisor will get discharged. That means who made valid attempt. That too from where? Only from obligations. What about rights? Rights are still available. He can use those rights in order to file a case against buyer to recover damages. Next one. By mutual agreement. So by mutual agreement, how a contract will get terminated. So how a contract will get created? Because of mutual agreement only. With the help of same mutual agreement, parties can terminate the contract. But it can happen in different ways. Okay, what are those ways? First one, novation. So what is meant by novation? Substitution of new contract in place of old contract. So if you substitute a new contract in place of old contract, then parties will get discharged from old contract. They will become bound to new contract. Next one, alteration. Now the same contract will remain in existence, but the terms of that contract will get changed. Now what will happen? Parties will get discharged from old terms and they will become bound to new terms. Next, rescission. Rescission means complete cancellation. So here there will be no change in contract, no change in terms. So complete cancellation of the existing contract. So it will be called as rescission. So if you substitute a contract in place of old contract, novation. If you just altered the terms, alteration. If you cancel the entire contract without making any changes or without creating anything new, then it will be called as rescission. Next one. Promisee may waive or remit performance of promise. This is nothing but called as remission. Okay, in how many ways remission is possible? In 3 ways. So for example, seller made a promise to deliver the goods to buyer. Okay, for that purpose, they agreed a date also. So for example, 1st January. Now, by 1st January, seller need to deliver the goods to buyer. Okay, because of some financial difficulties, seller is not able to deliver the goods within the set time. Now, what buyer can do? Buyer can extend the time limit even for further. So, if buyer extends the time limit, it will be called as remission. So, if buyer extends the time limit, then it will be called as remission. Second point. Now, seller is not able to deliver the goods. Seller is not able to deliver the goods. Now, what B can do here? So, here B can ask for lesser number of goods. Say for example, seller agreed to supply 100 bags. 100 bags. Now, what buyer can do? Buyer can reduce the number of bags. Say for example, to 60 bags. So, reduction of performance is nothing but called as remission. First point. Next one. Now, instead of main goods, he asked for some other goods. Okay, if buyer asks for some other goods instead of main goods, then also it will be called as remission only. So, accepting other performance instead of original performance. So, in these 3 cases, it will be called as remission. Now, what will happen, sir? So, in first case, they will get discharged from old time and they will become bound to new time. In second case, they will get discharged from 100 bags and they will become bound to 60 bags. In third case, they will get discharged from original performance and they will become bound to new performance. Okay, this is nothing but remission. So, what is the difference between alteration and remission? So, alteration will happen by taking the consent of all the parties. But in case of remission, it is a sole definition of sole point of the promisee. So, promisee can do anything here. So, promisee can extend time limit for promiser. Promisee can accept lesser performance. Promisee can accept other performance instead of original performance. So, it's the right of promisee. So, if promisee alone do that, then it will be called as remission. If both parties agree to do that, it will be called as alteration. Okay. Next one. Voidable contract. So, what happens in case of voidable contract? In case of voidable contract, agreed party, we have 2 options. He can continue the contract or he can cancel the contract. So, he can continue the contract or he can cancel the contract. Okay. If agreed party chooses to cancel the contract, now what will happen? If agreed party chooses to cancel the contract, then agreed party, nothing but called as party resigning the contract. So, he will be called as agreed party. So, now what he need to do? He need to cancel it completely. Partial cancellation is not allowed. Next one. And his cancellation must be communicated to the promiser. Sir, in which manner, sir? So, for communicating offer, what rules you follow? The same rules need to be followed in case of communication of cancellation. Next one. Sir, what about the benefits which are received from defaulting party? If agreed party receives any benefit from defaulting party, at the time of resigning the contract, agreed party need to restore them back. So, here 4 points need to be satisfied. So, what are those 4 points? Partial cancellation, not allowed. If agreed party want to cancel, he need to cancel it completely. Next one. And he need to communicate about the cancellation to the defaulting party. In which manner? Just like offer. Next one. Then, what about the benefit received by agreed party? He need to restore them back to the defaulting person. That's it. Then, what about other contracting party? Nothing but defaulting person. What he need to do? So, when agreed party decide to cancel the contract, then defaulting party will get discharged from his obligation. But why agreed party is cancelling this contract? Because of some default made by the defaulting party. That's why defaulting party need to pay damages if required. That means if agreed party suffer with any loss, then defaulting party must compensate it by paying damages. Obligation of person who has received advantage, nothing but benefit under void agreement or void contract. So what does it mean? So here, A made an agreement with B to supply goods, and B made a payment of rupees 10,000. B made a payment of rupees 10,000. Okay, if for any reason if this contract is cancelled or it becomes void, now what will happen? B can recover his 10,000 which is already paid to A. Okay, if anything is happened to contract, if contract becomes void and it can't be continued further, then both parties are entitled to take back their goods or money or benefits which are given to the other party as part of contract. So in this case, the goods are not yet delivered, but payment is already made. Now this contract can't be continued further. Now what we can do? We can recover his 10,000 which is already paid to A. But remember a point, if this 10,000 is paid as security deposit, if this 10,000 is paid as security deposit, then security deposit can also be recovered back. But if the contract is not continued because of buyer only, that is because of B only, this contract is cancelled. Now security deposit will amount forfeited. Okay, let's have a look into that. Security deposit, other amount. Security deposit, other amount. Okay, one party, that is first party, provided security deposit along with other amount to second party. Okay, if for any reason, whatever the reason it may be, if the contract can't be continued further, if the contract is terminated, then first party can recover other amount. First party can recover other amount. But what about security deposit? So here we need to check. Here we need to classify the reason. If this is happened because of breach of contract by first party, then security deposit will get forfeited. If it is happened because of any other reason, then security deposit can be recovered back. So that is the main point. Next one. So what happens if promisor is not provided with reasonable facilities by promisee? Say for example, A made a promise. A is a painter. So A made a promise to paint B's house. So for that purpose, what B need to do? He need to provide paints. Here who is promisor? A. So if promisor want to continue the contract, if promisor want to perform the contract, first of all, what he required? He required paints from B, that is promisee. That means promisee need to provide reasonable facilities to the promisor in order to perform the contract. What happens if B fails to provide the paints? Then A is not liable to paint the house. That's it. Next one. Discharge of contract by supervening impossibility. Discharge of contract by supervening impossibility. So here impossibilities are classified into two ways, two types. Initial impossibility, supervening impossibility. Initial impossibility means impossibility from the beginning. Supervening impossibility means subsequent impossibility. Initially it is possible only, but subsequently it becomes impossible. Okay, it will be called as supervening or subsequent impossibility. Okay, in case of initial impossibility, there will not exist a contract. The agreement is void agreement. Sir, both parties knows about the impossibility, sir, then also void. Sir, both parties don't know about the impossibility, sir, then also void. Sir, one party knows about the impossibility, sir, then also void. So whatever the case it may be, if it is initial impossibility, always the agreement is void agreement. Whether parties knows about it or not, it is irrelevant. So here always the agreement will become void agreement. Next one. Then when supervening impossibility may happen? So first one, because of some unforeseen change in law. Say for example, at the time of making contract, there is no ban on our contract. But before performance is completed, government bans our contract. Now what will happen? We need to stop the contract here. Now it is legally impossible to perform the contract. So initially at the time of making contract, it is legally possible. At that time there is no ban. But subsequently, now what happened? It becomes legally impossible. So this is first example for subsequent impossibility. Next one. At the time of creating agreement or contract, subject matter is in existence only. But after agreement is created, before performance is completed, subject matter got destroyed. When subject matter got destroyed after creation of contract, then contract will get discharged. Next one. So this is applicable to personal skill or personal confidence involved contracts. So in case of contracts involving personal skill or personal confidence, if anything is happened to that person, then what will happen to the contract? It will get discharged. Already we saw this point in performance of contract chapter itself. Next one, declaration of war. Now I made a contract with Pakistani citizen. It is now valid only as there is no war between India and Pakistan. Suddenly, India announces a war against Pakistan, or Pakistan announces a war against India. Now what will happen? The Pakistani citizen will now become enemy for me. Now what about this existing contract? I need to stop this contract at any cost. That means the contract will get discharged. In all these four cases, subsequent impossibility will get arises. Next one, discharge of contract by breach of contract. Okay, we already discussed about breach of contract. So how many types of breach of contracts are there? Two types, actual, anticipatory. So if contract was broken on due date, if contract was broken on due date, it will be called as actual breach. If contract is broken before due date, then it will be called as anticipatory breach of contract. So for example, I made a promise to deliver the goods by 1st of next month. Okay, on 1st of next month I failed to supply the goods. Actual breach of contract. Now itself. So before due date only I said I will not going to deliver those goods to you. This is nothing but anticipatory breach of contract. Next one. Discharge of contract due to other factors by lapse of time. Here, time is nothing but limitation period. Limitation period. So what is meant by limitation period? It is the time limit to enforce a contract. Generally, it will be 3 years. So if you want to file a case, you need to file a case within 3 years. Otherwise, you can't do anything. After 3 years, you can't do anything. You can't file a case. Okay. So what will happen to contract after 3 years? It will become expired. It will get terminated. So best example, time bar date. So on due date, if borrower failed to pay the money, so within 3 years, money lender need to approach the court. What happens if it is not done? That too, even after the expiry of 3 years, then contract will get discharged and debt will become time barred debt. Next one, by operation of law. Yes, if any party is expired, that person will get discharged from the contract. In his place, his legal heir will come. If any person become insolvent, then he will get discharged from the contract. In his place, official receiver appointed by the court will come. Okay. Next one. This point is already completed. Merger of rights. So what is meant by merger of rights? Let's see with an example. There are two parties, Ram and Ravi. Okay, Ram gave his house for usage purpose and Ravi made a promise to pay rent. That means initially there is rental agreement between Ram and Ravi. After 3 months, they made another agreement with each other. In this agreement, Ram sold the said property to Ravi. Now where he was residing by paying rent. And Ravi paid the entire price. Nothing but this is sale agreement. First one is rental agreement, second one is sale agreement. Now, there are two agreements between same parties. One agreement is having inferior rights, another agreement is having superior rights. Sir, inferior rights, which agreement? Rental agreement. So, sale agreement is superior to rental agreement. Rental agreement is inferior. So, this is inferior rights agreement and this is superior rights agreement. So, when inferior rights agreement and superior rights agreement merge with each other, then automatically the agreement having inferior rights will get terminated. In that place, the agreement having superior rights will sustain. That is the point here. So when inferior rights and superior rights both merge with each other, nothing but merger of rights, which one will survive? Superior rights will survive. What about inferior rights? Parties will get discharged from inferior rights. Okay. Okay, next chapter, that is remedies for breach of contract. So this is moderately important chapter for examination point of view. Okay. The first one, breach of contract. Okay, it is important question. So what is meant by breach of contract? If any one of the party fails to perform his promise, then it will be referred as breach of contract. So for example, there is a contract of sale between seller and buyer. So what is the promise made by seller? To deliver goods. What is the promise made by buyer? To pay the price. So for example, if seller fails to deliver the goods, then it will be called as breach of contract on part of seller. If buyer failed to pay the price, then it will be considered as breach of contract on part of buyer. Okay, so the person who fails to fulfill his promise is said to be committed breach of contract, and that person will be called as defaulting party and other party will be called as aggrieved party. So for example, in this case, if seller commits breach of contract, seller will be called as defaulting party and buyer will be called as aggrieved party. Next one, types of breach of contract. So if breach of contract is occurred on due date, if it is occurred on due date, or after starting the performance, it will be called as actual breach. If the breach is happened before due date, then it will be called as anticipatory. So for example, A promises to supply 100 bags to B on 1st January. Okay, now on 1st January, he failed to supply those 100 bags. Or he started supplying bags, he delivered 20 bags and he failed to deliver remaining bags. In both the cases, it will be called as actual breach only. Next one. So same contract now on December 15th itself. So A is saying, I am not going to deliver any bags to you. That means he committed breach of contract, not on due date. He committed breach of contract before due date only. So it will be called as anticipatory breach of contract. So if breach of contract is happened on due date or during the course of performance, it will be actual. If it is happened before due date, anticipatory. So what is the effect, sir? In case of actual breach of contract, he can take immediate action. In case of anticipatory breach of contract, he can take immediate action. Or he can wait till due date, and after due date he can file the case. So this is the option which is available to aggrieved party. So in case of actual breach, he need to approach court immediately. In case of anticipatory breach, he can approach either immediately or he may wait till due date. So if contract was broken on December 15th, now what buyer can do? He can approach court immediately or he can wait till 1st January. Okay. So what happens if he decide to wait till due date? If he decide to wait till due date and A offered to perform the contract, then B must accept it. So first seller said like this, I won't deliver any goods to you. Okay. This is anticipatory. Now buyer is having two options. He can approach court immediately or he may wait till due date. Now he decide to wait till due date. Now what will happen? If seller again offers to deliver the goods, then it must be accepted by the buyer. Next one. Sir, what happens if anything is happened to goods? If anything is happened to goods and contract becomes subsequent impossible to perform, then it will become void and buyer will lose all his rights. Now he can't approach court. So there are two effects. Normally option is two. Option 1, option 2. So what is the first option? He can file case immediately. What is the second option? He can wait till due date. On due date he can file the case. Okay, if he chooses second option, now what will happen? Now if seller wants to perform the contract, then buyer need to accept it. If anything makes the contract impossible to perform, then buyer will lose all his rights. He can't approach court now. Next one. So in case of breach of contract, how many options are available to aggrieved party? Whether it is actual or anticipatory, whatever it may be. So if you want to take immediate action or he want to wait till due date, whatever it may be, he can exercise these 5 rights. Okay, if he want to cancel the contract, he can. If he want to collect damages, he can. Say for example, if aggrieved party suffers with any loss because of breach of contract committed by defaulting party, so what aggrieved party can do? He can ask for damages. Next one. Specific performance and injunction order. Okay, I will explain these 2 points after explaining quantum merit. Quantum merit. What is meant by quantum merit? See, if aggrieved party performed certain work and other party has terminated the contract, nothing but commits breach of contract. Now aggrieved party is entitled to claim money for the work which is already done. So claiming money for the work which is already done is known as quantum merit. Okay, now say what are the rights available to aggrieved party in case of breach of contract? If A commits breach of contract, B will have following rights. B can cancel the contract. If B suffered with loss, he can ask for damages. If B provides any work already, he can claim money for that work. He can do anything. And what about specific performance and injunction? So for example, if contract contains positive terms or negative terms. Okay, now aggrieved party want to enforce positive terms, then he can file a case for specific performance. If aggrieved party want to continue negative terms, he can file a case for injunction. Say for example, there is a singer. Now the singer made an agreement with a producer. So in that agreement, there are 2 conditions. So first one is, this singer will perform in the movie which is produced by this producer. Okay, performing in the movie. First condition. Second condition, not to perform for any other movie until completion of this movie. Not to perform for any other movie until completion of this movie. So not to perform. Now there are two conditions in this agreement. First condition is positive term. To do something is positive term. Second condition is negative term. Not to do something is negative term. Okay, now this singer stops performing in the movie produced by this producer. Now what producer can do? In order to enforce this positive term, he can go to the court and he can ask for specific performance. Next one. Now this singer started performing in other movies without completion of this movie. Now what producer can do in order to enforce this negative term? In order to enforce this negative term, he can go to the court and he can ask for injunction, nothing but stay order, in order to stop that singer from performing in other movies. Okay, to enforce positive terms, aggrieved party requires specific performance. To enforce negative terms, aggrieved party requires injunction. Next one, who can claim quantum merit? Generally, aggrieved party can claim quantum merit at any situation. So he completed his work or he completed part of his work. So for the work which is already done by him, he can claim money at any point of time. What about defaulting party? If defaulting party is also made certain work, then what about that work? Can he claim any money for that work? Yes, if the contract is divisible. Otherwise, no. So when we can understand whether contract is divisible or not? Simple. So for example, A made a promise to deliver 10 volumes of books to B. B made a promise to pay rupees 1 lakh for the same. Now B made a condition like this. So I will pay 1 lakh only when you delivered 10 volumes. Otherwise, I will not pay. Like this, he stated a condition in the agreement. Now this is indivisible contract. This is indivisible contract. If the same parties A and B, A made a promise to deliver 10 volumes of books and B made a promise to pay 10,000 per each volume. 10,000 per each volume. Now say, now if A completes 5 volumes, he is entitled to take 50,000. If A completes 10 volumes, he is entitled to take 1 lakh. Now the contract is divisible. In previous case, so B will pay 1 lakh only A completes 10 volumes. But in this case, B will pay proportionate amount according to the number of volumes finished. Okay, first case will be referred as indivisible contract case. Second case will be referred as divisible contract case. Okay, in this indivisible contract, only aggrieved party is entitled to claim money for the work done by him. But defaulting party, no, it is not possible. In this divisible contract case, both aggrieved party as well as defaulting party both can claim money for the work done by him. In simple words, whether the contract is divisible or indivisible, aggrieved party can always claim money for the work done by him. But defaulting party, when contract is divisible, he can claim money for the work done. When contract is indivisible, he can't claim any money even though he performed a certain work. Next one, types of damages. Ordinary damages, special damages. So what is meant by ordinary damages? Let's take an example. Seller made a promise to deliver the goods to buyer at rupees 1 lakh. Now seller fails to deliver those goods to buyer. Now buyer bought the goods in open market for 1.2 lakhs. Now say what is the loss suffered by B here? That is 20,000. So this 20,000 can be recovered as ordinary damage. So ordinary damage is nothing but difference between market value and contract value. Okay, this is first kind of damage. Next, second one. Now, seller made a promise to deliver goods to buyer for 1 lakh. And now buyer want to sell the same goods to some other third party for 1.3 lakhs. That is 1,30,000. Okay, by making this transaction, what is the profit earned by buyer here? 30,000. Okay, if seller failed to deliver the goods to buyer, then buyer will lose his profit. He will miss the profit of 30,000. So here there is no actual loss, but here there is, he loses a special profit. So this is known as special damage. Okay, can buyer claim this 30,000 as damage from seller? Answer is no. 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 But if buyer communicates to seller about this contract, then he can claim 30,000. Then it will become yes. That means how to measure ordinary damages? Difference between market value and contract value. Okay, is aggrieved party liable to communicate about the same to the defaulting party before entering into the contract? No. In case of ordinary damages, no such requirement is there. Next special damages. Okay, if seller perform the contract, buyer would have earned 30,000 profit. If seller fails to perform the contract, buyer lose his profit. So this is nothing but called as special loss. Okay, can buyer recover damage for special loss? No. But if he said about the special circumstances to seller before making contract, then he is allowed to claim 30,000 amount as special damage. So for special damage, communication of special circumstances to the other party is mandatory. But for ordinary damage, no need to communicate any ordinary circumstance. Next, nominal damage. So whether you are suffering with loss or not, that is not important for nominal damage. That means even though there is no loss for you, you can still claim damages called as nominal damages. So how much amount? Generally very small in amount, and it will be decided by the court. Next one, vindictive or exemplary damages. So when you made a contract with other person and other person commits breach of contract, then you will lose your reputation. Because of that breach of contract, you will lose your reputation. So in order to claim damages for reputation, you can go to the court. So claiming damages for loss of reputation is called as vindictive or exemplary damages. But this is not possible in each and every case. This is possible only in two cases. One is in case of marriage, second one is in case of dishonor of check by banker. So in case of marriage, one party made a promise to marry other party, but so that person commits breach of contract. Now what other party can do? For the loss of reputation, that other party can claim vindictive damages. Next one. So without any valid reason, banker has dishonored my check. Now what will happen? There will be loss of reputation at my client to whom I issued the check. So for this loss of reputation, I can claim damages from the banker who dishonored my check even without valid reason. Next one, damages for deterioration caused by delay. Now I gave goods to carrier and I set time limit also. Now within that time, carrier need to deliver those goods to destination. If he fails to do so, then if goods are deteriorated, that is perished during transit because of that delay, then carrier is liable to pay compensation for me in the form of ordinary damages. Sir, because of delay by carrier, what happens if I lost any special opportunity of sale? Then whatever the profit I misses in that transaction, I was entitled to claim that profit from the carrier, but I need to communicate about that special circumstance before entering into the contract. Nothing but special damage. So here also there will be ordinary damage and special damage, but the only difference is here there will be no transit, here there is transit. That's it. Prefixed damages, already fixed damage. Quantum of damage is already fixed. Okay, it may be either penalty or liquid damage. So how to identify, sir? So if you fix the amount by estimating future loss, which may be caused because of breach of contract, then it will be called as liquidated damage. If you fix the amount without referring to future loss, then it will be penalty. So penalty is nothing but exorbitant amount, nothing but excess amount, nothing but unreasonable amount. Whereas liquidated damage is almost all equivalent to future loss. Okay, whatever the case it may be penalty or liquidated damage. In both cases, aggrieved party can claim reasonable amount decided by court. But then what is the reasonable amount? So for example, if in agreement you fix 10,000 as damage, now the reasonable amount will be less than or equal to 10,000. Less than or equal to 10,000, but not more than 10,000. So more than 10,000 is not possible. Less than or equal to 1,000 is possible. Next one, differences between liquidated damage and penalty. So meaning, it is genuine pre-estimate of future loss. It is nothing but made in order to prevent the other party from avoiding the contract. Nothing but just to create a fear. Next one, quantum of amount. Based on future loss, it is extravagant or unconscionable or unreasonable. Essence, liquid damage main essence is to compensate the possible loss. What about penalty? To create a fear among the other party. Next one, enforceability. Both are enforceable. In both cases, you are entitled to recover reasonable amount, not exceeding the fixed amount. It may be less than or equal to fixed amount. But as per English law, liquid damage is fully enforceable. Penalty is enforceable only to reasonable extent. So here, reasonable amount only. That means for penalty, whether it is Indian law or English law, treatment will be same. For liquidated damage, in case of Indian law, reasonable amount can be recovered. In case of English law, full amount can be recovered. So by this, we completed this chapter also. Okay, from now onwards, we are going to cover high weightage chapters. That is Partnership Act, 2 parts. Sale of Goods Act, 2 parts, Companies Act and LLP Act. From these chapters, you will get 52 marks. So till now we completed only 20 marks. But from now onwards, all chapters are important chapters only. Okay, in these important chapters, let's start with Indian Partnership Act. So for the convenience of students, we divided Indian Partnership Act into 2 parts, part 1 and part 2. Okay, both parts are equally important. So nothing is more and nothing is less. Both are equally important. From both parts combinedly, you will get 16 to 18 marks every attempt. So that is the importance of this chapter. Okay, now let's start with part number 1. So it is about partnership. So first of all, you need to remember 5 important points here. That is association of persons. Association of persons. Second one, agreement. Third one, business. Fourth one, sharing of profits. Sharing of profits. And last one, mutual agency. Mutual agency. And remember, if all these points are satisfied, say for example, there are two persons. Nothing but these two persons are called as association. Association is nothing but called as group. Now, they created an agreement between them. Next one, they started a business also. And there is an agreement to share profits between them. And they are acting with mutual agency. Nothing but all 5 elements are satisfied here. Now, the point here is the relation between these two people. The relation between these two people will be called as partnership relation. So the relation between these two people will become partnership relation if all 5 elements are satisfied. So what happens if any one of the element is failed? Then that relation is not a partnership relation. So to create partnership relation, to call any relation as partnership relation, all 5 elements must be satisfied. What are those 5 elements? Association like this, agreement, business, agreement to share profits and mutual agency. Okay, next one. Sir, what about these people? These people are individually, that is separately called as partner. So the persons in partnership relation are separately called as partner. Okay, can we call them firm? Yes, when collectively. So these people collectively called as firm. That means if all 5 points are satisfied, then the relation between those people will be called as partnership. Those people are individually called as partner, collectively called as firm. Now we need to look into those 5 points. Sir, association means what? Association means group of people. Okay, in case of partnership firm, there will be an association of partners. Okay, then how many partners must be there in case of partnership firm? Minimum 2, maximum 50. Sir, what happens if number of partners reduced below 2? Firm need to be dissolved. Sir, what happens if number of partners increases beyond 50? Firm must be converted into a company. Okay. Next, there must be an agreement between partners, and that agreement can be made either in express form or in implied form. Anything is okay. So it is not mandatory to have partnership agreement in written form. That is, it is not mandatory to maintain partnership deed, but you can create partnership agreement according to your choice. That means you can have oral partnership agreement, written partnership agreement, implied partnership agreement also. But having agreement is mandatory. Business. Wait a minute. Next, business. So business means what kind of business? Any business which is lawful in nature, plus which runs with profit motive. So there must exist business. But business means what? Any business. But it must be lawful plus profit motive. That means for unlawful purpose or for charitable purpose also, you can't create partnership firm. But you can create company for charitable purpose, called as Section 8 company. Next one. Sharing of profits is mandatory. So whatever the share it may be less or more. It is irrelevant. Whether you are getting share of profits or not is relevant. And in order to call any person as partner, he must have some share of profit in the firm. It is mandatory. Next one, mutual agency. Sir, what is meant by mutual agency? So first of all, what is meant by normal agency? What is meant by normal agency? Say for example, there are two parties, A and B. Now A is acting like principal, B is acting like agent. So this kind of relation is known as contract of agency. This is called as contract of agency. Next one, second situation. Now there is A and there is B. A is principal, B is agent. Similarly, sometimes B is acting like principal and A is acting like agent. That means both parties are both principals as well as agent. Then the contract between them will be called as contract of mutual agency. Okay. If any person act like principal alone or agent alone, it is contract of agency. If any person act like both principal and agent, then it will be called as mutual agency. Then what about partnership form? Yes, all partners will act like both principal as well as agent. That means there is mutual agency between all partners. So these are the 5 essentials of partnership. If these 5 points are satisfied, the relation between those people will be called as partnership relation, and those people are individually called as partners and collectively called as firm. Next one. Sir, which one is true test? Among all these elements, which one is true test of partnership? So in order to get true test status, only 2 elements are competing with each other. Okay, then what are those 2 elements? One is sharing of profits, second one is mutual agency. One is sharing of profits, second one is mutual agency. Okay, among these 2 elements, which element will be considered as true test of partnership? So among these 2 elements, which element will be considered as true test? It is mutual agency. Sir, why mutual agency? Why not sharing of profits? Because sharing of profits is prima facie evidence. It's just prima facie evidence. Whereas mutual agency is conclusive evidence. So what is meant by prima facie evidence and what is meant by conclusive evidence? So whatever the information you got just by seeing it, the information you got just by seeing it is known as prima facie evidence. The information you got after making research on it, conclusive evidence. So if you got any information just by seeing it, prima facie. If you got any information after lots of research, conclusive. Then in court, which evidence is important? Both are important. But remember a point, when conclusive evidence is not there, only prima facie evidence is available, then court will proceed with prima facie evidence only. When conclusive evidence is also available with prima facie evidence, then court will ignore prima facie evidence and court will give decision based on conclusive evidence. If there is no conclusive evidence, prima facie is important. If there is conclusive evidence, then conclusive evidence is important. Okay, then why you are calling sharing of profits as prima facie evidence? Why you are calling mutual agency as conclusive evidence? Because, so in order to know whether partners are sharing profits or not, I can just look into the books of accounts. Okay, in books of accounts, I can get information whether they are sharing profits or not. So just by seeing books of accounts, I am getting information whether they are sharing profits or not. So what kind of evidence it was? Prima facie evidence. So sharing of profits is prima facie evidence. But what about mutual agency? So in case of mutual agency, all partners need to take liability. Whether partners are taking liability or not, how can I know about it? Only after making lots of research. Without research, it is not possible. That's why mutual agency is nothing but conclusive evidence. Okay, among prima facie conclusive, which one is important? Actually, both are important. When there is no conclusive, prima facie will become important. But when there is conclusive, conclusive only important. So that is the reason why sharing of profits and mutual agency. Among those two elements, which one is very important? Both are important, but which one is very important? Mutual agency. That's why the true test of partnership is mutual agency. Next one, next concept. When court will assume there is no partnership between parties. When court will assume that there is no partnership in between partners. Books of accounts not available. Partnership agreement not available. Next one, bank account not open on the form name, or there is no written intimation to any government department. No written intimation about the form creation. So in olden days, if a partnership form is created, they will inform about the creation to government officers. So that information is not available. So when books of accounts not available, partnership agreement not available, bank account is also not open, and there is no written intimation to any government department, then what court will do? Court will assume there is no partnership in this case. That's it. Next one, partnership deed. Partnership deed. Sir, what is meant by partnership deed? Deed means written agreement. Partnership deed means written partnership agreement. Written partnership agreement. Sir, is it mandatory? No, it is not mandatory. Sir, is it advisable? Yes, it is advisable to solve future dispute between the partners. Next one. Then, what are the contents of partnership deed? So, it contains details about firm, details about partners, and terms and conditions. Okay, details about firm means, so name of the firm. Details of firm means name of the firm, name of the firm, business of the firm, place of business of the firm, date of commencement of business, and finally duration of the firm. So till what time you will continue your firm? Duration, nothing but called as. Okay, what about partner? Name of the partner, address of the partner, next one, date of joining of partner, and next one, capital contribution, share of capital. So these details are provided here. And what about terms and conditions? In case of terms and conditions, you can write n number of terms and conditions, there is no problem. So it is not mandatory to include each and everything in terms and conditions. If you include it, yes, it is fine. If it is not included, then you need to follow Indian Partnership Act. So for example, you mentioned about how to share profits. So for example, there are three partners and those three agreed to share profits in 1:2:3 ratio. Then follow as it is. If this sharing of profits ratio is not mentioned in terms and conditions, then what they need to do? They need to follow Partnership Act. What Partnership Act saying? Share it in equal ratio. Like that, you can mention all terms and conditions here, or you may ignore also. If you ignore, then for that terms and condition you need to follow Indian Partnership Act, and it is easy to modify all these terms and conditions. So by taking the consent of all partners, you can update terms and conditions at any point of time. Okay, sharing of profits, sharing of losses. What about interest on capital, interest on loans, nothing but advances? How to admit a partner, how to retire from the firm, how to expel a partner, and how to dissolve the firm. So all these things you can write it here. Okay, and I already said if you write that point here, you can follow the point as agreed here. Okay, if you missed that point, then for that point you need to refer Indian Partnership Act. It is not mandatory to include all things. If you include it, follow as included. Otherwise, follow Indian Partnership Act. And what about updation? In future, if partners want to update these terms and conditions, they can update by taking the consent of all partners. So this is our partnership deed. Next one, types of partnerships. Types of partnership. First one, based on duration. Based on duration. Second one, based on extent of business. Based on extent of business. So based on duration, there are two kinds. Partnership for fixed period. Partnership for fixed period and partnership at will. Partnership at will. Sir, what is meant by partnership for fixed period? It is created for certain time period. Nothing but duration. So duration is fixed here. If duration is already fixed, it will be called as fixed period partnership or partnership for fixed period. So for example, you created your partnership from 2 years, for 2 years or 3 years or 10 years or 20 years, like that. You created your partnership form for certain number of years. Then it will be called as fixed period partnership. Sir, if duration is not fixed, then it will be called as partnership at will. If duration is not fixed, it will be called as partnership at will. Next one. based on extent of business. If you created partnership form in order to do a particular project only, then it will be called as particular partnership. If you created partnership form to create that business in general partnership. So here what is the difference? Here the form is created for particular work. The form is created for particular work or adventure or particular project. Okay. Here it is created in general. That means it will work with that purpose only. But here the form will be dissolved after completion of this purpose. But here the form will continue that purpose only. That means the firm will continue that business forever. But here after completion of that particular adventure, the firm need to be closed. Okay. Now say how many types of partnership forms are there? 4 types. First one, partnership for fixed period. Second one, partnership at will. What are the difference between them? If duration of the firm is fixed period partnership. If duration is not fixed, partnership at will. Next one, particular partnership, general partnership. So if you created a business that is firm for a particular work, then it will be particular partnership. But for general work, it will be general partnership. Okay, then when firm need to be dissolved? In case of partnership for fixed period, the firm need to be dissolved after the expiry of this duration. So after expiry, you need to dissolve the firm. What about partnership at will? At any time by any partner. At any time by any partner, not all partners. Any partner can dissolve the firm. Any one partner, single partner can also dissolve the firm. Okay, what about particular partnership? After completion of that particular work, the firm need to be dissolved. What about general partnership? At any time it can be dissolved by taking the consent of all partners. Here all partners' consent is required. But here single partner alone can dissolve the firm. Here all partners' consent is required. Next one. Types of partners. Incoming, outgoing. Incoming, outgoing partner. The incoming partner means who? The person who is admitted into the firm as a partner. And the way is admission. Sir, what is meant by outgoing partner? Who discontinues from the firm? And the ways are he can voluntarily go out of the firm called as retirement. Next one. He can be expelled from the firm called as expulsion. That is, other partners will remove him as a partner. Expulsion. Next one. If he was expired, then automatically he will be discontinued as a partner. Next one. If he become insolvent, then also he will be automatically discontinued as a partner. Okay, in case of admission, the incoming partner will come. In case of retirement, expulsion, death, insolvency, outgoing partner will go. And remember a point here. In case of outgoing outgoing partner need to give public notice. Okay, when he need to give public notice? In case of death or insolvency, public notice is not at all required. In case of retirement or expulsion, public notice is required. But this rule is only applicable to active partner. That means for sleeping partner, whatever the situation it may be, he is not required to give any public notice. But if he is active partner, then except in case of death and insolvency, in remaining cases, that is in case of retirement and expulsion, he need to give public notice. Now the discussion is about active partner and sleeping partner. So what is the other name for active partner? Actual partner or ostensible partner. What is the other name for sleeping partner? Dormant partner. So almost all points are similar in between active partner and sleeping partner, but there are only few differences. Okay, what are those differences? This person will participate in business. Whereas this person will not participate in business. So this person will participate in business, whereas this person will not participate in business. That is the first difference. Next one, this person is required to give public notice at the time of retirement or expulsion, but this partner is not required to public notice in any situation. That's it. So only two differences are there in between active and sleeping. Remaining all points are common. Nothing but both will contribute capital, both will get share of profit, both will get share of losses, both will take liability. All things are common in between them. The only differences are participation in business and public notice. Next one. Partner in profits only. He is just normal partner. But the only difference is he will take profits but not losses. He will not take losses, just he will take profits. Next one, nominal partner. Nominal partner. He is outsider. Nominal partner is outsider. He is completely outsider. But he uses his name. He uses his name in order to promote the firm's business. Nothing but like brand ambassador. Okay. Now he is an outsider only, but he will be called as nominal partner. Okay then. What about share in capital? No share in capital. What about profit? No share. What about losses? No share. But there will be share in liability. Say for example, if a third party made any contract with firm without seeing nominal partner face, then firm is responsible, nominal partner is not responsible. If third party made a contract with firm because of nominal partner face, so because of that brand ambassador only, third party made the contract with firm. Now along with firm, nominal partner is also liable. So he will take liability. But no share in profit, no share in loss, and no share in investment. Sir, then why he is doing all these things? To get remuneration for his work. Just like actor and actress. So what they will do? They will advertise the products by taking remunerations. Next one. This is very important concept. Partner by estoppel or holding out. Partner by estoppel or holding out. So what does it mean? So for example, X is an outsider. X is an outsider. ABC are partners in a firm. Now in the presence of ABC, X is communicating to others. So what he is communicating? X is also a partner. So X is communicating like this. What? So X is also a partner in this firm. Okay, now ABC are present at that place. Now what ABC need to do? They need to deny that fact. X is not a partner like that. They need to deny it. But they kept silent. If any outsider, based on this statement, gave any loan to X, then for that loan, who are liable? X is liable, A is liable, B is liable, C is liable, all are liable. ABC are liable as partner by agreement. X is liable as partner by estoppel. This is the first way. Second way. Same X, that is outsider, ABC, that is partners in main firm. Now, partners are directly communicating to others that X is a partner in their firm. Okay, they are communicating to others that X is also a partner in the firm. So it is done in the presence of X only. Now what X need to do? He need to deny it. I'm not a partner like this. He need to say, but he kept silent. Now if any outsider gave any loan to this firm, then for that loan, who are liable? A, B, C are liable as partner by agreement. X is liable as a partner by estoppel. So that is the concept of partner by estoppel. You may get a practical question on this. Next one. Minor partner. Sir, is minor allowed to become a partner? Generally, no. Minor can't become a partner, but he can become partner with benefits. But in order to become partner with benefits, all the partners' consent is necessary. So with the consent of all partners, a minor can be admitted as a partner with benefits, but he can't be admitted as a normal partner. Sir, what is the difference between normal partner and partner with benefits? So what is the difference between normal partner and partner with benefits? Okay, normal partner will take profit share. This person will also take profit share. Normal partner will take loss share. This person will also take loss share. But normal partner will take losses or liability unlimitedly. But minor partner, that is partner with benefits, will take losses or liabilities limitedly. That is the only difference. So partner with benefits, he will take losses, he will take liabilities. Majority students are thinking like this. So he will not take any loss or liability. It is wrong. He will take losses, he will take liabilities, but to only limited extent. That is up to his share of property in the firm, he is liable. More than that, he is not liable. That means this person will have limited liability. These people will have unlimited liability. Okay. Now minor can't become a normal partner, but he can become a partner with benefits. Now, what are the rights of minor partner? So, can he ask for share of profits? Yes, he can ask for share of profits. Can he ask for share of property in the firm? Yes, if you want to discontinue from the firm, he can ask for share of property also. Okay, can he assess, inspect and take copy of books of accounts? Yes, he can do all these things with respect to books of accounts. Sir, after becoming major, what are the options available to minor? He can continue as a normal partner. He can continue as a normal partner, or he can discontinue as a minor partner. So that is the option which is available to minor partner. He can decide on his own. Others' consent is not required here. If he want to continue, he must continue as a normal partner. If he want to discontinue, he must discontinue as a minor partner, and this must be done within 6 months. This must be done within 6 months. Sir, within 6 months from which date? Here there will be two dates. One is date of attaining majority. Date of attaining majority. Date of attaining majority. Or date of attaining majority, or date of getting knowledge that he was a partner. Date of getting knowledge that he was a partner. Because many minors will not be aware about their partnership rights, because their parents will join minor as a partner. Okay, so in those cases, now we need to take two dates. What are those two dates? Date of becoming major, date of getting knowledge that he was a partner. So among these two dates, we need to take later date, whichever is later, not earlier. You need to take later date. From that later date, you need to count 6 months time period. So within that 6 months, if you want to continue, he must continue as a normal partner. If you want to discontinue, he need to discontinue as a minor partner. So these are the rights which are available to minor partner. So he can ask for share of profits, he can ask for share of property, he can ask for assessing books of accounts or inspection of books of accounts, or taking copy of books of accounts, and he can become either normal partner or not after becoming major. That too at his own choice. No need to take the consent of others also. Now what are the liabilities of minor partner? So during minority, the liability of minor partner is limited. During minority, the liability of minor partner is limited. There is no doubt in it. Okay, now minor become major. Now what will happen? He need to decide whether to continue or not. Okay, if within 6 months, he decide to continue, then what will happen? Now his liability will become unlimited. If he decide to continue in the firm, his liability will become unlimited. If he decide to continue, his liability will become unlimited. So what happens if he decide to discontinue? If he decide to discontinue, his liability will be limited only, but he need to give public notice to this effect. So after giving public notice, no impact at all, no liability at all, but it must be given within 6 months. Sir, what happens if he fails to give reply within 6 months? So he fails to convey his continuation, or he fails to give public notice. Now what will happen? He will become deemed normal partner. Now his liability will become unlimited. So here also the liability will become unlimited. So if he decide to continue, or if he fails to give any reply within that 6 months, then his liability will become unlimited. Sir, unlimited liability from which date? Not from the current date. He will be liable unlimitedly from the date on which he admitted as a minor partner. From that date onward, that is retrospectively, he is liable. Next one. By this, we completed about minor partner. Next, rights of transferring. Rights of transferring. First of all, say there are three partners. Among three partners, A is having 40% share, B is having 30% share, C is having 30% share. Now A want to sell 10% share out of 40% share to X, a third party. Is it possible? Yes, it is A's own property. He can sell his property at his willingness, but he can't make X as a partner in this firm, because in between partners there will be personal confidence, there will be fiduciary relation. So by transferring your share to some other outsider, you can't make that outsider as a partner. Now who will be this outsider? This outsider will be called as transferee. This outsider will be called as transferee. And the person transferring the interest, that is share, will be called as transferor. He will be called as transferor. Okay, now who will continue as a partner in the firm? A will be continued as a partner in the firm. Okay, A, B, C will be continued as a partner. And what about C? He just transferee, he's an outsider. Still he is an outsider. Then now he bought the share, 10% share of the firm. Okay, now what are the rights available to this transferee? So in normal situation, the only right available to that person is to ask for share of profits. The only right available is to ask for share of profits. That's it. But if the entire firm is dissolved, In future, X will not get any profit. If transferor is retired or discontinued, then also X will not get future share of profits. So if transferor is going to be retired, if transferor is going to be discontinued, or the entire firm is going to be dissolved, in both these cases, so he can ask for profit share, property share, and books of accounts inspection. So he can ask for all these three things. When this special situation, when in these special situations, he can do all these things. But in normal situation, he can only ask for profit. In special situation like this, he can ask for share of profit, share of property, and books of accounts also. Next one. Last concept in part number 1, that is registration. So what is meant by registration? Okay, first of all, ABC are partners in unregistered firm. They want to register the firm. Now what they need to do? So for every district, there will be one person called as ROF, Register of Firms. So first of all, these people need to make application to ROF in order to register the firm. Now ROF will verify that application. After that, if he is satisfied, he will enter the name of the firm and names of the partners in a book called as Register of Firms. So what is the name of the book? Register of Firms. So entering the firm details in Register of Firms is nothing but called as registration. So after entering those details, he will issue certificate, form registration certificate. He will issue form registration certificate to the firm. Now the form is a registered form. So this is the process of getting registered. Okay, is registration mandatory? No, registration is not mandatory, it is optional. Even the registration is optional. If you not register your firm, then you need to suffer with certain disadvantages, nothing but called as disabilities. Then what are the disabilities? And those disabilities are having exceptions also. Okay, I will cover both disabilities and exceptions at once. Okay, then what are the disabilities as well as its exceptions? First one, unregistered firm or its partners, unregistered firm or its partners can't file a case against third party. So they can't file a case against third party. First one, unregistered firm or partners can't file a case against third party. But what about third party? Nothing but exception now. He can file a case. For him, there is no disability. Unregistered firm or partners cannot file a case. That is, they can't file a case against third party. But third party, he can file a case against unregistered firm or partners. First exception along with disabilities. Next, second one. Unregistered firm or partners are having a debt towards third party. Similarly, third party also owes debt towards unregistered firm or partners. Nothing but mutual owings, mutual debts. Okay, now unregistered firm or partners want for set off. They want for set off of each debt. They need to set off the debt owed by them to debt owed to them. Nothing but they want to set off both the debts, both mutual debts. So they can't ask for set off. They can't ask for set off if set off value is more than 100 rupees. They can't ask for set off if set off value is more than 100 rupees. But what about third party? He can always ask for set off irrespective of the amount. They can always ask for set off irrespective of the amount. Next, third situation. Now, one partner is not entitled to file a case against other partner. The partner of unregistered firm cannot file a case against other partner of the same firm. So, filing case is not possible. Next one. What about filing of case by partner on firm? So, unregistered firm and its partner. Now, one of the partner of unregistered firm want to file a case against the firm. Is it possible? No, not possible. But in few cases, it is possible. For dissolution, then it will be okay. If any partner of unregistered firm file a case against firm for its dissolution, then it will be okay. It is allowed. If the firm is already dissolved, then partners can ask for their share of property. And they can even demand books of accounts also. Okay, that's it. So what are the disabilities as well as exceptions? Unregistered firm or partners can't file a case against third party, but third party can. Unregistered firm or partners can't set up the mutual owings with third party if the setup value is more than 100, but third party can ask for set off irrespective of amount. Partners cannot file case against other partners of the unregistered firm, but partners of unregistered firm can file a case against the firm only in two situations. Normally it is also no, but only in two situations it is possible. For dissolution, if the firm is already dissolved, for the share of property and books of accounts. Next one. So here third party means. So who is third party? Third party means complete outsider, or he may be a legal heir of deceased partner, expired partner, or he may be official receiver for insolvent partner. So here third party means he may be completely outsider, he may be legal representative of deceased partner, he may be official receiver of insolvent partner. That means legal heirs, official receiver, outsider. All these three people will be called as third parties, and third parties are allowed to file case against unregistered firm or partners at any point of time. And they can even ask for set up of mutual owings, irrespective of any amount. So by this we completed part 1. So let's start another part, that is part number 2. So this is also equally important with that of part number 1. Okay, first we are going to deal about rights and duties. Sir, who will decide rights and duties between partners? Partners only decide with the help of agreement between them. Okay, then how to create such an agreement, either expressly or impliedly? Is it possible to update rights and duties? Yes, by taking the consent of all partners. Okay, how to take such consent from all partners? You can take that consent either expressly or impliedly. Next one, rights and duties. So here we are going to learn about rights and duties which cannot be altered with the help of agreement. That means partners need to follow what is given here. That's it, no other option. But in case of other rights and duties, partner can follow what is given here, or they can follow on their own just by creating agreement. Okay, so here these rights and duties are subject to agreement. These rights and duties can be altered with the help of agreement, but the same is not possible here. Partners need to follow what is given here. So with the help of agreement, you can't alter them. Okay, then what are those duties? So every partner must work for common advantage, not for personal advantage. They need to act for common advantage. Okay, that too for greatest common advantage. So every partner must work for greatest common advantage. And while dealing with other partners, every partner must act in good faith also. So every partner must work for greatest common advantage. That is for the advantage of all partners. And while dealing with other partners, they must act in good faith. And whenever any partner asks for any information or accounts, then the person who was in charge of those accounts or information must provide all such information completely. Next one more point. Sir, one of the partner commits fraud, sir. Now who is responsible? Entire firm is responsible. Say for example, A committed fraud. ABC or partners in firm, A committed fraud. And the fraud value is 3 lakhs rupees. Now who need to bear this loss? All partners. A, B, C combinedly, that is 1 lakh, 1 lakh, 1 lakh. Now, because of fraud committed by A, B and C are suffering with loss, 1 lakh each. Now, what is the duty of A? That is the person who committed fraud. Now, he need to indemnify. He need to indemnify the loss of other partners. That means he need to pay rupees 1 lakh to B and he need to pay rupees 1 lakh to C. That's the meaning of this point. And whatever the duties that are discussed till now are unalterable. Partners need to follow as it is. They can't alter these points with the help of agreement. Now we are going to rights and duties which can be altered with the help of agreement. First one, restrictions. First one is about restrictions. Okay, can partners restrict themselves from carrying competing business? So if there is no agreement, any partner can do competing business, no doubt. If there is any agreement and that agreement contains restrictions on partners not to carry competing business, then partners can't carry competing business. So in the absence of agreement, partners are entitled. In the absence of agreement, partners are entitled to carry competing business also. First point. Second point, right to participate in the business. So in the absence of agreement, every partner will have a right to participate in the business. Okay. Right, duty to act diligently. Diligently means carefully. Okay, for every partner there will be some duties. So while discharging those duties, they need to act carefully. So in the absence of agreement, this duty is there for all partners. Right to be consulted. So while deciding any matter, we need to consult each and every partner. We need to consult each and every partner. Okay. For deciding ordinary matters, majority partners' consent will be sufficient. Not consulted, assented. That means they need to give assent, nothing but consent. Okay. So for deciding normal matters, that is ordinary matters, majority people consent is sufficient. But you need to take the consent of all partners. You need to take the consent of all partners. You need to consult each and every partner. So some partner will support it, some partners will oppose it. Okay, in order to take decision in ordinary matters, how many partners must support for it? Majority partners. Next one, what about fundamental matters, that is important matters? Then all partners' consent is mandatory. All partners must support it. But whatever the matter it may be, you need to consult each and every partner. Okay. Next one, who can access books of accounts? In the absence of agreement, every partner can access books of accounts. Not only every partner, legal heirs of deceased partner, that is expired partner, can also have such type of right. That is this point. Next one, right to remuneration. In the absence of agreement, a partner is not entitled to receive any remuneration. Even though he is active partner, he can't receive any remuneration in the absence of agreement. Right to share profits. In the absence of agreement, profits must be shared equally. What about losses? Losses also equally. Interest on capital. In the absence of agreement, no partner can get interest on capital. Interest on advance, nothing but loan. So in the absence of agreement, a partner is entitled to claim 6% per annum interest on the loan amount. Next, right to be indemnified. Nothing but A incurred in the form of ABC. A incurred a payment of rupees 1 lakh on behalf of the firm. Okay, now what he can ask? He can ask for indemnification. He can ask the firm to repay this 1 lakh to A. Because actually this 1 lakh debt is nothing but firm's debt. But who paid money? A paid money. Now A is entitled to ask for indemnification. He can ask firm to pay 1 lakh to him. Duty to indemnify the firm. So for example, if because of A, if firm suffers with a loss of rupees 1 lakh, then similarly, a firm will have a right and A will have a duty to indemnify such loss. That means A need to pay 1 lakh rupees to the firm. That means if A incurred payment, he can recover 1 lakh from firm. If because of A, firm suffered with loss of rupees 1 lakh, then A need to pay 1 lakh to the firm. So that is the meaning of these 2 points. Next one, partnership property. So what is meant by partnership property? So which one is firm's property, which one is not firm property? It will be decided by agreement. So it will be decided by agreement. If agreement is silent, then these 3 things will become firm property. Okay, what are those 3 things? So anything contributed by partners, anything, whether it may be cash or money, or cash or property. So anything contributed by partners as capital, anything contributed as capital will be considered as firm's property. Next one, anything purchased on the name of firm or anything purchased with the help of firm's money, then also it will be called as firm's property. And the goodwill of the firm will be considered as firm property. So in the absence of agreement, these 3 things will be considered as firm's property. Okay, sir, what is meant by goodwill here? Goodwill means nothing but our value, our business value. Goodwill means our business value. So how to represent this value? So it is our business value which will fetch more profits compared to normal profits. Okay, when compared to competitors. That means if I am getting more profits in future, when compared to competitors, then that extra profit earning capability is known as goodwill. Okay, so goodwill means value of reputation of business in respect of future expected profits, which is above the normal level of profits in the same class of business, nothing but competitors. But then, way to use firm's property. In the absence of agreement, firm property must be used exclusively for purpose of the firm. That's it. Next one. What about personal profits earned by partners? Say for example, if a partner made any transaction with firm, If a partner made any transaction with firm and earned any profit, then he need to give that profit to the firm. He need to give that profit to the firm. Next one. If a partner made any contract with outsider, not with firm, he made a contract with outsider. But in that contract, he used the name of the firm or the business connection of the firm or the property of the firm. Then also, if he derives any profit, then he must give that profit to the firm. So when partner need to give his profit to the firm, when he earned profit by making a contract with firm, while he earned profit while making a contract with others with the help of firm's property, that means by using firm's property, firm name or firm business connection. But this is subject to agreement. Next one. Sir, what about change in firm? If there is any change in firm, now what about these rights and duties? Nothing will happen. These rights and duties will remain same. If partners got changed, nothing but change in constitution, same. Rights and duties will remain same. If fixed period is expired, duration of the firm is expired, then also rights and duties will be same. If firm takes additional businesses, then also rights and duties will remain same. So whatever the change it may be, rights and duties will remain same. But if they want to update it with the help of agreement, they can update. Otherwise, they will remain same even though in these three cases. So until now, it is completely unimportant topic. You may get either 2 marks or 3 marks. That's it. And the possibility is also very less. Okay, but from now onwards, each and every topic is important. Okay, let's see. Relation of partners to third parties. So every partner in the firm will act like both principal and agent. So when he acts for himself, then he will be principal. When he acts for other partners, then he will be called as agent. Next one. What is the authority of partner? Authority means powers of partner. Okay, who will decide powers of partner? Agreement. Agreement can decide powers of partner. It will be called as express authority. The powers of partner is decided by agreement. Say for example, you take purchases. So you take purchase related issues. You take sales related issues. You take books of accounts related issues. Like this, agreement gave power to partners. So this kind of authority will be called as express authority. In the absence of express authority, you need to follow the authority which is given by law. Nothing but called as implied authority. In case of emergency, in order to protect the firm from loss, you can do anything, whatever you want. It will be called as authority in emergency. Next one. So, among these three authorities, implied authority is important, and this is only covered in our syllabus. Okay, in the absence of agreement, what are the powers of each and every partner? So in the absence of agreement, a partner can do anything. In the absence of agreement, a partner can do anything by satisfying these three conditions. Okay, what are those three conditions? So, partner must do anything on the name of firm only. That means he can't do on his personal name. He must do on the name of firm only. Next one, it must be related to firm business and it must be done in usual manner. Okay, he must make that act in the name of firm and it must be related to firm's business and it must be done in normal manner, usual manner. Then only he will have power to do anything. Okay, there are certain acts which does not covered under implied authority. Or why these things are not covered under implied authority? Because any of these condition got failed. That's why these points are not covered here. Okay, which condition is failed? Open a firm bank account in his own name. Nothing but here the partner is dealing in the name of his own, but not in the name of the firm. So which condition is broken here? Condition number 3. Condition number 3 is broken. That's why it is beyond authority. Beyond authority. That means it is not covered under implied authority. What about remaining points? In all remaining points, all are abnormal situations only, not normal situations. They are abnormal situations. That means which condition was failed? Condition number 2 is failed. That's why all these acts will not be covered under implied authority. Okay, once I will refer all these acts, why it is abnormal. First one, if you have any dispute, then generally any person will refer dispute to court, but here they want to refer their dispute to arbitrator, mediator. Okay, so going to court is normal, going to arbitrator is abnormal. That's why it is beyond. Next one. So receiving claims is okay, normal, but while receiving claims, if you compromise for certain portion of claim, that means if you want to give any discount, then it is abnormal. So receiving claims is okay, but compromising and reducing the claim amount while receiving, it is abnormal. Similarly, paying liabilities is okay, but while paying liability, if you want to admit any extra liability, then it is abnormal. So receiving money is normal, and receiving money by making compromise is abnormal. Paying money is normal, paying money by admitting extra liability is abnormal. And filing case and waiting for the end of the case is normal, but withdrawing the case in the middle of the suit is abnormal. That's why it is beyond authority. Next one. So if your business deals with goods, then acquiring or selling immovable property is abnormal. Sir, what happens if my business is real estate business? Then it will become normal. Otherwise, it is abnormal. And entering into partnership form on behalf of the firm. So this is a rare situation, nothing but abnormal situation. So all these things, remaining points are covered under second point. So what second point is saying? So whatever you want to do, you must do normally, but not abnormally. Remaining points are done abnormally. That's why they are not covered under implied authority. Next one. So you can read this concept on your own. Not so important. Next one, notice. Sir, I want to give a notice to the firm, sir. Can I give that notice to any partner? Yes. So notice given to partner is equal to notice given to partner is equal to notice given to the firm. Notice given to the partner is equal to notice given to the firm. But in order to treat like this, you must satisfy certain conditions. What are those conditions? The person to whom, the partner to whom you issued the notice, that partner must be active partner. What happens if you issue notice to sleeping partner? It is not equal to notice given to the firm. Okay, the partner must be active partner. And the notice must be related to firm's affairs. So no personal issues, only firm's affairs. And there should not be no intention to commit fraud against other partners. And notice must be actually given. Impliedly, it is not allowed. If these four conditions are satisfied, notice given to single partner will be treated as notice given to the entire firm. So partner must be active partner. Notice must related to firm's affairs, and no fraudulent intention, and the notice must be actually given. That is express, not implied. Next one, liability to third party. So what is the liability of partner in case of acts of the firm? For acts of the firm or for the debts of the firm, partners are liable jointly as well as severally. That means all are combinedly liable and all are separately liable for each and every debt of the firm. Okay, then what happens to the firm when any partner commits any wrongful act? So for the wrongful acts of the partner, firm is also responsible, but it must be done within authority. Must be done within authority. Then only firm will take responsibility. If partner acts beyond authority, it may be express or implied or authority in emergency, whatever it may be. If he acts within authority, firm is responsible for the wrongful acts committed by partner. If it is beyond authority, firm is not responsible. So now, one of the partner misappropriates the money received by the firm. Now what will happen? So if he misappropriates the money or property, if partner misappropriates the money or property after receiving from the third party, that means while the money or property is in the custody of the firm, then firm is responsible. What happens before coming into the custody of the firm? He himself went to the third party and received the same. Then if he acts within authority, then firm is liable, otherwise not liable. That means the firm need to recover 10,000 from a debtor. Okay, now I went to the debtor and I collected 10,000 and I misappropriated that money. Now what about the liability of firm? Is firm liable or not? If I did this within my authority, then firm is liable. If I did this beyond my authority, then firm is not liable. Okay, this is first situation. Second one. Now debtor need to pay 10,000 and he paid 10,000 to the firm. Now that 10,000 money is in my office, that is firm's office. Now one of the partner went to the office and took that money and he misappropriated the money. Now say, now firm is liable or not? Yes, irrespective of authority, now firm is liable. Irrespective of authority, now firm is liable. This is second situation. Next one. Legal consequences of partner coming in, going out. Okay, is it possible to admit a new person as a partner? Yes. Then how? With the consent of all partners. Then what about his liability? Generally, his liability will start from his admission date. But if there is any agreement, then he can take previous liabilities also, previous debts also. that agreement will be called as novation. Next one. Then, is it possible to get out of the firm voluntarily? Yes, that is called as retirement. Then how? By taking the consent of all partners. If there is agreement, then according to agreement. In case of partnership at will, any partner can retire from the firm at any time by giving a written notice to other partners. So this is how a person will retire from the firm. So if it is a normal firm, then by following agreement, in the absence of agreement, by taking the consent of all partners. If it is partnership at will, so no consent is required, no agreement is required. Any partner at any time can leave the firm by giving written notice to other partners. Okay, then what about liability? Generally, his liability will be up to the date of public notice. Okay, but if there is any public notice requirement, then his liability will get extended till public notice is given. Say for example, so on 1st January, he retired from the firm. On 1st February, he gave public notice. And on previous year, say for example, August. So on previous year, August, he admitted as a partner. So on August, he admitted as a partner. After that, January month, he retired from the firm and he gave public notice on February. Okay, now for which acts he is liable? He is liable for this acts. What about this? He is liable for this acts. What about this? He is not liable for any other act which is committed by the firm after issuing public notice. That means retiring partner is liable up to the date of giving public notice if there is public notice requirement. After giving public notice, no liability. Next one. Sir, what happens if there is no public notice requirement? Say for example, sleeping partner. At the time of retirement of sleeping partner, public notice is not required. Then his liability will end by retirement date only. So if there is public requirement, until public notice is given. If there is no public notice requirement, by retirement date. But this entire liability can be removed with the help of agreement called as novation, just like admission. Next one. Expulsion of partner. Is it possible to expel a person from the firm? Yes. But in order to expel a person, first of all, there must be a valid reason. So that valid reason must be related to the interest of the partnership. First one. And you must give that partner a notice along with reason. You must give an opportunity of being heard. After considering his words, if you are not satisfied, then refer agreement and see whether the power of expulsion is provided in agreement or not. If power is provided in agreement, then take the consent of majority partners and expel that partner from the firm. That means, in order to expel a partner, so first of all, it must be done for the interest of the partnership. That partner must be served with notice. That partner must be given with opportunity of being heard. And you must expel according to the agreement only, and majority partner consent is required. In exam, you need to write like this. What are the conditions that need to be satisfied? So, agreement must contain a power to expel a partner. Majority partner's consent is required. And it must be done good faith. Sir, what is meant by good faith? Good faith means nothing but these three things. These three things are nothing but called as good faith. Okay, you need to write like this. Next one, insolvency of a partner. Okay, upon insolvency, he ceases to be a partner. He will be discontinued as a partner. Okay, generally insolvency results in dissolution, but if all remaining partners agree to continue, it can be continued. What about liability? Here public notice requirement is not there. That's why he is liable only up to the date of his insolvency. That is up to the date of his discontinuation. But this can be removed with the help of agreement called as novation. Next one, death of a partner. So in case of death of partner, then also he is ceased, that is discontinued to be a partner. Here also it results in dissolution of the firm. But if remaining partners want to continue, then they can continue. Okay, what about public notice? Here also public notice is not required. So his liability will be up to the date of his death. That is up to the date of his discontinuation. And this liability can be removed with the help of agreement called as novation. Next one. Right to carry competing business. Can partners do competing business after discontinuing from the firm? Yes. Outgoing partners can do competing business. Outgoing partners can do competing business. And they can advertise their business also, but they can't do certain things. What are those things? They can't use old firm name. They can't represent still as partner of the old firm. They can't solicit, nothing but attract the customers of the old firm. So without involving old firm, they can start a new firm and they can do competing business. But in void agreements, we already learned a point. So continuing partners may put restrictions on outgoing partner for not to carry similar business up to reasonable local limits, up to reasonable time limit. Okay, then what will happen? Then outgoing partners can't do competing business. So if such restrictions are placed, then outgoing partner can't do competing business. If there is no such restrictions, outgoing partner can do competing business, but he can't use old firm name. He can't represent himself as a partner of the old firm. He can't attract the customers of the old firm. Okay, right to share in subsequent profits. When outgoing partner account is not settled, when the amount is not paid to outgoing partner, then they are entitled to claim either share of profits or 6% per annum interest, whichever they like. Next one, continuing guarantee. So what is meant by continuing guarantee? Guarantee which is given to series of transactions. Okay. Firm may give continuing guarantee to others, or others may give continuing guarantee to the firm. But this continuing guarantee will be cancelled. This continuing guarantee will be cancelled whenever there is change in constitution of the firm. That means whenever a new person is admitted, whenever a person, that is partner, is retired or expelled or deceased or become insolvent. In all these cases, this continuing guarantee will get cancelled. But this is also subject to agreement. Next one, dissolution. What is meant by dissolution? Dissolution means discontinuation. So dissolution means discontinuation. Okay, then what is meant by dissolution of partnership and dissolution of firm? So for example, there are three partners A, B, C. If C retires from the firm, then what will happen? The relation between AC and BC will get discontinued. That means the relation between AB and C will get discontinued. And what about relation between A and B? It will be continued. So this type of dissolution will be called as dissolution of partnership. Next one. Now A, B, C. So they decided to close the business. Now A relation with other partners, B relation with other partners, C relation with other partners, all relations will get discontinued. When all relation will get discontinued, it will be called as the dissolution of the firm. In simple words, here business will be continued, here business will be closed. Okay. Then what are the differences between dissolution of firm and dissolution of partnership? So meaning, so dissolution of firm, discontinuation of relationship between all partners, discontinuation of relation between one or more partners, but not all. Okay. Continuation of business. Here the business is discontinued, here the business is continued. Winding up. Winding up means what? Selling all assets and by using that money, clearing all liabilities. This process is called as winding up. So when winding up will be taken place? Only when firm is closed. That is, in case of dissolution of firm, yes. In case of dissolution of partnership, no. Order of court. So for dissolution of partnership, no court involvement is necessary. So here it is not necessary. But dissolution of firm may happen because of court order also. Next one, scope. Dissolution of firm means dissolution of partnership also. But vice versa, no, not possible. Next one, final closure of books. It is only required in case of closure of business. So in case of dissolution of firm, yes. In case of dissolution of partnership, no. So these are the differences between dissolution of firm and dissolution of partnership. Next one, grounds for dissolution of the firm. So here there will be two concepts. One is without court order and second one is with court order. One is without court order, second one is with court order. So without court order, how is it possible? Based on agreement. If agreement is silent, by taking the consent of all partners. So based on agreement, a firm need to be dissolved, or if agreement is silent, by taking the consent of all partners, a firm need to be dissolved. Okay, next one. Compulsory dissolution. When, sir? When number of partners are reduced below 2. When number of partners are reduced below 2, immediately the firm must be dissolved. There is no other option. And there is no lawful business to carry. There is no lawful business to carry. Then also the firm need to be dissolved. And here you need to remember a point. If there are two businesses, if two businesses become unlawful, the firm need to be dissolved. If only one business has become unlawful, one of the businesses become unlawful, then the firm can be continued with the lawful business. In simple words, in order to continue, there must be at least one lawful business. If there is at least one lawful business, the firm can be continued. If there is no lawful business to carry, then the firm must be dissolved. Sir, what about in case of partnership at will? Any partner at any time, just by giving a notice to other partners, can dissolve the firm. Just by notice. What about dissolution on the basis of happening of certain contingencies? Say for example, fixed period partnership, duration is expired. Firm need to be dissolved. Particular partnership, that particular work is completed. Firm need to be dissolved. Normal situation, partner is expired or become insolvent, firm need to be dissolved. But all these resolutions are nothing but optional resolutions. So here it is optional resolution, here it is mandatory resolution. Okay. Next one. Now, one of the partner or one or more partners want to dissolve the firm, but the case is not covered here. Now, what is the remedy available for them? They can go to the court and they can take the permission of the court to dissolve the firm. Okay, based on which reason they can approach the court? If active partner becomes unsound, they can go to the court based on this reason. If active partner becomes permanently incapable to discharge his duties, they can go to the court. If any partner, not active partner, any partner commits any wrong activities, nothing but misconduct of any partner may become a reason. Now it is about firm. Firm is suffering with losses, and in future also firm will suffer losses only. And also they can go to the court based on this reason. When any partner transfer his interest without taking the consent of remaining partners, then also other partners can go to the court to dissolve the firm. And any partner commits breach of agreement persistently, that is continuously. So continuously this partner is committing breach of agreement, breach of partnership agreement. He is not following the partnership particulars, partnership terms and conditions. Then also it will become a reason. Not only these 6 reasons, if there is any valid reason, then also they can approach court. That valid reason is otherwise known as just and equitable grounds. Okay, then what may be the valid reason? Deadlock in the management. So for example, there are 4 partners A, B, C, D. AB is one jet and CD is one party. Okay, AB is on one side and CD is on another side. If AB said okay, CD will say no, not okay. If AB said not okay, CD will say yes, it is okay. That means here decision making becomes impossible. When decision making becomes impossible, it will create deadlock in management. When there is any deadlock in management, any one of the partner can go to the court based on this reason to dissolve the firm. Now, partners are not at all talking with each other. When partners are not at all talking with each other, then any one of the partner can show this reason and he can ask for dissolution of the firm. Loss of substratum. Substratum means main objective behind creating this firm. The main objective behind creating this firm is not fulfilled. Then any partner can go to the court and they can show this reason and they can ask for dissolution. Next one. Any partner participate in gambling activities on stock markets, then also it will become a reason. So these are all the reasons based on which any partner can approach the court in order to dissolve the firm. So what are the consequences of dissolution of the firm? The first one, liability. So public notice is required to be given here also. So the liability of partner will end only after issuing public notice. That means even though the firm is dissolved, all partners are still liable until public notice is served. But 3 people are not responsible even though public notice is not served. Who are those 3 people? Expired partner, insolvent partner and sleeping partner. Except these 3 fellows, remaining all fellows are liable up to public notice. What about these 3 fellows? They are liable up to date of dissolution. What about other fellows? They are liable up to date of giving public notice. Next one. So what are the rights of partners? So they can say like this. So please sell the property of the firm and clear all liabilities. If there is any surplus, and distribute that surplus to each and every partner. Like that, every partner can ask the firm. Next one. What about authority after winding up? Will there be any authority to represent firm even after the dissolution? Yes, but only for 2 things. One is to finish pending transactions, and to complete winding up process. Winding up process means realizing assets and clearing liabilities. So to complete that process and to finish pending transactions, partners will have continuous authority. Next one. How to settle partnership accounts. This is important. Among all consequences, this is important. So if there is any loss at the time of dissolution, you need to adjust that loss towards profit reserves. If they are not sufficient, adjust towards capital. If capital is completed, then adjust towards partners' individual properties. Okay, that means, so first, profit balance need to be reduced. If it becomes 0, capital balance need to be reduced. If it becomes 0 and still there is extra loss, then you can ask each partner to contribute for that losses. That means each person need to contribute their personal cash or partial property in order to settle this loss. Next one. Now assets are realized. Now firm got money, firm got cash, firm got cash. So how to utilize this cash? So first they need to clear the debts of third party, nothing but outside liabilities. After clearing outside liabilities, they need to clear the debts which are given by partners, nothing but partners advances inside liabilities. Okay, if they are also completed, then they can take the balance amount as capital. Okay, so first they need to clear outside liabilities, after inside liabilities, after capitals. If after clearing all these things, if there is any surplus, it must be distributed among partners in PSR. If there is any negative value, nothing but deficiency. So for the deficiency, partners need to contribute their personal assets in loss sharing ratio, that is LSR. Then order of appropriation. Okay, firm debts must be settled first from firm assets. If they are not satisfied, then partners net personal assets. Net personal assets means, so first of all, we need to take personal assets and we need to reduce personal assets by personal liabilities. So the balance amount will be called as net personal assets. Okay, for clearing firm debts, first you need to utilize firm assets. If they are not sufficient, you need to take the net personal assets of partner. Okay, then what about partners private debts? So first they need to use personal net assets, not net assets, personal assets. So if they are not sufficient, they can take the share of firm net assets. So net assets means firm assets minus firm liabilities. It will create net firm assets. In net firm asset, that partner will have some share like 10%, 20%, 30%. Say for example, it is 30%. Then the 30% share need to be adjusted. So first, for clearing partner's private debt, his private property need to be utilized. If it is not sufficient, then he need to utilize this 30% share. So by this we completed part 2 also. Let's start with another chapter, that is Sale of Goods Act 1930. So for the convenience of students, we divided this act into two parts, part 1 and part 2. So here also part 1 and part 2 both are equally important. And from both parts, you will get around 16 marks in every attempt. So that is the importance of this chapter. Okay, I am going to explain each and every concept here also. And for important topics, I will go in detailed manner. And for unimportant topics, I will go in brief manner. Okay, let's start contract of sale. So how to create contract of sale? So to create contract of sale, first of all, there must be at least two parties. Party 1, party 2. Okay, then one of the party will be called as seller and other party will be called as buyer. So one party will be called as seller and other party will be called as buyer. Next one. Seller must transfer ownership of the goods. Seller must transfer ownership of the goods. And remember this point, in Sale of Goods Act, ownership is otherwise known as property in goods or general property in goods. In majority cases, so they will give like this. So here seller want to transfer property in goods to buyer. So what does it indicate? Seller want to transfer ownership to the buyer. So property in goods is nothing but called as ownership of the goods. And what buyer need to do for this? He has to pay the price. He has to pay the price. So now say how many parties are involved here? Two parties. Who are those two parties? Seller and buyer. Now the question is, who is seller? Who is seller? Seller means who sells or agrees to sell the goods. Who sells or agrees to sell the goods. Say for example, if seller agreed to sell the goods at future date, then also he is seller. If he agreed to sell goods immediately, then also he will be seller. So seller means who? Who sells or agrees to sell the goods. Next one, who is buyer? Similar definition. Who buys or agrees to buy the goods. So if he bought the goods immediately or if he is going to buy the goods at future time, then also he will be called as buyer. So seller means who sells or agrees to sell the goods. Buyer means who buys or agrees to buy the goods. Next one. Sir, what is meant by goods? Goods means all movable property. Goods means all movable property. But there are two things which are movable but can't be considered as goods. Then what are those two things? One is money. One is money. Second one is actionable claims. One is money and second one is actionable claims. Sir, what is meant by money? Money means currency. Which currencies are Indian currency? Not American currency or Australian currency. Here money means Indian currency. And that too, it must be presently in circulation. Then only it will be considered as money. Okay, money means what? Indian currency which is presently in circulation. It cannot be considered as goods even though it is movable. Sir, what about foreign currency? It is good. What about Indian currency which is not presently in circulation? Goods. What about Indian currency which is presently in circulation? Not a good. Okay. Then what is meant by actionable claim? Claim means receivable. Actionable claim means, so you can recover that claim with the help of the court, that by making legal action. Okay, that type of claim will be called as actionable claim. Say for example, I gave 10,000 rupees based on a promissory note to a person. Okay, if that person failed to pay the money, then what I can do? I can recover that money with the help of the court. That means here my claim is actionable claim. Second example. Now I made a bet and I won the bet also. So in that bet transaction, I need to get 10,000 rupees, but other party failed to give that money. Can I go to the court in order to recover this bet money? No. Is it possible to take legal action here? No. That's why this is non-actionable claim. So actionable claim is claim which can be recovered with the help of court. Non-actionable claim, the claim which can't be recovered with the help of the court. Okay, then here actionable claim is given. Okay, that nothing but promissory note, bill of exchange, checks, like that. So what about actionable claims? Are they movable? Yes, they are movable only, but the problem here is they can't be considered as goods. They can't be considered as goods. Okay, now say what is the meaning of the goods? Goods means every movable property. Goods means every movable property except money and actionable claim. Money means Indian currency which is presently in circulation. Actionable claim is claim which can be recovered with the help of the court. So both these things are nothing but movable only, but they can't be considered as goods. Next one. What about price? How to pay the price? You can pay price only in monetary terms. Only in monetary terms. It is allowed. That means you need to pay money for this Indian currency which is presently in circulation. Okay, here price is nothing but called as Indian currency which is presently in circulation. Okay, what about non-monetary? Non-monetary terms. For example, I am selling my car and in return I am taking his bike. So if there is any non-monetary terms like this, then it is not contract of sale. It is contract of barter. It will become barter. Okay, when it will become contract of sale? When one party is giving goods and other party is paying price, then only it will become contract of sale. If price is also nothing but goods only, then it is a barter. So what happens if price contains both monetary and non-monetary terms? Say for example, I have a old car and I went to showroom and I exchanged my old car with new car by paying some extra money. Okay, what is the consideration of me? New car. What is the consideration of showroom? Old car plus some money. Okay, now here price includes both monetary and non-monetary terms. Can I call this contract as contract of sale? Yes. Yes, you can call it. Nothing but price can be in monetary terms or partly monetary, partly non-monetary terms. But price cannot be in complete non-monetary terms. Complete non-monetary terms is avoided. So only monetary terms and monetary and non-monetary terms. Next one. Sir, how to ascertain price, sir? How to ascertain price? So price can be ascertained. Price can be ascertained by parties themselves. So how parties will fix the price? They can fix an amount like 10,000, 20,000, 30,000, like that. They can fix an amount. Next one, they can fix the manner. So how to determine the price? So for that purpose, they will fix a manner. Instead of fixing an amount, they will fix a manner how to calculate it. So anything is okay. Sir, what happens when parties are silent? When parties are silent, then we need to check their previous dealings. We need to check their previous dealings. Say for example, same seller, same buyer, same goods. Okay, there is a previous transaction like this. So in that previous transaction, whatever the price they charge, it will become price for this new contract also. Okay. So what happens when there is no such previous dealing? Then there is no other option. The only option is reasonable price. Now buyer need to pay reasonable price to the seller. So this is how price need to be ascertained. Next one. Sir, can price be fixed by a third party? Yes, I already said parties may fix an amount or parties may fix a manner also. In that manner, they can fix like this. Okay, I will sell goods to you, but the price of these goods will be fixed by some valuationer. Say for example, third party. So like this party can agree. So it will be covered under manner only. Okay, if parties agrees like that, then it will be called as agreement to sell at valuation. It will be called as agreement to sell at valuation. Okay, so here seller, buyer will be there, and seller need to deliver goods to buyer and buyer need to pay the price to seller. Then who will decide this price here? Here the price will be decided by third party. So this kind of contract of sale is called as agreement to sell at valuation. Okay. So what happens if third party fixes the price? It will become binding upon both seller and buyer. So both parties need to honor the contract at the price fixed by third party. Sir, what happens if third party fails to fix the price? Then this will become void. This agreement will become void, and either of the party, he may be seller or buyer, so they can avoid the agreement if third party fails to fix the price. What happens if any one of the party prevented third party from fixing the price? Then the contract will become voidable at the option of other party. Total three options: valid, void, voidable. Okay. If third party fixes the price, valid. If third party fails to fix the price, void. If one of the contracting party prevents third party from fixing the price, then the contract will become voidable at the option of other contracting party. So for example, if seller prevents third party, then contract becomes voidable at the option of buyer. If buyer prevents third party, then contract will become voidable at the option of seller. Next one, goods. Goods are classified into three kinds. Goods are classified into three kinds. One is existing good, future good, contingent good. Existing good, future good, contingent good. Sir, existing goods means what? At the time of creation of contract of sale, if goods are readily available with the seller, they are called as existing goods. Say for example, I went to Apple store and I asked for iPhone 13 Pro Max. So immediately he said, okay sir, this model is available with us. Then what type of good it was? Existing. Next one, future goods. These goods are not readily available with the seller. Seller need to acquire them or he need to produce them. Okay. In the same example, I asked for iPhone 14 Pro Max, not 13 Pro Max. I asked for iPhone 14 Pro Max. Now, seller said like this, sir, actually it is in production. It is in production. So when production is completed, I will get that mobile and I will make an intimation to you. At the time, you can come and collect the mobile. That means the mobile is not readily available with the seller. What type of goods they are? Future goods. Next one, contingent goods. Now, I went to the showroom again and I asked for iPhone 14 Pro Max. And that showroom person said like this, sir, already production is completed. Actually, I imported those mobiles through ship and the ship is still in transit. The ship is still in transit. If that ship arrives, then definitely I will sell that mobile to you. Like that, he made a promise. Now, arrival of the ship is uncertain event. It may come or may not come. So that is the reason why now goods will be called as contingent goods. Okay, once again I am repeating. If goods are readily available with the seller, existing. They are not readily available, but seller need to procure them or manufacture them. Then future goods. Goods are not readily available, but seller is acquiring those goods, but such acquisition is dependent upon uncertain event which may happen or may not happen. Then they are called as contingent goods. Next one. Existing goods are further classified into three kinds. Unascertained goods, unascertained goods, ascertained goods, ascertained goods, and specific goods. Unascertained goods, ascertained goods, specific goods. Sir, what does it mean, sir? So same example, I went to Apple store and I asked for iPhone 13 Pro Max. Okay, now it is readily available with the seller. That means it will be called as existing good. But there are different colors in that. I need to select one. So in that particular point of time, before selection, all 13 Pro Max mobiles will become unascertained goods. All 13 Pro Max mobiles will become unascertained goods. So whenever I selected one particular mobile from that unascertained goods, then that particular mobile will become ascertained goods. So once again, I'm repeating. So I went to showroom and I asked for 13 Pro Max, and say for example, there are 10 13 Pro Max models. So among them, I selected one. Okay. So before selection, these 10 mobiles will be called as unascertained goods. After selection, that one mobile will be called as ascertained goods. Okay. Then what about specific good? So I went to showroom, asked for 13 Pro Max. He said, sir, only one piece is available with us. Only one piece is available with us. I said, okay, I will buy that product. So here, no need of any selection. Here, no need of any selection. That's why here the goods are called as specific goods. If goods are available in bulk, unascertained, ascertained. Before selection, unascertained. After selection, ascertained. If goods are not in bulk, so if goods are nothing but in accordance with our requirements, then they are called as specific goods. Here selection is not required. Directly you will purchase all those goods. So those goods will now be called as specific goods. Those goods now be called as specific goods. Next one. Sir, what happens when goods are destroyed? So you need to check the time when goods are destroyed, and you need to check the type of goods also. So here goods are classified into two types. One is unascertained goods, unascertained goods, unascertained goods, and specific goods. Because already these goods are in existence. Specific or ascertained, you can take anything. Already the goods are in existence. Now, what will happen to the contract if these goods are damaged? If specific or ascertained goods are damaged, then contract will become void. The contract will become void. If ascertained goods are destroyed, then the contract is still valid. If unascertained goods are destroyed, the contract is still valid. If specific or ascertained goods are destroyed, the contract will become void. Then, now we need to check the time. If specific or unascertained goods, are destroyed before contract of sale, now what will happen? If specific or ascertained goods are destroyed after contract of sale, then what will happen? Next, in case of after contract of sale also, there are two kinds. Before transfer of ownership, after transfer of ownership. Now what will happen? So once again, I'm explaining the entire concept. Unascertained goods. Here no need to check any time limit. If unascertained goods are destroyed, then also the contract is still valid. And seller is liable to deliver the goods. No one will get discharged from the contract if goods are unascertained. If goods are specific or ascertained, then it will become void. So void means, is it void agreement or void contract? So for that purpose, you need to classify the cases like this. So if goods are destroyed before contract of sale, void agreement. It will be void agreement. If goods are destroyed after contract of sale and before transfer of ownership, it will be void contract. If goods are destroyed after contract of sale and after transfer of ownership, ownership is already transferred. When ownership is already transferred, contract is finished. Now, if any damages occur to goods, seller is no way responsible for that. That means there will be no impact on the contract. That means contract is still valid. So these are the cases we need to remember. So once again repeating, if uncertain goods are destroyed, the contract is still valid. If specific or uncertain goods are destroyed, if they are destroyed before contract of sale, void agreement. If they are destroyed after contract of sale but before transfer of ownership, void contract. After contract of sale and after transfer of ownership, the contract will become valid contract only. Next one. So at the time of making contract of sale, so parties will fix a certain terms. Parties will fix certain terms. If these terms are important for buyer's purpose, then they are called as conditions. If these terms are not so important for buyer purpose, then they will be called as warranties. Now, our next topic is about conditions and warranties. Okay, conditions and warranties are nothing but terms between seller and buyer. If those terms are important for the purchase purpose, then they are conditions. Otherwise, they are called as warranties. Now, let's take an example for that. Seller made an agreement with buyer to sell a horse. And the purpose of purchase is to use that horse for racing purpose. Now, seller and buyer made two terms. They made two terms. First term is the horse will run with a speed of 100 kmph. That is 100 kilometers per hour. And what about a weight carrying capacity? The horse at a time can lift 100 kgs of weight. So it can carry 100 kgs of weight at a time. Okay, these are the two terms which are agreed between seller and buyer. Now I want to know which term is condition and which term is warranty. So for that purpose, first we need to check the purpose of purchase, purpose of buyer. What is the purpose of buyer or purpose of purchase? To use the horse for racing purpose. So for racing, which one is important, which one is not so important? Speed is very important and weight carrying capacity is not so important. That's why speed will be called as condition, speed will be called as condition, and weight carrying capacity will be called as warranty. Weight carrying capacity will be called as warranty. Okay. Sir, now what will happen if there is breach of condition? Nothing but now horse is running with a speed of 80 kmph. But actually according to terms, what should be the speed of the horse? 100 kmph. But with a what speed horse is running now? Only 80 kmph. Nothing but breach of condition. In case of breach of condition, what buyer can do? So buyer can cancel the contract and he can claim damages. Buyer can cancel the contract and he can claim damages. Okay. Sir, according to terms, the horse can carry 100 kgs at a time, but horse is carrying only 80 kgs at a time. Now there is breach of warranty. Now what buyer can do? Buyer can't cancel the contract, but he can claim damages. So if there is breach of condition, then buyer is entitled to cancel the contract and he is entitled to claim damages also. If there is breach of warranty, then buyer is entitled to claim damages only. He can't cancel the contract. Next one. Next concept. When a condition be treated as warranty. Important question. Okay. So here, what will happen if there is breach of condition? Contract can be cancelled and buyer is entitled to claim damages. What about warranty? Buyer is entitled to claim damages. That's it. Now I want to make condition as warranty. Then how is it possible? Just simple. Remove the word cancel. Now what will happen? Condition is nothing but it is equal to warranty. Okay. So now I am discussing about four cases. I'm discussing about 4 cases. In those 4 cases, instead of cancelling the contract, parties will continue it. So whenever parties continues the contract instead of cancelling it, then what will happen? Automatically condition will become warranty. Okay. Now in those 4 cases, you need to check that point whether the contract is cancelling or it is being continued. If it is being continued, then condition is treated as warranty. Then what are those 4 cases? So let's look into those 4 cases with the help of example. Seller, buyer. So seller sold a horse to buyer and buyer paid the price also. And here there is a condition. Nothing but it is a term which is important for buyer purpose or the purpose of purchase. What is that condition? Speed. The horse must run with a speed of 100 kmph. So this is the condition. Okay, now so buyer himself. Now buyer himself came to seller and said like this, no need to run with 100 kmph speed. That means no need to perform this condition. Like this buyer only said to seller. Okay, now the horse is running with only 80 kmph speed. Horse is running with only 80 kmph speed. Now say, can buyer is entitled to cancel the contract? No. Why, sir? Here buyer himself waives off the performance of this condition. So buyer only said, so no need to perform this condition. When buyer only said like that, then how can he cancel the contract based on the same reason? So it is not possible. So for the first point is when buyer waives off the performance of a condition like this. When buyer waives off the performance of condition like this, then condition will become warranty. Next one, same example. Now buyer said nothing. So according to contract, one of the condition is the horse must run with a speed of 100 kmph. But actually the horse is running with 80 kmph. Nothing but there is a breach of condition. Now buyer is entitled to cancel the contract, but he emotionally attached to the horse. He don't want to lose that horse. That's why even though there is breach of condition, he want to continue the contract. Even though there is breach of condition, he want to continue the contract. So now what will happen? Now condition will become warranty. I already said instead of cancelling contract, if contract is continued, then you can assume that is warranty, not a condition. That means condition now becomes warranty. So here also, here he can cancel the contract, but instead of cancelling the contract, what he is doing, as he emotionally attached with the horse, he want to continue with it, even though there is breach of condition. That's why now condition will become warranty. Okay. Now what we need to write here, if buyer elects to treat breach of condition as breach of warranty, then condition will become warranty. Sir, what is the difference between first one and second one? In case of first one, breach is not yet happened. So before breach only, buyer continued the contract. In second case, after breach, buyer continued the contract. That's it. In both cases, he continued the contract, which indicates condition is becoming warranty. Next, third case. Now, buyer went to a hospital and doctor said to take apple juice every day. That took quality apple juice every day. That's why buyer approached apple juice vendor. Now buyer asked seller to give quality apple juice. Okay. Now seller used quality apples, quality milk, but low quality sugar. Okay. So in this case, seller used quality apples, quality milk, and low quality sugar. Now buyer came to know, okay, sugar is of low quality. Now he want to avoid sugar portion only. Is it possible? After creating the juice, is it possible to remove sugar content? No, it is not possible. Now the contract will become inseparable. As the contract is inseparable, so buyer has only two options. He can accept the juice or he can reject the juice. That's it. There is no other option for him. But other juice vendors are not available at that particular point of time. That's why he decided to accept it. Okay, when he decided to accept it, what about this low quality sugar? So it is breaking condition, but still the contract will be continued. So here also contract is getting continued. Okay, and the reason is inseparability. So because of inseparability of contract, buyer is continuing the contract. So as he is continuing the contract, here what will happen to condition? It will become warranty. Now what we need to write here? So if buyer accept the part of the goods or whole of the goods in an inseparable contract, then condition will become warranty. Next one. Now buyer decide to make his apple juice on his own. So he decided to buy apples for it. Okay. Now he approached apple vendor. Nothing but seller. Okay, he asked for quality apples. Okay, that too high quality apples. Generally, apples are of three grades: A grade apples, B grade apples, C grade apples. High quality apples, A grade. Medium quality, B grade. Low quality, C grade. So in winter season, you can see A grade apples. In rainy season, you can see B grade apples. In summer season, you can see C grade apples. Okay, now buyer made a contract with seller and asked for highest quality apples. Not high quality, highest quality of apples. So what is the highest quality of apples? A grade only. But this contract was made during rainy season. So in rainy season, is it possible to give highest quality of apples? No, it is not possible. Now what court will do? So whenever there is impossibility, court will say like this. So if it is impossible, don't do that. If it is impossible, don't do that. So if court said like that, then what about seller? Is he liable to deliver highest quality of apples now? No. But he need to deliver the highest quality available in rainy season. That is B grade. Now seller need to supply B grade apples to buyer. That's it. Okay, in this case also buyer can't avoid the contract. Why? Because court itself excuses seller from performing that condition. And the reason is impossibility. So this is the fourth case. In all these four cases, what is common point? In all these four cases, contract is continuing. When contract is continuing, what will happen? Condition will become warranty. Next one. Types of conditions and warranties. Types of conditions and warranties. So conditions and warranties are categorized into three kinds. If they are created by parties, they will be called as express. If they are created by parties, they will be called as express conditions and express warranties. If they are created by law, then they are called as implied by law. Implied by law. If they are created by usage of trade, then they will be called as implied by usage of trade. The parties means seller and buyer. Law means Sale of Goods Act. Usage of trade means what, sir? Usage of trade means nothing but practice in industry. Say for example, in an industry, all sellers are doing a thing in common. That thing will become usage of trade. Okay. So if all sellers in same industry are doing the same thing, it will be referred as usage of trade. Nothing but industry practice. Okay. Now which one is important from exam, sir? Implied by law is important. So in case of implied by law, you will get 7 implied conditions and 3 implied warranties. 7 plus 3, 10. In case of usage of trade, 1 implied condition, 1 implied warranty, total 2. So in total, we need to learn about 12 points. Okay. What about parties, sir? So it is not there in our syllabus, and moreover, parties can decide what they want. Okay, that's why it is not possible to give all those points here. Okay, let's see implied by law first. First one, condition as to First one, condition as to title. Condition as to title. So this is implied conditions. First I am discussing about implied conditions. Implied conditions by law. Implied conditions by law. Okay, first one is condition as to title. So what this condition is saying? So seller must have right to sell at the time of sale. Seller must have right to sell. So for example, seller sold goods. Seller sold goods with right to sell. With right to sell. Then this condition is satisfied. Then there will be no problem. If seller sold the goods to buyer without right to sell, he sold the goods to buyer, then this condition is failed. Now buyer is entitled to cancel the contract. So when seller will have right to sell? When he is having ownership or when he is agent. In both these cases, he will have right to sell. So with right to sell, he can make the sale. At that time, this condition will be satisfied. So without right to sell, if he made sale, then this condition is failed. Now what will happen? As condition is failed, there is breach of condition. So buyer is entitled to cancel the contract and he can claim damages. Next one, second one. Condition as to description. Condition as to description. If buyer made any description, then the goods must correspond with the description. So for example, I went to a restaurant and I asked for chicken biryani. But the waiter supplied me egg biryani. So am I liable to take that egg biryani? No, not required. Why? Because what is the description made by me? Chicken biryani. And what about the goods? The goods does not match with my description. When goods does not match with the description made by the buyer, then this condition is not satisfied. There is breach of condition. That's why buyer is entitled to cancel the contract, and if he suffers with loss, he can claim damages also. Next one, sample. Condition as to sample. So when I bought anything based on sample, three conditions must be satisfied. First condition. So I need to be provided with one more opportunity to compare bulk and sample. I need to provide it with one more opportunity to compare bulk and sample. Okay, I got opportunity. Now I'm comparing bulk and sample. Okay, after comparing, what the result should be? The bulk and sample must be same in terms of quality, not in terms of quantity. So in case of quantity, bulk will be more and sample will be less. But in case of quality, both need to be equal. Next one. The bulk must not contain latent defects, nothing but inside defects. Inside defects means which can't be easily traced out. If they easily traced out, if they can be easily traced out, then they will be called as patent defects. If they can't be traced out so easily, they are called as latent defects. Okay, the bulk must be free of latent defects. Okay, if any one of this point got failed, this condition will get failed and buyer will be entitled to cancel the contract. So whenever you bought goods based on sample, okay, check these 3 points. So seller need to provide an opportunity to compare bulk and sample to you. So by comparing it, so quality in bulk and quality in sample must be equal, and bulk must be free of inside defects, that is latent defects. Next one, sample as well as description. What you need to do now? Yes, you need to satisfy both the conditions. So description condition as well as sample condition. You need to satisfy both. The sample is satisfied, description is not satisfied. Buyer can cancel the contract. Description is satisfied, sample is not satisfied. Buyer can cancel the contract. Both are not satisfied. Buyer can cancel the contract. Then when buyer is not allowed to cancel the contract, when both are satisfied only. Next one, condition as to quality or fitness for buyer's purpose. In simple words, making proper selection of goods. First say, who is responsible to make proper selection of goods? Is it seller or buyer? Always it is buyer. So buyer has to make proper selection of goods. It is not the responsibility of seller. It is the responsibility of the buyer to make proper selection of goods. He need to check whether the desired quality is there or not. He need to check whether the goods are fit for his purpose or not. So it is the responsibility of buyer in order to make proper selection. Then when seller will get responsibility? Generally, who need to make proper selection? Buyer. Now, my question is, when seller will get that responsibility to make proper selection of goods? When that kind of condition is imposed on him, either through express agreement or through implied by law or through implied by usage of trade. Implied by usage of trade. Okay. So generally, who is responsible to make proper selection? Buyer only. Okay. For the wrong selection made by buyer, seller is not responsible. But you can pass that responsibility to seller. Okay. How? So based on express agreement, or based on implied condition by law, or based on implied condition by usage of trade. Okay. For our syllabus, this point is not there. So in our syllabus, only this point and this point got covered. Okay. Now by implied, there are two chances. So one is by law, one is by usage of trade. Okay, how law will create this kind of implied condition on seller? When three conditions are satisfied. So what are those three conditions? So first of all, buyer need to communicate his purpose to the seller. First point. Buyer must rely on the skill and judgment of seller with respect to selection of best goods. Third one, seller must be a casual seller. That means he must dealing in those goods from the past several years. If these three conditions are satisfied, then seller is responsible to make proper selection of goods. This is as per law. So once again I am repeating, what are those three conditions? Buyer communicated his purpose to seller. Buyer relied on seller's skill and judgment to make best selection of goods. And seller is not an ordinary seller, he is casual seller, expert seller. That means he is dealing in those goods from the past several years. If these three conditions are satisfied, then such type of responsibility will be implied on seller by law. Then what about usage of trade? Say for example, in a particular industry, all sellers are following a condition. All sellers are following a condition. So what is that condition? So they have to inquire the purpose of buyer before selling the goods, and based on that purpose, they need to select best goods for the buyer. Okay. So like this, every seller, every vendor in a particular industry is following. Now what will happen? It will become implied condition. Okay, let's take an example for this. Hyderabad. So in Hyderabad, all mobile vendors are following a condition. What is that condition? So while selling mobiles, first they will inquire the purpose of buyer, and based on the purpose of buyer, they will provide a better selection of mobiles. Okay, if the purpose of buyer is not fulfilled, then they will take back the mobiles and they will refund the money. So this tradition is being followed by all mobile vendors in Hyderabad. So this is nothing but called as usage of trade. So following like this is nothing but called as usage of trade. Okay. Now say, who is having the responsibility to make best selection of goods? Is it seller or buyer? Seller only. Sir, how responsibility got transferred to seller? Generally it is buyer now. As buyer only. But in this case, why the responsibility got changed to seller? Because of usage of trade being followed by all vendors in that particular industry. Okay. Generally, it is the responsibility of buyer to make proper selection of goods, but it will get transferred to seller when there is any express agreement, or when it is implied by law, and when it is implied by usage of trade. Okay, when law will imply such kind of condition? Subject to fulfillment of 3 points. What about usage of trade? Those 3 points are not required. So usage of trade, if every person in that industry is following the same, then as a person of that industry, you must also follow the same. That is the rule. Next one. Condition as to merchantable quality. Condition as to merchantable quality. So what is meant by condition as to merchantable quality? So here you need to remember 2 points. So first of all, seller will make some descriptions. So those descriptions must be satisfied. And there must be no latent defect, there is no inside defect. If these two conditions are satisfied, nothing but goods match with seller description and goods does not contain any latent defects, then there will be merchantable quality. Sir, goods are not matching with seller description, sir. No merchantable quality. Sir, goods are having latent defects, sir. No merchantable quality. So when there will be merchantable quality in goods? When seller description is matched and no latent, that is inside defects. If there is inside defect or if goods does not match with seller description, then you can say that there is no merchantable quality. Next one. Condition as to wholesomeness. Condition as to wholesomeness. So this is only applicable to eatables and provisions. Okay, in case of eatables, seller must ensure himself that the goods must be fit for human consumption. Okay, if goods are not fit for human consumption and vendor sell those goods to buyer and buyer ate those goods, and if he suffered with any health issues, then seller is liable to make compensation for him. Okay, so by this we completed all implied conditions. So here first we dealt about condition as to title. Condition as to title. Yeah, here it is. So first condition as to title. So what is the rule according to condition as to title? Seller must have right to sell at the time of sale. If he does not have right to sell at the time of sale, then this condition will get broken. Next one, description. Second one, if buyer made any description, the goods must match with the description. Otherwise, this condition will get broken. Next, third one, in case of sample. So in case of sample, seller must provide an opportunity to compare bulk and sample. And in terms of quality, both must be equal and there should not be any latent defect. This is third one. Quality or fitness. This is fourth one. So here, implied by law is fourth one. Implied by law is fourth one. And this is first one because of usage of trade. Okay. Implied by law. When it will get implied by law? Subject to three conditions. Buyer must communicate his purpose. Buyer must rely on skill and judgment of seller in order to select best goods. And finally, seller must be an expert seller, that is casual seller. But in case of usage of trade, all these things are not required. So this is fourth point in implied conditions by law. This is one and only point in implied conditions by usage of trade. Next one. Merchantable quality, fifth point. Merchantable quality, fifth point. I think one more point is missing. That is sample as well as description. Okay, let's take it as sixth point. Next, wholesomeness, seventh point. So goods must fit for human consumption. That is the rule here. So total implied by law 7, implied by usage of trade 1. So total 8 points. Okay, we completed all 8 points. Now it is the time for warranties, implied warranties. Okay, how many implied warranties are there? Implied by law 3, implied by usage of trade 1, in total 4. So what are the implied by law? First one, undisturbed possession of goods. Warranty as to undisturbed possession of goods. So what does it mean? So after buying the goods, buyer need to enjoy the possession of goods. If for any reason his possession got disturbed because of seller, then buyer is entitled to claim damages from seller. But he can't cancel the contract. It is breach of warranty but not breach of condition. Next one. Non-existence of encumbrance. Encumbrance means charge. Nothing but when you offered any good as security in a loan, then a charge will get created on goods to money lender. That charge is known as encumbrance. Okay. So can you offer the goods which are already acting as security in a loan? No. You can't offer such goods to sale. If you offer such goods to sell, then this condition, this warranty will get broken. Next, third one. Disclosure of dangerous nature of goods. If goods involves any dangerous nature and the same is not known to buyer, then seller must warn buyer about the probable danger. So these are the three warranties implied by law. And what about last one? So this is about quality or fitness. Quality or fitness. So we already discussed about quality or fitness. Nothing but who need to make proper selection of goods. So here, not only condition, a warranty can also get created. A warranty can also get created. Okay, then warranty, when it will get created? Because of agreement, because of law, because of usage of trade. So among these 3 points, in case of agreement, it is possible, but in law, it is not possible. In usage of trade, it is possible. Okay, so here only 2 are possible. One is agreement, second one is usage of trade. So now we are going to discuss about usage of trade because agreement is not there in our syllabus. Only usage of trade. So as per usage of trade, a warranty regarding quality or fitness for particular purpose may get imposed. So by this we completed all implied warranties also. And last concept of part 1, that is doctrine of caveat emptor. So what is meant by doctrine of caveat emptor? Doctrine of caveat emptor means let the buyer be aware. Okay. Then what about seller? Seller is nowhere responsible for the wrong selections made by the buyer. Okay. So it is whose responsibility in order to buy the goods, the two proper goods is the responsibility of buyer. As per doctrine of caveat emptor, it is the responsibility of buyer. So buyer need to make proper selection of goods. Seller is nowhere responsible for buyer. But there are certain exceptions to this rule. Okay, what are those exceptions? All implied conditions and all implied warranties. So till now we discussed about implied conditions and implied warranties. So all those implied conditions and all those implied warranties will become exceptions to this rule, because in all those cases seller is liable. So in breach of implied condition, cancellation plus damages. In breach of implied warranty, only damages. Cancellation is not allowed. But whatever it may be, who need to pay damages here? Seller only. That means seller is liable in all these cases. That's why all these cases will be considered as exceptions to doctrine of caveat emptor. Normally, in case of doctrine of caveat emptor, who is liable? Buyer only liable. But in exceptions, seller is liable. What are those exceptions? All implied conditions, all implied warranties. Apart from these points, there are some extra points. That is, goods bought under patent or brand name. Say for example, I bought Apple mobile based on the reliance on Apple products. Okay, now can I show the seller? No. Say for example, Apple. So Apple company will sell mobiles to mobile vendors. Mobile vendors will sell mobiles to public. Okay, now based on the trustworthiness on Apple products, I bought the product from mobile vendor. Okay, now who is responsible here? Only Apple company. If there is any problem, who is responsible? Only Apple company, because we are relying on Apple product, Apple brand, but not on seller. But if seller suggests the Apple product, then who are responsible? Apple company as well as seller. That means if you buy any goods based on patent or brand name, if you bought any goods based on patent or brand name, then seller is not responsible. If that patent or brand name is suggested by seller, then seller is responsible. That is the point here. Next one. Seller made fraud on buyer in order to make buyer to enter into the contract. So in this case also seller is liable. Okay, these are the two extra points. So by this we completed part 1. So let's start next part, that is part 2 of Sale of Goods Act 1930. Here the first topic is about risk prima facie passes with property. First of all, what is meant by risk? If goods got damaged or goods got destroyed, the loss on such damaged or goods will be called as risk. In simple words, risk is nothing but loss of goods. Next, what is meant by property? We already know about it. Property means ownership. Property means ownership. Okay, now who need to bear loss of goods? Is it seller or buyer? So it is not seller, it is not buyer, it is owner who need to bear the risk. If seller is owner, then seller need to bear the loss. If buyer is owner, buyer need to bear the loss. Okay, so this is explained in a word, that is risk prima facie passes with property. That means the loss of goods is always associated with ownership. The person who is owner need to bear the loss of goods also. Okay, but this rule is having two exceptions. In these two exceptions, owner is not liable to bear the loss. Then who is liable to bear the loss? Okay, let's see first one. Now there is delay in delivery. Because of delay in delivery, goods got damaged. Now who need to bear the loss? The person who is responsible for such delay need to bear the loss, but not owner. So for example, seller and buyer. So seller made delay in delivery. Now goods got damaged. Who is responsible? Seller, but not owner. So here we need to check who is liable for that delay. Okay, that person is liable to bear the loss. And no need to check about who is owner. It is irrelevant. So what happens if buyer is liable for delay? If buyer is liable for delay, then buyer only responsible to bear that loss. So the person who is responsible for such delay is liable to bear the loss, but not the owner. This is first exception. Second exception, contract of bailment. As per contract of sale, what is the general rule? If anything is happened to goods, who need to bear the loss? Owner. Seller is owner, seller. If buyer is owner, buyer. In simple words, owner need to bear the loss. Then what about contract of bailment? In case of contract of bailment, it is the responsibility of bailee. Okay, let's look into that concept with the help of example. Now there are two parties. One is bailor and second one is bailee. So bailor gave goods to bailee. Say for example, bailor give his car to bailee in order to get it repaired. So for repair purpose, he gave the car. After repair is completed, he take back his car. Nothing but this contract is called as bailment contract. Okay, if car got damaged while it was in the possession of bailee, then who is responsible for such loss? Bailee only. Okay, next one, seller and buyer. Seller and buyer. So seller made a promise to deliver goods to buyer. Okay, in this case, if anything is happened to goods, who need to bear loss? Owner. If seller is owner, seller. If buyer is owner, buyer. So here we need to check owner. In second case, we need to check owner. In first case, we need to check bailee. Okay, so in first case, who is liable for bearing the loss? Bailee. In second case, owner. Okay, now between two parties, both this contract got created. Okay, now what rule we need to apply in that situation? Is it bailment rules or sale rules? We need to apply bailment rules. Okay, let's have a look into that with the help of example. A and B. So A sold his second-hand car. A sold his second-hand car to B. And A is nothing but mechanic by profession. He is mechanic. That's why B gave that car to A in order to get it repaired. Now there is two contracts in between A and B. First contract is contract of sale. In that contract, A is seller, B is buyer. Second contract is contract of bailment. So here B is bailor and A is bailee. Now, while the goods are under repair, that is the car is under repair, the car got damaged. Now who need to bear the loss? Who need to bear the loss? So as per contract of sale, we need to check for owner. Say for example, buyer is owner, that is B is owner. So ownership lies with B only. Okay, now by applying contract of sale rule, who is liable here? B. Okay, then apply contract of bailment rule. When you apply contract of bailment rule, then who will become liable? Mechanic, that is A. So here bailee is responsible. Now question arises. In this situation, there is both contract of sale and both contract of bailment. Okay, now who need to bear the loss? Is it seller or buyer, or is it bailee or bailor? So here contract of bailment rules overrides contract of sale rules. Contract of bailment rules overrides contract of sale rules. That means as per contract of bailment rules, we need to follow. So what contract of bailment rule is saying? Bailee is responsible. Who is bailee here? A. So A is responsible for this loss. That's it. So whenever there is contract of bailment and contract of sale in that particular situation, then apply contract of bailment rule but not contract of sale rule. So that is second exception. So either seller or buyer holds the goods as bailee, then he has to bear the risk. Bailee has to bear the risk, but not owner. Next one. Transfer of ownership. When ownership will get transferred from seller to buyer? That is the question now. Okay, for this purpose, we need to categorize the situations into 4 situations. First one is specific goods. Specific or ascertained goods. Second one is unascertained goods. Third one is goods sent on sale or return basis. Goods sent on sale or return basis. And fourth one is reservation of right of disposal. Total 4 situations. First one, specific or ascertained goods. Second one, unascertained goods. Third one, sale or return. Fourth one, right of disposal. Okay, let's check the first one, specific or ascertained goods. So here, when ownership will get transferred? When goods are in deliverable state means they are ready for delivery. When goods are in deliverable state, when contract is made, at the same point of time, buyer will get ownership. So as and when contract is created, ownership will get transferred to buyer. So what happens when goods are not in deliverable state? When goods are in non-deliverable state? When goods are in non-deliverable state, then first they need to bring into deliverable state. So they need to be bring into deliverable state, and the same should be intimated to, buyer. Upon intimation only, buyer will become owner. Next, third situation. The goods are in deliverable state only. They are ready for delivery. But before making delivery, seller need to count them, or he need to check the weight in order to ascertain the price. So now say, when ownership will get transferred here? So first of all, seller need to complete his activities. Seller need to complete his activities. He need to complete his activities, and thereafter he need to intimate the same to the buyer. Upon intimation, buyer will become owner. So by this we completed first portion. So once again I am repeating. In case of specific or ascertained goods, when ownership will get transferred? If goods are readily available for delivery, as and when contract is created. If goods are not readily available with seller, first they need to be bring into deliverable state, and the same should be intimated to buyer. Upon intimation only, buyer will become owner. If goods are in deliverable state but seller's activities are pending, then first seller need to complete those activities, and the same should be intimated to buyer. Upon intimation only, buyer will become owner. Next one. In case of unascertained goods, when ownership will get transferred? Simple, upon appropriation. Unascertained goods means not yet selected. Now if you selected, then ownership will get transferred. So selection is otherwise called as appropriation. So after appropriation, ownership will get transferred to buyer. But in order to transfer ownership like that, certain conditions must be satisfied. Then what are those conditions? First condition. This is very important question for theory. First one. Goods must be in deliverable state. And appropriation, that is selection, must be done according to the description. Selection must be done according to the description under the contract. Say for example, if I ask to give chicken biryani, you need to select chicken biryani only, not anything else. Okay. Next, point number three. So at the time of selection, there should not be any condition with respect to transfer of ownership. So it must be done unconditionally. Sir, what happens if there is any condition relating to ownership? Then ownership will not get transferred until such conditions are satisfied. That's why upon appropriation, if you want to transfer ownership to the buyer, it must be made unconditionally. Sir, who can appropriate, sir? Who can select, sir? It can be done by seller. By taking the consent, that is assent of the buyer, or it can be done by buyer by taking the assent, that is consent of seller. Sir, how to take that consent? You can take that consent either in express form or in implied form. Sir, when to take that consent? You can take that consent either before appropriation or after appropriation. So before selection, you can take the consent of the other party, or after selection you can take. Anything is okay. And such consent can be taken either expressly or impliedly. So if all these conditions are satisfied, then upon appropriation only, buyer will become owner. Next one, goods sent on sale or return basis. So here, upon acceptance, buyer will become owner. Upon acceptance, buyer will become owner. So upon acceptance means what? Here, when you send goods on sale or return basis, buyer can give his acceptance expressly. That is express acceptance. Upon that intimation, he will become owner. Or he can start using the goods. He can sell the goods. He can use those goods in order to create a pledge to take the loan. So in all these cases, it will be considered as implied acceptance. Then also buyer will become owner. Next one, even after the expiry of time limit for giving acceptance, he is still holding the goods without giving any reply. So then also it will be considered as acceptance. It will be considered as deemed acceptance. So whatever the acceptance it may be express, implied or deemed. Upon acceptance, buyer will become owner. Okay, in case of express acceptance, buyer will clearly communicate his acceptance to seller. In case of implied acceptance, instead of communicating it to seller, he starts using the goods, or he can make a subsale or pledge. In case of deemed acceptance, he will not give any reply, even though the time period for giving reply is completed. Okay, in all these cases, buyer will become owner. Next one, right of disposal. Right of disposal. So right of disposal means right to do anything. Right of disposal means right to do anything. Okay, when right of disposal is reserved, when right of disposal is reserved, when it is reserved, then seller is owner. If right of disposal is not reserved, so when it is not reserved, then buyer is owner. So when seller is owner and when buyer is owner, when right of disposal is reserved, seller is owner. When right of disposal is not reserved, buyer is owner. Sir, how to reserve right of disposal? So that is the question now. Say for example, seller want to deliver certain goods to buyer. So he made a contract with transporter, that is carrier. Now seller gave the goods to carrier and he instructed carrier to deliver the same to the buyer. Okay, at this particular point of time, carrier, that is transporter, will give a document of title. If this document is taken on seller's name, then right of disposal is reserved, so seller is owner. Second case. If this document of title is taken on buyer's name, and it is sent to buyer along with bill of exchange, he sent the document of title to buyer, then also seller is said to reserve right of disposal. So in these two cases, seller is said to have reserved right of disposal. If seller reserved right of disposal, seller is owner. What about remaining cases? In remaining cases, seller not reserved right of disposal. That means buyer is owner. Okay, when seller reserves right of disposal, seller is owner. Otherwise, buyer is owner. Okay, in how many cases seller can reserve right of disposal? Only two cases. What are those two cases? By taking document of title on the name of seller. Second one, by taking document of title on the name of buyer, and the same is forwarded to buyer along with bill of exchange. Next one, Nemo.quad non-habit. Nemo.quad non-habit. What does it mean? No one can transfer what he has not got. No one can transfer what he has not got. In simple words, if seller have ownership or right to sell, then only he can pass ownership to the buyer. If seller does not have ownership, right to sell, can he transfer ownership to the buyer? No, he can't transfer ownership to the buyer without having such right. So that is what Nemo.quad non-habit is saying. A person can't transfer what he has not got. If this person has not got ownership or right to transfer, that is right to sell, then he can't transfer ownership to the buyer. In simple words, a sale by non-owner is invalid. And in that sale, buyer will not get any ownership. Next one. But this rule is having exceptions. These exceptions are very important from examination point of view. First exception, sale by mercantile agent. Sir, agent will have right to sell now. Yes, he will have right to sell. When he followed the instruction of principal. What happens when he does not follow the instruction of principal? Then agent will not have right to sell, and at that particular point of time, he can't transfer ownership to the subsequent person. So, for example, principal gave goods to agent. And he made an instruction like this: don't sell these goods for less than 50,000. So don't sell these goods for less than 50,000. Like this, he put restriction. Now agent, what he need to do? He need to sell the goods to buyer. For how much price? For greater than or equal to 50,000, but not less than 50,000. Okay, but if he sold the goods for 50,000 or more than 50,000, so agent will have right to sell, so buyer will get ownership. There is no doubt in it. But in this case, agent sold the goods for less than 50,000. Say for example, for 40,000, he sold the goods to buyer. Now the question will arise. In this case, agent does not have any right to sell. Because he is not following the instruction of principal. Now, what about this buyer? Will he get any ownership? Yes, he will get ownership subject to few conditions. Then what are those conditions? First one, the goods must be in the possession of agent. The goods must be in the possession of agent with the consent of principal. So who should hold the goods? Agent. With whose consent? With the consent of principal. First condition. Second condition, the sale which is made by agent must be related to his business. Third one, the person who bought the goods must be innocent. That means he does not know about all these things. If these three conditions are satisfied, what are those three conditions? Agent must hold the goods with the prior consent of principal. Agent must make a sale which is relating to his business. Next one, buyer must be innocent. If these three conditions are satisfied, even though instructions are not being followed, this sale will become valid and buyer will get ownership. Okay, once again I am saying, if agent follows the instructions, then he will have right to sell and he can transfer ownership to the buyer. If agent does not follow the instructions, he don't have any right to sell and he can't transfer ownership. But if three conditions are satisfied, in that situation also he can transfer ownership. What are those three conditions? Goods must be held by agent with the consent of principal. Sale must be related to agent business, and other party, that is buyer, must be innocent. Next one. Sale by one of the joint owners. Sale by one of the joint owners. Say for example, A, B, C are joint owners of a car. Each is having 1/3 share. Okay, now the question arises like this. Can A transfer 100% ownership to buyer? Answer is no. Because he is having 1/3 ownership only. That means he can transfer only 1/3 ownership but not 100% ownership. That is full ownership. But if he take the consent of B and C, then he can transfer 100% ownership. Okay, now the question is, without having the consent of B and C, can A transfer 100% ownership to the buyer? Answer is no. Answer is no. So without the consent of other joint owners, a single joint owner can't transfer 100% ownership to the other party. But here also certain conditions are there. If those conditions are satisfied, then in this case also he can transfer 100% ownership to the buyer. Okay, what are those conditions? First one, the goods must be in the hands of A. The goods must be in the hands of A with the prior consent of B and C. So who need to hold the goods? A. With whose consent? With the consent of B and C. First condition. And buyer must be innocent. Buyer must be innocent. Second condition. If both these conditions are satisfied, then A can transfer 100% ownership to the buyer, even though he does not have 100% ownership, even though he does not take the consent of B and C for making this sale. Okay, sir, you said you need to take the consent of B and C. Yes, for what? For holding goods, but not to make a sale. Okay, so B and C should agree to hold the goods, and A need to hold the goods, and buyer must act as innocent. Then only in this case 100% ownership will get transferred to buyer from A, who is having part ownership. Next one, sale under voidable contract. Sale under voidable contract. So what is meant by sale under voidable contract? So for example, A applied fraud on B and got goods in return. Okay, now from where A got goods? A got goods under a voidable contract. A got goods under voidable contract. Now who is aggrieved party? B. How many options are available to aggrieved party? He can continue the contract or he can cancel the contract. Two options. Okay, now the contract is not yet cancelled by aggrieved party. The contract is not yet cancelled by aggrieved party. Meanwhile, A sold the goods. A sold the goods to X, a innocent person. X is an innocent person. X is an innocent person. And A delivered the goods. A delivered the goods to innocent person. Now the question is, will X get ownership or not? Answer is yes. X will get ownership. Then what are the conditions that need to be satisfied here? First of all, this person has to acquire goods. This person has to acquire goods under a voidable contract. First condition. Second condition, the contract is not yet cancelled. The contract is not yet cancelled. If it is cancelled, then the goods must be returned to B only, no other person. The contract is not yet cancelled. Second one. Third one, the goods must be delivered to third party. The goods must be delivered to third party, and the third party must be innocent party. If these four conditions are satisfied, then the third party, that is innocent buyer, will get ownership. Next one. Sale by a person having possession but not ownership. So here you can cover 2 points. And please remember, this point is only applicable in case of contract of sale, that is in between seller and buyer. In between seller and buyer. Say for example, seller is having possession, seller is having possession, buyer is having ownership, buyer is having ownership, seller is having possession and buyer is having ownership. Now seller sold the goods to X. Now say, will X get ownership or not? Yes, provided if he is innocent. That means actually seller need to deliver those goods to buyer. But instead of delivering those goods to buyer, he sold the goods to X, an innocent person. Now the question is, will that innocent person will get ownership or not? Yes, he will get ownership. Then what about this buyer? He can file a case against seller to recover damages. Similarly, reverse situation. Now seller is having ownership. Seller is having ownership. Buyer is having possession. Buyer is having possession. Now, as buyer is having possession, he sold the goods to X. Now the question is, will X get ownership or not? Yes, provided if he acts innocent. That's it. So in case of seller and buyer, if one party is holding goods and other party is having ownership, then the person holding goods can make a valid sale, provided the buyer, the new buyer, must act innocently. Next one. Sale under estoppel. Sale under estoppel. So what is meant by sale under estoppel? So for example, there is owner A and B, a non-owner, nothing but A's friend. A's friend. Now B made an agreement with X. B made an agreement with X to sell the goods, for which A is owner, and A is present there only. Then what he need to do? He need to deny it. So how can you sell my goods like that? He need to deny it. But without denying it, he kept silent. Now what will happen? X will get ownership, even though B does not have ownership. Sir, why? Because this sale is happened in the presence of main owner only. So this sale is happened in the presence of main owner. Then what main owner is doing? He need to deny it. So without denying it, if he kept on silent, then at later point of time, he can't claim back the goods. In simple words, the ownership will get transferred to X. That's it. Next one. Sale by unpaid seller. So for example, if price is not paid to seller, then seller will become unpaid seller. Seller will become unpaid seller. Okay, initially he will exercise certain rights over the goods, but if price is not yet paid still now, then he can resell the goods to third party. So in that situation, this third party will get ownership. That's it. Next one. Sale under other acts. So for example, money lender. You offered your goods as security to money lender. So if you paid money, then your goods will be returned back. If you fail to make payment of money, then money lender will sell those goods to third party. Then what about this third party? He will get ownership or not? Yes, he will get ownership, even though money lender is not a owner. Next one. When any person become insolvent, his assets and liabilities will be taken over by official receiver. Official receiver will sell the assets of insolvent person in an auction sale. So for example, if a third party bought those goods under auction sale, then will he get any ownership? Yes, even though official receiver is not a owner. Next one. Finder of lost goods. Finder of lost goods. If true owner is not found, then finder of lost goods can sell the goods to third party. In that situation also, third party can get ownership. So these are the cases under other laws. Okay, money lender, official receiver, finder of lost goods. All these people will not have any ownership, but they can pass ownership to the third party. So by this we completed Nemo.quad non-habit. Next one, delivery of goods. So what is meant by delivery of goods? Delivery of goods means voluntary transfer of possession of goods from seller to buyer. So if seller voluntarily transfer the possession of the goods to buyer, then it will be called as delivery of goods. Okay, in how many ways this delivery can happen? This delivery can happen in 3 ways. First one, actual delivery. Second one, symbolic delivery, and third one, constructive delivery. So actual delivery, symbolic delivery, and constructive delivery. So first one, actual delivery. What is meant by actual delivery? Say for example, I am the seller. I want to sell my car to the buyer. Okay, in this case, I can directly hand over my car to buyer. So handing over the goods directly to the buyer is nothing but called as actual delivery. So what is meant by actual delivery? So giving the goods directly to the buyer is nothing but called as actual delivery. Next one, second case. So same example, I'm the seller. I want to sell my car. I made a contract with buyer to sell my car. Now, instead of giving the car directly to my buyer, I gave the keys of the car, which enables buyer to take the delivery of my car. Okay, so giving anything like that will be considered as symbolic delivery. So if I directly hands over my car to buyer, then it will be actual delivery. Instead of that, if I gave keys of the car in order to enable the buyer to take the delivery of car, so then it will be called as symbolic delivery. So if you gave car directly, then actual. If you gave keys of the car instead of main goods, then it will be called as symbolic delivery. Next one, constructive delivery. What is meant by constructive delivery? Okay, now the car is possessed by my agent. The car is possessed by seller agent. Okay. So if car is in the possession of seller agent, then indirectly the car is said to be in the possession of seller only. Okay. Now seller will make a call to agent. Okay, now I sold the car to buyer. From now onwards, hold that car on behalf of buyer, but not on behalf of me. Like that, he gave instruction to his agent. Now agent made acknowledgement to buyer. Agent made acknowledgement to buyer. What is that acknowledgement? From now onwards, I will hold this car on behalf of you. So whenever this agent made acknowledgement like that, now this agent will become buyer agent. So previously he is seller agent. Now he is buyer agent. Okay, now say previously the car was in whose possession? Seller agent position. That is seller position. Now the car was in buyer agent position. Nothing but buyer position. That means the delivery is happened here. So this kind of delivery is known as delivery by acknowledgement. It is known as delivery by acknowledgement or constructive delivery. Okay, here, what about transfer of possession of car? No, it will not get transferred. What about the transfer of possession of keys? No. Then how delivery will be happened here? So by making acknowledgement. So if the person holding the car, made any acknowledgement to the buyer to hold goods on his behalf, then he will become buyer agent. From now onwards, the car is said to be in the position of buyer only. That's why the delivery is completed. So this kind of delivery is known as constructive delivery. Okay, if I gave the car directly, actual delivery. If I gave car keys instead of car, then symbolic delivery. So now the car is in the possession of a third party. So he made an acknowledgement to the buyer to hold the car on his behalf. From now onwards, he is buyer agent. So from now onwards, the delivery is said to be completed. So this kind of delivery is known as constructive delivery or delivery by acknowledgement. Next one, rules regarding delivery. So this question is not so important, but I will explain this concept in brief. Rules regarding delivery. First one, mode of delivery. In which mode the delivery should be happen? So it must be done according to the parties. So if parties agreed for actual delivery, actual. If parties agreed for symbolic, symbolic. If parties agreed for constructive, constructive. So who need to decide that? Parties. Okay. What happens if parties are silent? If parties are silent, then delivery can be happened either in actual delivery form or in symbolic delivery form or in constructive delivery form. If parties agree for actual delivery, delivery must happen in actual. If parties agreed for symbolic delivery, it must be done accordingly. If parties agreed for constructive delivery, it must be done accordingly. If parties had not agreed for anything, then it can be happening any of these ways. Because in all these things, there is an effect of putting the goods in the possession of buyer. Next one. So what is the effect of part delivery? Say for example, seller made a promise to deliver 10 bags to buyer. Okay, now he delivered only 8 bags. Now what is the effect of delivering these 8 bags? Okay, here there can be two consequences. First consequence is he must deliver balanced 2 bags. He must deliver balanced 2 bags in any situation. Second consequence is he may deliver balanced 2 bags. That means he can avoid the delivery of balanced 2 bags if there is any valid reason. So what is the first consequence? In any situation, he need to deliver the balanced 2 bags. What is the second situation? So in case of second situation, so he need to deliver the 2 bags. But if there is any valid reason, say for example, seller becomes unpaid seller, now he can shop those 2 bags. But what about first situation? Whatever the situation it may be, he must deliver 2 bags. Even though he becomes unpaid seller, he must deliver 2 bags to the buyer. Okay, now when this situation will arrive, only party's intention is to make whole delivery. So when parties intends to make whole delivery, then delivery of part goods will amount to delivery of whole goods. When delivery of part goods is equal to delivery of whole goods, balance goods must be delivered at any situation. Balance goods must be delivered at any situation. Even though he becomes unpaid seller, he need to deliver those goods to buyer. Sir, what happens if parties don't have any intention to make whole delivery? Then balance goods need to be delivered. But if there is any valid reason like payment of price is not done, so in that situation, they can stop the delivery of goods. Next one. Who need to ask for delivery? Who need to ask for delivery? Is it seller or buyer? If agreement is silent, silent, then buyer need to ask for delivery. So seller is not able to deliver the goods until buyer asks for it. Next one. What should be the time for making delivery? So it should be made at reasonable hour. It should be made at reasonable hour. Nothing but business hours. And who need to bear expenses of delivery? In the absence of agreement, seller only. In the absence of agreement, seller. Next one. What about installment delivery? So unless otherwise agreed, that is, if there is specific agreement regarding installment delivery, then it is allowed. So if there is no specific agreement regarding installment delivery, then the whole goods need to be delivered at once. So buyer is not bound to accept the delivery in installments if it is not agreed like that. If it is agreed like that, yes, buyer is liable to accept the delivery in installment. But if it is not so agreed, then buyer is not liable to accept the delivery in installments. So delivery to carrier or wharfinger, nothing but delivery to transporter. So when seller delivers the goods to transporter, you can take an assumption. So delivery is made to buyer only. So delivery to carrier is equal to delivery to buyer. Next one. Sir, what happens when goods are deteriorated, perished during transit? So now already you give the goods to transporter, nothing but buyer. Then who need to bear that loss? Buyer only. Next one. Okay, is buyer is having any right to examine the goods before taking the delivery of goods? Yes. And what about seller? He need to provide an opportunity to verify the goods before taking delivery. Last point. Next one. Delivery of wrong quantity. What happens when you made delivery of wrong quantity? So wrong quantity means it may be short delivery, excess delivery, or mixed delivery. Say for example, seller made a promise to buyer to deliver 100 Dairy Milk chocolates. So what happens if he delivers only 80 Dairy Milk chocolates? Short delivery. What about 120 Dairy Milk chocolates? Excess delivery. What about 80 Dairy Milk chocolates plus 20 Kit Kat chocolates? Mixed delivery. Okay, now what are the options available to buyer? In case of delivery of 80 Dairy Milk, what is the option available to buyer? He can accept this 80 Dairy Milk, or he can reject this 80 Dairy Milk. So he can accept it or he can reject it. And remember this point. So if he accept 80 Dairy Milk, then he will pay for 80 Dairy Milk only, not for 100 Dairy Milk. Next one. What happens if there is excess delivery? Then buyer will have three options. So he can reject the entire thing. He can reject the entire thing, or he can accept the entire thing and he will pay for 120 Dairy Milk. He will pay for 120 Dairy Milk. Okay, there is one more option. He can accept up to agreed quantity. That is up to 100 he can accept and balance 20 he can reject. Next, mixed delivery. In case of mixed delivery, buyer will have only two options. Either to reject the whole, or to accept only dairy milk portion, which is agreed in the agreement. So this is about delivery of wrong quantity. Next one, rules relating to acceptance of delivery of goods. Okay, seller made delivery of goods. Now, when buyer is said to be accepted the goods, when he expressly conveys his acceptance, when he impliedly conveys his acceptance, when he fails to convey his acceptance, even the fixed period is expired, nothing but deemed. Okay, so these three cases are already discussed. Where, so in case of goods sent on sale or return basis, so how buyer can give acceptance there, either expressly or impliedly or deemedly. Expressly means he need to convey it to the seller. Impliedly means he started using the goods, or he sold the goods, or he uses the goods for making pledge, nothing but a loan contract. So in all these cases, it will amount to implied acceptance. Whatever deemed acceptance, now there is fixed time. Okay, if time is fixed, fixed time. If time is not fixed, reasonable time. Okay, buyer need to give his reply within this time period. What happens if he fail to give reply within this time period, but still he holds the goods? He is deemed to be accepted the goods. Next one. So this is about acceptance. What about rejection? So if buyer rejects the goods, now what is the duty of buyer? He need to intimate the same to the seller. He need to intimate the same to the seller. What about returning them to seller? No, he has no obligation to return them to seller. So it is the obligation of seller to take back those goods. Now buyer, what he need to do? Just inform about it to seller. That's it. No need to redeliver the goods to seller. It's the duty of seller to take back the goods. Next one. And seller is offering for delivery of goods, but buyer is neglecting the same. Now what will happen? If buyer fails to take the delivery of goods within reasonable time, then if there is any loss or if there is any extra charge, then that loss or extra charge need to be borne by buyer only. Next one, unpaid seller. So who is unpaid seller? If buyer fails or refuses to pay the price. If buyer fails or refuses to pay the price, then seller will become unpaid seller. Okay, now what seller will get? Seller will get rights. Seller will get rights on whom? On goods as well as on buyer. So if buyer fails or refuses to pay the price, then seller will become unpaid seller. After becoming unpaid seller, he will have rights not only against goods but also against buyer. Sir, now I have a doubt. Now whole price is not paid or not tendered. Not paid means not yet paid to the seller. Not tendered means not yet attempted. Tendered means attempted. That means buyer made a promise to seller to pay 1 lakh rupees as price. So he made a promise to seller to pay 1 lakh rupees as price. Now he failed to pay that 1 lakh rupees. Seller is unpaid seller. He never attempted to pay that 1 lakh rupees. Then also seller will become unpaid seller. So what happens if he attempts to pay 1 lakh rupees and seller refuses to accept that 1 lakh? Then seller is not unpaid seller. Okay. So in order to make seller as unpaid seller, buyer must fail to pay the price or to attempt to pay the price. Sir, now buyer gave negotiable instrument like check, promissory note, bill of exchange, but that negotiable instrument got dishonored. Then also seller will become unpaid seller. Next one. Then what are the rights of unpaid seller? So against goods. So lien right, stoppage right, resale right, withholding delivery right. So lien right, stoppage right, resale right, withholding delivery right. 4 rights are available. Against buyer, he can file a case for the recovery of price, for the recovery of interest. So interest, and for the recovery of damages. This is damages. So he can recover price, interest, damages, and he can cancel the contract. Okay, now see one by one. First one, lien right. What is meant by lien right? So lien right is nothing but retaining the goods. Lien right is nothing but retaining the goods without giving them to the buyer. What is meant by stoppage right? So while the goods are in transit, you can instruct carrier to give back those goods. This is nothing but called as right of stoppage of goods in transit. What is meant by resale right? Okay, if main buyer fails to pay the price, then I can sell my goods to some other party. That kind of right will be called as resale right. What is meant by withholding delivery right? So I can stop the delivery. I made a promise to deliver the goods, but I become unpaid seller, so I can stop the delivery of goods. So 4 rights. And remember one point, if ownership is passed to the buyer, then right of withholding delivery is not available. That means right of withholding delivery is available before passing a property. If property is already passed, this right is not available. So then what about remaining rights? That is lien right, stoppage right, resale right. What about those rights? Those rights are still available. Whether ownership is passed or not, for them it is irrelevant. So lien right, it is available irrespective of transfer of ownership. Stoppage right, it is available irrespective of transfer of ownership. Resale right, it is available irrespective of transfer of ownership. Withholding delivery right, it is only available when ownership is not transferred. If ownership is transferred, this right is not available. Difference between right of lien and right of stoppage in transit. Okay, in this question itself, we are going to learn both right of lien, right of stoppage of goods in transit concept. Along with that, we will even cover difference between right of lien and right of stoppage in transit. The first one, lien right. So what is meant by lien right? So nothing but retaining the possession of goods. While the goods are in my possession, I can retain the possession until buyer paid price to me. Next one, what about stoppage right? So now the goods are in transit. I can ask carrier to stop the delivery of goods. So that right is nothing but called as right of stoppage of goods. So what is the purpose of excising these goods? To regain the possession of the goods. Okay, so lien right to retain the possession of goods, stoppage right to regain the possession of goods. Next one, condition to be satisfied. To exercise lien right, the goods must be in seller possession only. What about stoppage right? To exercise stoppage right, the goods must be in transit. Nothing but the goods must be in the possession of transporter who is independent transporter. If he is seller agent, if transporter is seller agent, then the goods are said to be in seller possession only. If transporter is buyer agent, the goods are said to be in buyer possession only. Then when the goods are said to be in transit, the goods are said to be in transit when transporter is not an seller agent, not an buyer agent. So if he is neither seller agent nor buyer agent, then only the goods are said to be in transit. Next one. And one more important condition that need to be satisfied here, that is buyer must become insolvent. Okay, for lien right, for exercising lien right, only one condition, the goods must be in the possession of seller. For exercising stoppage right, two conditions. The goods must be in the possession of independent carrier, that is transit. Next one, the buyer must become insolvent. Okay, when it will come? First lien right will come, second stoppage right will come. So lien right before stoppage right after lien. Next, when right will get terminated, when lien right will get terminated, first one. So when goods are delivered to carrier, that is transporter, or when goods are delivered to buyer or his agent, nothing but seller lost his possession. When seller lost his possession, he can't access lien right. Next one, when seller himself waives off his right, he forgoes his right. When seller himself forgoes his right, then that right is not available. And because of estoppel rule. So what is meant by estoppel rule? Actually, he is having lien right, but he's projecting outside. He's projecting to outsiders like this. I don't have any lien right over the goods. Like that, he's projecting. So when he is projecting like that, as per rule of estoppel, he is not entitled to access lien right anymore. Next one, whole delivery, nothing but part delivery. When part delivery is made, with an intention to make whole delivery. So what happens when the part delivery is made with an intention to make whole delivery? Remaining part must be delivered. Even though he is unpaid seller, he can't stop the remaining goods. He must deliver the remaining goods to the other party. That means lien right is not available. So what happens when part delivery is made not to make whole delivery? When it is not to make whole delivery, he can access lien right. But when it is to make whole delivery, then remaining part must be delivered to buyer at any situation. The same point is even applicable in case of stoppage right also. Where is that point? Yeah, that point was here it is. So part delivery is made with an intention to make whole delivery. Here also remaining part must be delivered. Stoppage right is also not available. So lien right is not available. Stoppage right is also not available. Next one. Exceptions. That means in these three cases, lien right is still available. In these three cases, lien right is still available. First one. Now seller went to the court against the buyer and he get a suitable, that is favorable decree. Decree means court order. So as per that court order, buyer need to pay the price within certain days. Okay. Now what about lien right? Can seller exercise lien right in this situation also? Yes. He can exercise the lien right until he receives his amount. Sir, what about court order? It is also a favorable order now. Yes, it is a favorable order, but still, until he receives price, he can exercise lien right. So, whether seller is holding goods or not, that is important. How he is holding the goods is not important. Whether he is holding goods as seller or agent or bailey to buyer, whatever the case it may be. So, if he holds the goods, he can exercise the lien right. So, how he holds the goods is not important. It is not relevant. Next one. What about transfer of property? If ownership, that is property, is transferred, then also lien right is available. I already said lien right is available irrespective of transfer of property. Next one. What about stoppage right? When it will get terminated? When buyer obtains a delivery at a destination or before destination. When buyer obtains the delivery of goods either at a destination or before destination, the transit is said to be completed. When transit is completed, right of stoppage of goods in transit is not available. Next one. When transporter acknowledges to the buyer to deliver the goods, then definitely he will deliver those goods to buyer only. He is not going to give those goods to you. That means the transit is said to be completed. So, right of stoppage of goods is not available. Now, transporter refuses to make the delivery of goods to the buyer. When he refuses to make the delivery of goods to the buyer, definitely he will return those goods to seller only. Now, no need of any stoppage right. So, stoppage right is not required, but still seller will get back his goods. Next one. When goods are delivered to carrier hired by the buyer. Carrier hired by the buyer. Nothing but carrier is not independent carrier. He is buyer agent. When you deliver the goods to buyer agent, so it is deemed to be delivered to buyer only. That means in this case, stoppage right is not available. The same point is available here also. Master, nothing but transporter, nothing but ship master. Here master means master of the ship. Nothing but transporter or carrier. Okay, if master is acting like buyer agent, then you can't access stoppage right. So when you can access stoppage right, when carrier is independent person, that is neither buyer agent nor seller agent. But in both these cases, he is buyer agent. So that is the reason why stoppage right is not available. Next one. So you can read this point on your own. This is not so important, but very easy to understand. Next one, subsale or pledge by the buyer. Now, seller made a promise to deliver the goods to buyer, but before that buyer need to pay the price, but he failed to pay the price. Now seller become unpaid seller. So unpaid seller, what he can do? He can exercise lien right, stoppage right, resell right, whatever he want, he can exercise. But the buyer made an agreement with third party to sell those goods or to give those goods under pledge. Okay, that is nothing but loan transaction. Okay, because of this subsale or pledge, will the rights of unpaid seller be affected? No. So whatever the act buyer can do, but unpaid seller rights are not going to be affected. But if this sale or pledge are made with buyer consent, sorry, seller consent. Now this sale or pledge are made with seller consent. When they are made with seller consent, then seller can't do anything. Seller will lose his rights. Seller will lose his rights. Next one. If seller gave document of title to buyer, buyer gave the document of title to third party under sale or pledge contract, then also seller can't access any right. Seller will lose his rights. That means in general cases, seller's rights will not be affected. In general cases, seller's rights will not be affected because of the subsale or pledge made by the buyer. But if the subsale or pledge made with the consent of seller or made with the help of the document of title given by the seller, then in both the cases, so seller's rights, that is lien right, stoppage right, will get terminated. Next one, resale. Okay, so first seller will access lien right, later he will access stoppage right, but still buyer fails to pay the price. Now what he can do? So at last option, he can resell the goods to some other third party. But in order to make such resale, first he need to give a notice of resale to the buyer. Sir, when this notice is required, when this is not required. When goods are perishable in nature, notice is not required. When you clearly stated in agreement that you are not going to issue any notice for resale, then also notice is not required. So when goods are perishable in nature, or when agreement contains a clause for not to give any notice at the time of resale, in both these cases notice is not required. So what happens if there is any profit on resale? Seller will take. What happens if there is loss on resale? Buyer need to go on that loss. Okay, what about other cases? So in these two cases, notice of resale is not required. What about other cases? Other cases, notice is required. So if notice is given, the same rule will applicable. That is, if there is any profit, seller will take that profit. If there is any loss, buyer will bear that loss. Sir, what happens if notice is not given in these other cases? Then situation will become reverse. Now profit will be taken by buyer, loss will be borne by seller. That's it. Next one, remedies for breach of contract. Now seller commits breach of contract. Now what are the options available to buyer? Okay, if goods are not delivered, these two remedies along with this remedy. If goods are not delivered, so these three remedies are available. Okay, what are those three? Not only three, four remedies. Four remedies are available. So what are those four remedies? First one. So because of non-delivery of goods, buyer may suffer loss. For that loss, buyer can ask for damages. Next one. So buyer can ask for delivery of goods. Nothing but he can ask for specific performance. If court allows for specific performance, seller need to deliver the goods as agreed. Next one. If seller is not able to deliver the goods, then buyer can cancel the contract immediately. If it is actual breach of contract, he can do it immediately. If it is anticipatory breach of contract, he can do it immediately, or he can wait till due date. Next one. What about price which is already paid? You can ask for refund, and along with that refund, you can ask interest also. Interest on that refund. How much rate, sir? If it is already agreed rate. Otherwise, reasonable rate as decided by court. So all these four remedies are available when goods are not delivered. And this is about goods are delivered. Goods are delivered, but there is breach of warranty or breach of condition. If there is breach of condition, so buyer is allowed to cancel the contract, he is allowed to claim damages also. If there is breach of warranty, buyer is allowed to claim damages only. Then how to collect damages from seller? So if price is not paid, he can adjust the damage amount with price. If price is already paid, he can file a case against seller in order to recover damages separately. Okay, final concept, that is auction sale. Sir, now for 100 items, auctioneer is going to conduct auction sale, sir. So for each auction sale, he is going to sell 10 items, sir. So 10 items, one auction sale. So total 100 items. So how many auction sales are required? 10 auction sales are required. Now how many contract of sale will get created here? So it depends upon number of auctions. How many auctions are there? 10 auctions. So how many contract of sale? 10 contract of sale. So when goods are sold in lots, that is in part, then each lot is a separate contract of sale. Next one. Then in case of auction sale, when contract will get completed? So first we will make bids. Bidders will make bids, and auctioneer will give acceptance by fall of hammer. First time, second time, third time, like that. He will knock the hammer for 3 times. So by fall of hammer, the contract is said to be completed. Next one. Sir, can bidder revoke his bid? That means if bidder want to revoke his bid, that is withdraw his bid, what he need to do? Within what time he need to revoke his bid? So simply he can revoke his bid before fall of hammer. Before fall of hammer, he need to revoke the bid. Next one. Sir, can seller or his agent can participate in bidding? Yes, seller can also participate in bidding. Sir, why, sir? What is the reason? Say for example, he bought goods for 1 crore, but in market its demand only is for 50 lakhs. Now definitely he is going to suffer 50 lakhs loss. Now he can appoint a person to bid on his behalf. So this person will create competitive spirit among the buyers, so that buyer will go beyond 50 lakhs, so that his loss will get reduced. So for this purpose, he can appoint a person like this. Okay, sir, can I treat it as fraud? Yes, it will become fraud when you had not intimated about it to the others. Then how to intimate? So at the time of making advertisement for auction sale, you need to intimate about your right to bid. So if you reserve your right to bid, then it is not fraud. If you fail to reserve your right to bid, then it will become fraud and contract will become voidable at the option of buyer, that is highest bidder. So what about reserve price? Nothing but minimum price. Is it mandatory to disclose minimum price? No. If you disclose minimum price, the sale must be made to highest bidder only. Okay, what happens if minimum price is not said, not declared? Then you can make the sale to any bidder according to your choice. So when ownership will get transferred? So if there is any condition, only after fulfillment of condition. If there is no condition, then by fall of hammer, buyer will become owner of those goods. Okay, by this we completed Sale of Goods Act Part 2 also. Okay, now let's start another chapter, that is Companies Act 2013. So this is a very important chapter in CA foundation level. Around 13 marks will get covered from this chapter. Okay, in this chapter I will cover each and every topic, but for important topics I will go in detailed manner. For unimportant topics I will go in brief manner. Okay, let's start with features of company. Before that, we need to know about the definition of company. Sir, what is the definition of company? Company means a company. Company means a company incorporated, nothing but registered under this act, nothing but Companies Act 2013, or under any previous company law. There are so many company laws in our country, but one of the example is Companies Act 1956. Okay, let's take Companies Act 1956 here. Okay, if I created company, that means if I registered company as per present company law, that is Companies Act 2013, or as per previous company laws, example Companies Act 1956, then it will be considered as a company. Okay, this is the definition of company. Company means a company incorporated under this act or under previous company law. Next one, features of company. So company will have 5 features: separate legal entity, perpetual succession, limited liability to its members, artificial legal person, common sale. Sir, what is meant by separate legal entity? So company is different from members. Company is different from members. Okay, say for example, if company is having any asset, say for example, there is a company named as A Limited. This A Limited is having asset. Now whose asset it was? It was company's asset only. Sir, can members have any right over such asset? No, members don't have any rights on this asset. This asset purely belongs to company only. Next one. What happens if company is having liability? If company is having liability, then company need to pay that liability. What about members? So are they having any obligation to clear the liabilities of the company? Answer is no. So they won't participate in assets and they won't participate in liabilities, because company is different from member. If there is anything on the name of company, it belongs to company only, not to any other person, including members. So if there is any asset on the name of company, that asset belongs to company alone. If there is any liability on the name of company, that liability belongs to that company alone, but not to its members. In simple words, members don't have any right over the asset of the company. Members don't have any obligation to clear the liabilities of the company. Okay, this concept is known as separate legal entity. And one more important point. This is not for exams, this is for conceptual clarity. So this separate legal entity will be available only during the existence of the company. Sir, what happens when company is dissolved? So when company is dissolved, then if there is any asset on the name of company, then who will take that asset? Members. So generally, members don't have any right over the assets of the company. But if company is closed, then who will take the assets of the company? Members only. And what about liabilities? Who need to pay for liabilities now? That is members only. Okay. So till dissolution, company is a separate person from members. But after dissolution, company and members will become same. If there is any asset, member will take that asset. If there is any liability, member will take that liability. That's it. Next one, perpetual succession. What is meant by the word perpetual? Perpetual means continuous. So perpetual means continuous. Then what about perpetual succession? Succession means existence. So perpetual succession means continuous existence. So continuous existence means what? So there is no expiry time period for company. So if you want to dissolve, then only company will get dissolved. Otherwise, it can enjoy its life for a period of 10 years or 100 years or 1000 years or 10,000 years. So it is having continuous existence. So whenever you think to dissolve the firm, then only company will get dissolved. Otherwise, it will continue its existence. That's why it is having a feature called as perpetual succession, which means continuous existence till it was dissolved. Till it was dissolved. Okay. For every human being, there are two important dates. One is birth date and second one is death date. Then what about company? Yes, for company also there are two important dates, that is birth date and death date. So for company, birth date is known as incorporation date and death date will be known as dissolution date. It will be called as dissolution date. So until you dissolve the company, it will enjoy its life for any number of years. Okay. Sir, is the life of the company dependent upon members? Say for example, if members were expired, what about the existence of the company? Will it get affected? No. Sir, members become unsound? Then also no. Sir, members become insolvent? Then also no. Sir, members got changed? Then also no. That means, so in addition to continuous existence, company is enjoying independent life. That means its life is not dependent upon members. So generally in case of partnership form, if anything is happened to partner, it may be death or unsoundness or insolvency or change, whatever it may be, it will lead to dissolution of the firm. But in case of company, it is not so like that. Okay, in case of company, company's existence is independent. It is not dependent upon members. Even though if all the members are expired or become unsound or become insolvent or got changed, there is no impact on the existence of the company. Next one, limited liability. Company's liability is always unlimited only. There is no doubt in it. But what about members' liability? Sir, are members liable? Yes, they are liable. When they are liable? When company is closed. When company is closed, members are liable to contribute some money. Okay, to what extent they need to contribute? It will be decided by the type of the company in which they are members. So generally it will be limited only, not unlimited, it is limited only, generally. But there is a case of unlimited companies also. In those companies, the liability of members is unlimited. But generally, most of the people will create limited companies only. That means members' liability will be limited only. Next one, artificial legal person. Anything which is created by law is known as artificial person. Okay, then what about company? We already read the definition of company. What is meant by company? Company is a company incorporated under this act, nothing but law, or under previous company law, nothing but law. That means who is creating company? Law is creating company by a process called as registration, that is incorporation. So can I call the company as artificial legal person? Obviously yes. Next one, common seal. Then how company will sign on the documents? By using a common seal, that is stamp, company stamp. It will be called as common seal. But please keep this point in mind. Using common seal is not mandatory, it is optional. Say for example, if there is common seal, then company can make a contract with the help of common seal. Sir, what happens if there is no common seal? If there is no common seal, company will make contract by using two people. Who are those two people? If company secretary is available, company secretary plus director. If company secretary is not available, two directors. Okay, they need to sign on behalf of the company. Then only company can make a valid contract. Next one, corporate will. I will cover this topic at the end of this chapter. Next one, classification of companies. So first classification, it is based on members liability. Okay, here there are three companies: company limited by shares, company limited by guarantee, and company with no limit, that is unlimited company. Okay, company limited by guarantee is further classified into two kinds: guarantee company without shares, guarantee company with shares. Unlimited company is also classified into two types: unlimited company without shares, unlimited company with shares. So in total now there are five companies. What are those five companies? Company limited by shares, guarantee company not having shares, guarantee company having shares, unlimited company not having shares, unlimited company having shares. So in total there are five companies. Okay, in these five companies, what we need to remember? In these five companies, we need to remember the liability of members. Okay, then what is the liability of members in case of company limited by shares? They need to contribute up to unpaid value of shares. Say for example, members are holding fully paid shares. Members are holding fully paid shares. Then what is the liability? Liability will be zero. Liability will be zero. Sir, what happens when members are holding partly paid shares? Then what about the liability of members? Unpaid value. Say for example, members are holding shares of face value 10 rupees. So they paid 10 rupees completely. Nothing but they are fully paid shares. Now what is the liability of members? Nothing. There is no liability. Sir, what happens if they paid only 8 rupees on each share? Then unpaid value is 2 rupees per each share. So that is their liability. Next one. Guarantee company not having share capital. So here, how a person will become member? By making a promise to contribute something at the time of winding up. Okay, that something is nothing but called as guaranteed amount. So now they are liable up to guaranteed amount. They are liable up to guaranteed amount. Sir, what happens in case of guarantee company with share capital? So in this case, they are liable up to guaranteed amount plus unpaid value of shares because there are shares also. Okay, what about unlimited company? No limit. That means they need to contribute unlimitedly, including their personal assets. What about unlimited company having share capital? So first they need to contribute unpaid value of shares and thereafter there is no limit. So in total, there are three kinds of liabilities only. In all these cases, there are three kinds of liabilities. One is unpaid value of shares, second one is guaranteed amount, third one is unlimited. Unpaid value, guaranteed amount, unlimited. Okay, in first case, unpaid value. In second case, guarantee value. In third case, unpaid value plus guarantee value. In fourth case, unlimited. In fifth case, unpaid value plus unlimited. Okay, in these three liabilities, you need to remember a point. Unpaid value of shares can be recovered at any point of time. It can be recovered at any point of time, either during the existence of the company or after the dissolution of the company. You can recover unpaid value of shares at any point of time. What about unlimited liability? What about guaranteed amount? So guaranteed amount and unlimited liability, you can only recover at the time of winding up, at the time of dissolution. Okay. So during the existence of the company, the member's liability is only up to unpaid value of shares. But after dissolution, members are liable to contribute guaranteed amount, unpaid value of shares if any, and unlimited liability also. Next one. What are the similarities and dissimilarities between guarantee company and company limited by shares? So common features. So in case of limited by shares or limited by guarantee, both are having separate legal entity concept. And in both cases, the liability of members is limited only. So these are the common features. Not only that point, in memorandum of association, that is MOA, they need to state like this: members liability is limited. They need to state like this. So what they need to state? Members liability is limited. Yes, in both cases members liability is limited only. So these are the similarities, point 1 and point 2. Next one. Then what are the dissimilarities? Nothing but differences. So in case of guarantee company, so what is the liability of members? They need to contribute up to guaranteed amount. At which point of time? Only at the time of winding up. Only at the time of winding up. But in case of company limited by shares, what is the liability of members? Unpaid value of shares. When they need to contribute that unpaid value of shares? At any time. At any time. Unpaid value means at any time. Guarantee amount only at the time of winding up. And unlimited also only at the time of winding up. Next one. Then what about membership privileges? So membership privileges are different. So for guarantee company and for limited by shares company, in both these cases, the process of admitting a person as a member is different, and process of voting power is different. Okay, so membership privileges will differ in case of guarantee company and company limited by shares. Next one, on the basis of number of members. So on the basis of number of members, if there is only one member, then it will be called as OPC. If there is 2 to 200 members, then it will be called as private company. If there is 7 to no limit, then it will be called as public company. So three kinds of companies based on number of members. Only one OPC, 2 to 200 private company, 7 to no limit public company. Okay, let's first see about OPC. Okay, this point is also covered in OPC only. Okay, first of all, what is meant by OPC? OPC means a company. OPC means a company. But in this company, there will be only one person who will act like a member. That means, in case of OPC, there will be only single member. Next one. Along with member, there need to be one more person, that is nominee. Why, sir? Why nominee is necessary here? Simple point. What happens if anything is happened to member? Then who need to run the OPC? So for that purpose, there must be one extra person also. That extra person is nothing but called as nominee. That means if nothing is happened to member, he will continue the OPC. If anything is happened to member, then nominee will become member and he will carry the business. So that is the main purpose of appointing a nominee. So till this person is acting like member, there is no role for nominee. But whenever this person is suffered with anything else, then nominee will become member and he will run the OPC. Okay, then who can become either member or nominee? So in order to become member or nominee, the eligibility criteria is same. For both, the eligibility criteria is same. What is that eligibility criteria? First of all, that person must be a natural person, nothing but human being. Then what about body corporates? Nothing but artificial persons. Artificial persons cannot become member. Artificial persons cannot become nominee. Human beings, nothing but natural persons, can become member or nominee. And those people must be Indian citizens. Okay. What about foreign citizen? Foreign citizen cannot become a member. Foreign citizen cannot become a nominee. Whereas Indian citizen, he can become either member or nominee. Next one, he must be resident in India for how many days? So ignore this point and stick on to this point. So for how many days he need to be in resident? So for at least 120 days. For at least 120 days during preceding financial year, he need to stay in India. So for at least 120 days in preceding financial year, he need to stay in India. Then only he will become eligible to become member or nominee. And there is one more point, that is he should be major also. That means he must complete his age of majority. Generally it is 18 years. Okay, if all these 5 conditions are satisfied, then that person can become member or nominee. Once again, I am repeating. First one, natural person is allowed, body corporate is not allowed. Indian citizen is allowed and foreign citizen is not allowed. And the person who resides in India for at least 120 days is allowed, and the person who resides in India less than 120 days is not allowed. Next one, some more points. Yeah. So what is the nature of OPC? Is it a private company or public company? OPC is a private company. OPC is a private company. Not only private company, OPC is always a limited company. So in simple words, OPC is a private limited company. Sir, in case of private company, there must be at least 2 people or maximum 200 people. But in case of OPC, there is only one person. How is it possible, sir? OPC is an exception for number of members in case of private company. Okay, in every private company, there must be at least 2 and maximum 200. But this rule is not applicable to OPC, where the number of members will be only 1. Okay, OPC is always a private limited company. Remember this point. Yes, for the purpose of classification, so we wrote separately, that is OPC, private company, public company. But OPC will fall under private company only. Okay. Sir, is minimum paid up capital is required to start OPC? No, not required. So with zero capital in your hands, you can create OPC. Next one. Sir, is there any special requirement for memorandum? Yes. So generally, memorandum contains 6 clauses: name clause, reached office clause, object clause, capital clause, liability clause, association clause. But in case of OPC, there will be one more clause, that is 7th clause, which is about nominee clause. So in nominee clause, he need to provide the details of the nominee who will become member if anything is happened to the main member. Okay, so for every company there will be only 6 clauses, but for OPC, along with these 6 clauses, there will be one more clause called as nominee clause. Next one. Then what business OPC can carry? OPC can carry any business. OPC can carry any business except NBFC and investment in securities. Sir, what is meant by NBFC? Non-banking financial corporation services. Okay, that means taking deposits, giving loans. So these activities are nothing but called as banking activities. If the activities are provided by non-banks, it will be called as non-banking activities. So OPC is not allowed to provide this kind of activities. OPC is not allowed to take the deposits. OPC is not allowed to give the loans. So that is the important point you need to remember. And one more important point is investment in securities. OPC cannot invest its money in any other company. That means OPC cannot become a holding company. OPC cannot hold any shares of any other company. So that is the meaning of this point. In simple words, what it can do anything, but not NBFC activities and investment activities. Sir, is it possible to convert OPC into a normal private company? That is 2 to 200 classification like that? Yes. Is it possible to convert OPC into a public company? Yes. Then what about conditions? No conditions are required. You can convert your OPC at any point of time into a normal private company or public company. Sir, is it possible to convert OPC into Section 8 company? First of all, what is meant by Section 8 company? Section 8 company means it's a company which is formed for charitable purpose. So if you created any company for charitable purpose, that is non-profit purpose, it will be called as Section 8 company. Okay, is it possible to convert our OPC into Section 8 company? No. So conversion into private is possible, conversion into public is possible, conversion into Section 8 company is not possible. What about minor? Can he become member or nominee? Already we covered here. Only majors are allowed, minors are not allowed. Okay, what about number of memberships or number of nominationships? So remember this point. A person can become member only in one OPC at a time. A person can become nominee only in one OPC at a time. That means no person shall hold more than one OPC as a member, more than one OPC as a nominee at a single point of time. Sir, can this person can act like a member in one OPC and nominee in another OPC? Yes, it is allowed. But in two OPCs, he can't become a member. In two OPCs, he can't become a nominee. But in one OPC, he can act like member. In another OPC, he can act like nominee. Next one. Private company. So, what is the meaning of private company? In case of private company, so what about minimum paid up capital? So, are we required to show any minimum capital in our hands in order to start private company? Not required. Not required. So, as of now, nothing is prescribed. So, that is the reason why no capital is required to start a private company. Next one. And its AOA, nothing but Articles of Association. Its Articles of Association must contain 3 clauses. Clause number 1, clause number 2, clause number 3. If these 3 clauses are there in Articles of Association, then that company can be called as a private company. Then what are those 3 clauses? First one, restriction. Second one, limitation. Third one, prohibition. Okay, restriction on what? Restriction on transfer of shares. Limitation on what? Limitation on maximum number of members. Prohibition on what? Prohibition on public issue of securities. Okay, now let's understand these 3 points in detailed manner. Say for example, there is a company name as A Private Limited. A Private Limited. Now in this company, A is member. Now he want to transfer his shares to X. Is it possible? Yes, possible with some restrictions. You need to follow some restrictions. Yes, with restrictions. Yes, with restrictions. Next one. Let's take another example. Now there is a public company, A Limited. It is a public company. A is the member of that company. Now A want to transfer his share to X. A want to transfer his share to X. Is it possible? Yes, possible. Here also transfer is possible. Then what about restrictions? No restrictions are there. Without any restriction, he can transfer his share to X. So that is the difference between private company and public company. So in case of private company, shares are transferable. In case of private company also, shares are transferable, but with some restrictions. That means with some conditions. But in case of public company, shares are transferable freely. That is without any condition. So this is the meaning of first point. Second point. A limited. A private limited. A private limited. A private limited. Now the number of members is 100. Number of members is 100. Now this company want to make fresh issue to 200 people. Now total number will become 300. Is it possible? No. In case of private company, the maximum number of members should be 200 only. That means they can issue shares up to 100 only, so that the total will become 200. So more than 200 members? No, it is not possible. It is not possible. Okay, what about if it is a public company? If it is a public company, there is no such limit. So public company can give its shares to n number of people. There is no limit. But in case of private company, they need to ensure that at any point of time, the total number of members shall not exceed 200. So that is the limit in case of private company. But there is no such limit in case of public company. Okay, here the number of members may be unlimited, but in case of private company, it is only 200. So this is the meaning of second point. Third point. Now A private limited wants to raise money. A private limited want to raise money. Okay, that too by issuing securities. Securities means what? It may be shares, debentures, bonds, etc. So all these things are nothing but called as securities. Okay, now this company want to issue their securities. This company want to issue its securities to outsider, and in return, this company want to take money also. In return, company want to take money. Okay, in this case, is it possible? Yes, possible. How is it possible? So through private placement. Through private placement, it is possible. Wait a minute. Through private placement, it is possible, but through public placement, it is not possible. So what is meant by private placement and what is meant by public placement? So private placement means offering our shares or debentures or bonds, nothing but offering our securities to only a private group of people. Then it will be called as private placement. If I offer securities of my company to entire public, then it will be called as public placement. Okay, then what a private company can do in order to issue its securities? It can go for private placement, private issue, but not for public issue. Okay, sir, what happens if it is a public company? Say for example, now there is a company named as A Limited. It's a public company. Now for outsiders, this company want to issue securities, nothing but shares, debentures, bonds, etc. in consideration of money. Then how these shares or bonds or debentures, that is securities, can be offered to outsiders? So private placement, yes, possible. Private placement, possible. What about public placement? That means public issue, it is also possible. So public company can go either for private issue or for public issue. But in case of private company, it can only go for private issue. It can't go for public issue. That means there is a prohibition on public company. There is a prohibition on public company. What is that prohibition? Not to go for public issue of its securities. Okay, but for public company, it is possible. So these are the 3 points which we need to read in AOA. If these 3 points are present, then definitely that company is nothing but called as a private company. Next, one more important concept for examination point of view, how to count 2 to 200 limit in case of private company. So in case of private company, there is limit. So minimum it should be 2, maximum it should be 200. So while counting 2 to 200 limit, we need to remember 2 points. First one, joint shareholders. So all joint shareholders need to be treated as a single member. Say for example, company is having 1 lakh shares. Now out of 1 lakh, 10,000 shares are held by a family. That family consists of 10 members. Now these 10 members jointly holding those 10,000 shares. Now we need to count number of members. Okay, while counting number of members, what number we need to take? Is it 10 or only 1? We need to consider only 1. All 10 members will be treated as 1 member only for the purpose of counting 2 to 200 limit. Second point, employees or ex-employees, whoever it may be, who got shares by virtue of their employees need to be excluded. So while counting 2 to 200 limit, don't count those people who got shares under employment. Sir, now they are working as employees, sir, don't count. Sir, now they are not working as employees, they left our company, sir, then also don't count. So what is important here? How they got the shares is important. Is it through employment or not? If it is through employment, then ignore that person while counting 2 to 200 limit. Whether he is presently working in our organization or not, it is irrelevant. What is relevant? How that person got share. If it is through employment, then ignore that person while counting 2 to 200. So this is about private company. Next, public company. So what is meant by public company? So here also, there is no requirement to have minimum paid up capital. Okay, with zero paid up capital, with zero capital in your hands, you can create a public company and later you can gather capital. It's a different issue. But for creating company, whether it is OPC or private or public company, so you don't need to show any balance in your hands. So without showing any amount as capital, you can start OPC or private company or public company. Then what is the definition of public company? Public company means any company which is not a private company. So any company other than private company will become public company. Sir, OPC is also a private company, so it is not a public company. Okay, OPC is also a private company. Any company other than private company will be called as public company. And remember a point. Say for example, A Limited is holding company and X Private Limited is subsidiary company. A Limited is holding company, X Private Limited is subsidiary. That means holding company is a public company and private company is a subsidiary company. Okay, in this case, this private company will be treated as public company only. This private company will be treated as public company only, deemed public company. It will become deemed public company. Generally, any company other than private company will become public company. But private company can also become public company. Private company can also become public company when that private company is acting like subsidiary to public company. So any private company which is subsidiary to a public company will be treated as public company only, even though it articles contains those 3 clauses, that is restriction on transfer of shares, prohibition on issue of securities, that to public, and limitation on maximum number of members. Even though there are 3 restriction clauses in AOA, that company will be treated as public company only when it is acting like subsidiary to any public company. So that is the point you need to remember here. That is important note point. Next one. Types of companies on the basis of control. Okay, I will explain this concept with the help of an example, because you may get a practical question on this topic. That is the reason why I will explain with example. A Limited, B Limited. There are 2 companies. Now I want to create holding subsidiary relation between A Limited and B Limited. So how is it possible? There are two ways. What are those 2 ways? First one, A Limited along with its existing subsidiaries. A Limited along with its existing subsidiaries must hold greater than 50% of total voting power in B Limited. then A Limited will be called as holding company, B Limited will be called as subsidiary company. So this is the one way to create holding subsidiary relation. There is one more way, or, not and, it is or. Okay, in order to create holding subsidiary relation, any of these conditions may be satisfied, not both. What is the second way? A Limited along with its existing subsidiaries must control majority board of directors of B Limited. That means they must have power. They must have power to appoint or remove. So whom? Majority board of directors of B Limited. Then A Limited will become holding and B Limited will become subsidiary. Okay, once again I am repeating. So there are two companies, A Limited and B Limited, and now I want to create holding subsidiary relation. Okay, how many ways are available here? Two ways. Okay, in any way you can create a holding or subsidiary. No need to satisfy both the ways. Okay, what is the first way? A Limited along with its existing subsidiaries, must hold more than 50% of total voting power in B Limited. Second way, A Limited along with its existing subsidiaries must have a power either to appoint or remove majority directors of the B Limited. Then A Limited will become holding and B Limited will become subsidiary. Okay, so based on control, there are two types of relations. One is holding subsidiary relation and second one is associate relation. Now we completed holding subsidiary relation. Now let's see associate relation. Here also I will explain this concept with the help of example. There are two companies, A Limited and B Limited, and now I want to create the relation of association with these two companies. Okay, then how many ways are available here? Here also two ways. What are those two ways? First company must have significant influence over the second company. That means A Limited must have significant influence over B Limited. Or A Limited must be a joint venture partner with B Limited. Then both the companies will be called as associate with each other. Okay, need to satisfy any one of the condition, not both. Okay, so what is meant by significant influence? So significant influence means having at least 20% of voting power. Having at least 20% of voting power, or having participation in decision making. So if any of these conditions is satisfied, then you can call it as significant influence. If one company is having significant influence over the other, then there will be associate relation. Sir, what happens when two entities made a joint venture agreement with each other? Then they are called as associate with each other. So this is holding subsidiary relation and this is joint venture relation. Nothing but associate relation. Next one, types of the companies on the basis of assets of capital. So who can invest in the company? So based on that point, companies are classified into two categories. One is listed company, second one is unlisted company. Listed company, unlisted company. Okay, listed company means what? Listed company means it is a company whose securities means shares, debentures, bonds, anything. So it's a company whose securities are listed on any recognized stock exchange, nothing but NSE or BSE, National Stock Exchange or Bombay Stock Exchange. So if a company registers its securities on any stock market, then that company will be called as listed company. So what about unlisted company? Any company other than listed company will be called as unlisted company. Okay, Reliance Industries Limited. It is a listed company. Okay, Reliance Jio Infocom Limited. Nothing but our Jio Sims ka company. Okay, Reliance Jio Infocom Limited. So it is unlisted company. It is unlisted company because its securities are not listed in any recognized stock market. Now there is one more important update, that is if central government and SEBI declares any listed company as unlisted company, then we need to treat that company as unlisted only, even though its securities are listed in stock market. Say for example, private company. So a private company lists its debentures. In NSE. Okay. So as per the definition of listed company, now we need to treat this private company as listed company. But what central government and SEBI is saying? No. Don't treat this company as listed company. we are classifying this company still as unlisted only. So we need to treat this private company which lists its debentures on NSE as a unlisted company because it is declared as such by central government and SEBI. Sir, what happens if it is declared like that by CG and SEBI? Then compliance burden will get reduced. Say for example, if this is a listed company, it need to follow both Companies Act as well as SEBI rules. What happens if central government and SEBI declares this company as unlisted? Then this company need to follow only Companies Act, no need to follow SEBI. So SEBI is applicable to listed companies. So it is nothing but it's a VAR. So varam anamata. Next one, other companies. So first one, small company. What is meant by small company? Small company means other than a public company. In simple words, it must be a private company. In simple words, it must be a private company. It must be a private company. Second one, it's capital. It's capital as of now. Capital means as of now. So as of now, its capital less than or equal to 2 crores. That means shall not exceed 2 crores. Shall not exceed 2 crores. That means it must be less than or equal to 2 crores. Next one, it's a turnover. It's a turnover as per last P&L account. That means as per last year P&L account. As per last year P&L account, its turnover does not exceed 20 crores. That is, it must be less than or equal to 20 crores. Okay, first of all, it must be a private company. Second one, its paid up capital must be up to 2 crores. 2 crores or below 2 crores. More than 2 crores is not allowed. Next, its turnover must be up to 20 crores only. Okay, if these three conditions are satisfied, then that company can get small company status by making an application to registrar. Sir, what happens if a company gets small company status? Then the burden of compliance will get reduced. So that is the main benefit when you get small company status. Okay, then in order to get small company status, how many conditions they need to satisfy? 3 conditions. It must be a private company and paid up share capital must be less than or equal to 2 crores and turnover must be less than or equal to 20 crores. Next one, in future, if MCA want to increase these limits, then it can increase this 2 crore limit up to 10 crores. This 20 crore limit up to 100 crores. Next one. So there is an exception to this. So if any company satisfies these 3 conditions, then such company can get small company status. But if it is holding company, if it is subsidiary company, if it is statutory company, that is company governed by any special act, company governed by any special act, like banks. So banks are also nothing but companies only, but they are governed by Banking Regulation Act. So those companies will be called as statutory companies. Section 8 company, nothing but chartable company. So holding company, subsidiary company, statutory company, Section 8 company. These companies are not allowed to get small company status even though these companies satisfy all the 3 conditions. So all 3 conditions are satisfied, but these companies can't get small company status. Next one, government company. So what is meant by government company? So in order to call any company as government company, there are 2 ways. So to call any company as government company, there are 2 ways. What are those 2 ways? So for example, I want to call A Limited as a government company. Okay, then what's the first way available? Central government or one or more state governments, or both. Central government or one or more state governments or both. So the combined holding of all the governments, shall be at least means greater than or equal to 51%. So don't get confused here. For holding and subsidiary, it is more than 50%. More than 50%. Here it is more than or equal to 51%. Okay, if the combined holding of all the governments is at least 51% in any company, then that company will be called as a government company. This is the first way. So this is the first way. Second way. What is the second way available? If any government company, not government company. Government is different from government company. Okay, because of separate legal entity concept. So government is different from government company. Government company is a separate person. Government is one of the member of government company. Okay, now government company holds more than 50% of total voting power, more than 50% of total voting power in A Limited, or it is having a power, to appoint or remove majority board of directors, then A Limited will become government company. In simple words, when a company is subsidiary to a government company, it will also become a government company. Simple wording. Simple wording is, when a company is subsidiary to a government company, it is also a government company. So now say, how many ways are available? Two ways. Are they both need to be satisfied? No, only one condition. That's why it is or, not and. Okay, then what is the first way? Entire holding of the government, not government company, entire holding of the government, that is CG, SV, or their combinations, it must be greater than or equal to 51% of total voting power. Or what is the second way? So any company which is subsidiary to a government company is also a government company. So in order to create subsidiary relation, there are two conditions: more than 50% of total voting power, or power to appoint or remove majority directors. Foreign company. So what is meant by foreign company? So foreign company means its registration, that is nothing but incorporation. It must happen outside India. So incorporation must be done outside India. But it is connected with India by doing business in India. So business in India. Okay, incorporation where? Outside India. Then what about business? It is also doing business in India. Then we need to call those companies as foreign companies. In exam, they will confuse like this. This company is incorporated in India but doing business in Singapore. Can I call this company as foreign company? Answer is no. This company is not a foreign company. So in order to become a foreign company, its incorporation must be done outside India, not in India. It must be done outside India, and it have to do business in India. So if question contains the vice versa situation, that is, it is incorporated in India but doing business outside India, will it become a foreign company? No, it is not a foreign company. It is not a foreign company. To call it as a foreign company, its incorporation must be done in outside India and its business must be there in India. Then how to do business in India, sir? It can do by itself, nothing but directly, or through agent, nothing but indirectly. Next one, either physical mode or through online mode, that is electronic mode, or it can do any business activity in India in any other manner. Okay, it need to do business in India either directly or indirectly, or physically or electronically, or in any other manner. First of all, it must have some business relation with India, then only it will become a foreign company. So there are two conditions. First one is need to be incorporated outside India. Second one is need to do business in India either directly or through agent, either physically or through electronic mode, or in any other manner. Next one is about dormant company. Sir, what is meant by dormant company? Dormant company means nothing but getting inactive company status. So what happens when we got inactive company status? Then the compliance burden will get reduced. So in case of normal company, there will be compliance burden. That means they need to follow so many number of rules which are there in the act. But if you get small company status, then the compliance burden will get reduced. That is slightly. But if you get inactive company status, that is dormant company status, then there will be further reduction in compliance burden. Okay, that is the main objective behind getting dormant company status. So when you are not doing business, then you can make an application to restore to get this status. Okay, then which companies will make an application to get dormant company status? Let's see now. Now I created a company. That means newly created company. So now I created a company. But my company's business will start after 6 years. So for example, I created real estate company. So first I need to construct buildings. So for that purpose, it will take 5 to 6 years. So till 5 to 6 years, there will be no business for me. After that, I will start my business. So for this 5 years, so what I can do? I can make an application. To get dormant company status. If registrar grants dormant company status, then for this 5 years, No need to follow all the rules and regulations. The compliance burden will get reduced. There will be only some minimum number of rules which I need to follow. If I followed them, it will be sufficient. Okay, this is in case of newly created company. Now there is an existing company. It is already started business. Okay, this is existing company. Existing company. Okay, now the business of this company is hugely affected. As of now, there is no business. So in last 2 years, we need to take the data of last 2 years here. So in last 2 years, there is no business transaction. In last 2 years, this company even failed to file financial and non-financial data to register. The financial data, how this person will forward the same to register. So remember a point, every year company will prepare books of accounts. Every year company will prepare books of accounts. And thereafter CA in practice will conduct audit over such books of accounts. So after that, board of directors will review those documents. After that, members will attend AGM, that is annual general meeting. After that, that is within 30 days of AGM, the company need to file financial data. Which data? Financial data to register. Then how it need to be filed? In the form of financial statements. Financial statements means P&L account, balance sheet, which are audited by CA. The audited financial statement need to be forwarded to registrar within how many days? Within 30 days from AGM. Okay. At the same time, within 60 days. So after completion of AGM, within 60 days, company need to follow non-financial data to our registrar. So what is meant by non-financial data? That is change in shareholders, change in directors, change in key people, key managerial persons, change in MD, change in CEO. Okay, so this is nothing but non-financial data. Okay, then every company need to forward non-financial data to register within 60 days. Okay, then this non-financial data will be called as annual return. It will be called as annual return. So every company for every year, need to forward financial data, non-financial data to register. So financial data in the form of audited financial statements, non-financial data in the form of annual returns. So in these two cases, every company for every year need to forward both this data to registrar. But what happens if for 2 years, that too continuously, if they fail to forward financial statements and annual returns, then ROC will assume your company is an inactive company and he will grant inactive company status to you. Okay. So this process is not important. What you need to do is remember, if any company fails to file financial statements and annual return continuously for last 2 years, then that company will get dormant company status. Like that you need to write in exam. So no need to write all this content there. Not filed, financial statements and annual returns. Financial statements for financial data, annual returns for non-financial data. So financial data means P&L balance sheet, non-financial data means changes in shareholders, changes in directors, changes in company secretary, changes in managing director, changes in CEO. All these things will come under non-financial data. Okay. Now, which companies will get dormant company status? Newly created company can get dormant company status. So if it is created in order to hold any particular asset, then it will be a newly created company and it will get that dormant company status. And for existing company, in last 2 years, if there is no business transaction, or in last 2 years, if they fail to file financial statements or annual returns, then that company will get dormant company status. So here what is important means, what is meant by significant accounting transaction? Nothing but business transaction. So what is meant by significant accounting transaction or business transaction? That is important here. So significant accounting transaction or business transaction means what? So it means all transactions. So all transactions made by the company can be treated as business transactions only. There is significant accounting transactions only, except 4 transactions. What are those 4 transactions? First one, First one, payment to ROC. Yes, in order to file certain documents with ROC, you need to pay certain amount also. That amount is nothing but called as fees. Okay, ROC fees. So, paying ROC fees is not your business. If you paid any amount to ROC, will it create any business for you? No. That's why it is not a business transaction. It is not a significant accounting transaction. Next one. Payment under any law. Payment under any law. Not only company law, under any law. Say for example, if you got income, you need to pay income tax. If you do business by making supply of goods or services, you need to pay GST. Sir, if there is no income, no income tax. Sir, if there is no supply of goods or services, no GST. Then there is one more tax called as property tax. So if you hold any property, you need to pay property tax to municipal authorities. Okay, sir, I'm not using that property, sir, but still you need to pay money. Sir, I'm not using that property for business purpose. Still you need to pay money. Sir, I'm not getting any income on that property. Still you need to pay money. That means if you hold property, irrespective of your business, irrespective of your income, you need to pay property tax to the municipal authorities. So this is a mandatory payment which you can't avoid. Okay. Okay, sir, I made a payment of 10,000 as a property tax to the municipal authorities. So will it fetch any business for me? No. That's why it is not a business transaction. So any compulsory payment made under any law, so it cannot be treated as a business transaction, that is significant accounting transaction. Next, third one. Allotment of shares. Allotment of shares. Sir, allotment of shares. When we allot shares to others, then definitely we will get some money or property in return. Then how can you call it as non-business transaction? It is a business transaction. Then why you wrote that point here? Wait. So here allotment of shares is done for not to get money or property. It is done in order to comply with Companies Act requirement. Companies Act requirement. So what is Companies Act requirement? So for OPC there must be at least one person. For public company at least 7 persons. For private company at least 2 persons. What happens if number of members fall below the said limit? Say for example, in case of public company, now the number of members becomes 6 only. Now what public company need to do? Within 6 months, it need to allot shares to one more person in order to make that count to 7. So what happens if public company is having only 5 members at any point of time? Within 6 months, company need to allot shares for at least 2 people in order to make that count 7. Okay, in order to meet minimum number requirements, so certain times company need to allot some shares to certain people. So such type of allotment will not fetch any business to you. Such type of allotment cannot be considered as business transaction, that is significant accounting transaction. So that is the meaning of point 3. And point 4, maintenance of books and office. So maintenance of books and office. So whether you are doing business or not, it is irrelevant. You need to maintain your office and you need to maintain the books. You need to preserve the books of accounts which are prepared by you for at least 8 years. Okay, for this purpose, you will incur some expenditures also. Will it fetch any business to you? No, it will not fetch any business. It is just for legal compliance only. So maintaining register office is mandatory as per Companies Act. Otherwise, you will get penalized. You will get penalty. So, and one more point, maintenance of books of accounts for 8 years is also mandatory as per Companies Act. When you fail to comply with these rules, you need to face penalties, that is fines. That's why every company, whether it is doing business or not, it need to maintain both books as well as office. Okay, maintaining books and office will fetch you any business? No. That's why they are not called as business transactions. In simple words, what is meant by significant accounting transaction? That means what is meant by business transaction? It means all transactions except payments to ROC, payments under any law, allotment of shares to comply minimum number of members requirement as per Companies Act, and maintenance of books and office. Next one, Section 8 company. Section 8 company. So what is the purpose of creating Section 8 company? I already said the purpose of creating Section 8 company is to do charitable objects. So the main purpose is to do charitable objects. So charitable objects means it may be related to commerce, arts, science, sports, education, research, social welfare, religion, charity, protection of environment, whatever it may be. Okay. So if any company is formed to promote these activities, that is charitable activities, then that company can be called as Section 8 company. Then how to create Section 8 company? First, you need to take the license from central government. So first of all, you need to make an application for license to central government, and central government will issue a license to you in order to start a Section 8 company. Along with the license, central government will put some conditions on you. Sir, what are those conditions? First condition, if you got any income, then use that income only to the purpose for which you created the Section 8 company, not for any other purpose, even though it is charitable. Say for example, I created Section 8 company for supplying free food. Now if there is any extra money, then I need to utilize that money only for the set purpose, not for any other purpose, even though it is charitable purpose. Next one. And Section 8 company is not allowed. Section 8 company is prohibited from issuing dividend to its members. So these are the two conditions which are issued by central government while giving license. Okay. Now you need to make an application to registrar. So to create the company, when registrar approves it, then a company will get created. So what is the process of creating Section 8 company means only two steps. One is first you need to get license from central government. At that time, central government will put some conditions on you. Next one, after getting license, you need to make an application to registrar to create the company. Okay, now the company is created. Sir, what happens if the provisions of Section 8 is contravened? That means the company failed to comply with the provisions of Section 8. Now what will happen? Or the company failed to comply with the conditions imposed by central government while issuing license. That means it distributed dividend to its members, or it used that income to some other purpose. Then what will happen? Or the company is being carried in fraudulent manner, which is against to the public, that is prejudicial to the public, against to the public. Then what will happen? If Section 8 provisions are not complied, if conditions given by central government are not complied, if the business is carried in a fraudulent manner against to public interest, then central government will pass an order for revocation of license. Revocation means taking back. So license will get withdrawn. But before withdrawing license, central government need to give an opportunity of being heard to the company. Next one. So on revocation, what will happen? On revocation, immediately ROC will put limited and private limited words to the company name. Sir, are they not mandatory for company? Generally, if it is a private company, it must use private limited. If it's a public company, it must use the word limited. But for Section 8 company, even though it is private company, it is optional for it to use private limited. If it's a public company, it is optional for it to use the word limited. That means Section 8 companies will not have limited or private limited tags at the end of the name. So it is optional for them. If they want, they can use, otherwise they can skip those portions. So majority Section 8 companies will skip those portions. Now what will happen? Once license is revoked, license is taken back, then registrar will add those words. Next one. Yes, CG must give an opportunity of being heard to you, and it can order to wind up your company or to amalgamate your company. Sir, wind up means what? Nothing but selling all assets. So by that you will get some money, and by using that money, clearing all liabilities. So realizing assets and clearing liabilities is known as winding up process. So central government may order for winding up process, or it may order for amalgamation also. So amalgamation means nothing but selling or merging. Selling or merging with another Section 8 company having same objective. So one Section 8 company can be sold to another Section 8 company only. That too having same objective. If first company is having the objective of supplying free food, the second company must have same objective, not any other objective. Then only amalgamation is possible. And for the punishment, so for company the fine will be from 10 lakhs to 1 crore. For officers in default, the fine will be from 25,000 to 25 lakhs. Next one, Nidhi companies. What is meant by Nidhi company? Nidhi company's business structure is similar to banking company. So what bank will do? Bank will take deposits and it will provide loans. It will provide loans. Similarly, Nidhi companies will also take deposits and it will provide loans. Then what is the difference between Nidhi company and bank? So bank will take deposits from public and it will give loans to public. Whereas Nidhi company will take deposits only from its members and it will give loans only to its members. Okay. So bank will deal with public, whereas Nidhi company will deal with only its members, not with outsiders. That's why Nidhi company is also known as mutual benefit society. So it will work for the mutual benefit of all the members. So for needy people, they will provide loans at less interest rate. So for the persons who are having surplus funds, so they will take those surplus funds and they will offer high interest rate. That means it will provide benefits for both depositors as well as loan takers, that is borrowers. That's why it is otherwise known as mutual benefit society. Next one. Which organizations will be called as PFIs, that is public financial institutions? Nothing but public financial institutions means it is a public undertakings which will do financial activities, nothing but deposits, loans, currency exchange, all these things will be called as financial services. Any public undertaking doing these financial services will be called as PFI. Okay, then which companies are allowed to do such activities? One is LIC, Life Insurance Corporation of India. Second one is IDFC, Infrastructure Development Finance Company Limited. Next one is specified company. Next one is specified company. The specified company means what? It is a mutual fund company. Specified company means mutual fund company which is owned 100% by a bank. Say for example SBI mutual fund. SBI mutual fund. So its 100% holding is made by bank, that is SBI Limited. So SBI is a bank. It is holding 100% shares in SBI mutual fund company. Now that SBI mutual fund company will be called a specified company. That specified company will act like PFI, that is public financial institution. Not only these three companies, there are some other companies. There is a list of those companies. That list was present in section 4A2 of previous Companies Act, that is Companies Act 1956. So 2013 list is not yet approved. So until it got approval, we need to follow the list which was given in 1956 Act. So it is given in section 4A2. Okay. Next one. Not only these four things, a normal organization can get PFI status with the help of central government. So central government in consultation with RBI can convert a normal company into a PFI. But remember a point, that normal company may be as a statutory company or government company. So other than statutory and government company, it is not possible for central government and RBI to convert it as a PFI. Next one, incorporation. So first of all, before going into the process of incorporation, we need to know about the promoter. That means he is the person who created the company. Okay, how to identify promoter? How to identify promoter? Simple. At the time of public issue of securities, company will issue prospectus. Open that prospectus and see the details in promoter column. So if any person name is given as promoter in that column, then that person is nothing but called as promoter. So for example, in Reliance Industries Limited prospectus, my name is mentioned as promoter. Okay, then I will become promoter. Simple. Not only prospectus, every year every company will forward both financial data and non-financial data. Financial data in the form of financial statements, non-financial data in the form of annual returns. Okay, in annual returns, my name is mentioned as promoter. In annual returns, my name is mentioned as promoter. Now, I'm a promoter. So how to identify promoter? Who is promoter? How to know about it? Just open prospectus of the company, you will get the detail. Or just open the annual return filed by that company, you will get the detail. Sir, will promoter have any control over the affairs of company? Yes. How, sir? whether he can become a member or director. So like that he can have control over the company, or so he can have the authority over board of directors. So he will make instruction to board of directors and board of directors will follow this instruction. So here that person is controlling board of directors and board of directors is controlling company. Indirectly, who is controlling the company? That person, nothing but promoter. So promoter can control the company either directly or indirectly. So directly means by becoming a shareholder or a director. Indirectly means by controlling board of directors. Next one. What are the basic requirement to create a company? So basic requirement for OPC there must be at least one person. For private company 2 to 200 persons. For public companies 7 to no limit. So this is the basic requirement to create a company. Then what is the procedure for incorporation of company? First of all, prepare certain documents and forward those documents to ROC. ROC will verify those documents and he will issue a certificate called as Certificate of Incorporation. In that certificate of incorporation, you can find a unique number called as CIN, that is corporate identity number. So you can find CIN number in certificate of incorporation. It is a unique number which will be unique for each and every kind of company. Okay, what first you need to do? You need to forward all the documents to registrar. What registrar will do? He will verify and he will issue certificate of incorporation. In certificate of incorporation, you can find a number called as unique number or CIN, corporate identity number. Sir, or we need to preserve these documents which are filed with registrar? Yes. Okay, till what time, sir? Till dissolution of the company. So we need to preserve all the documents which are forwarded to registrar for the purpose of incorporation till the dissolution of the company. Okay, now let's see what are the documents that we need to forward to registrar. First, you need to prepare MOA and AOA. So you need to prepare MOA and AOA and you need to forward MOA and AOA to registrar. And you need to take declaration from two people. One is from professional, second one is from subscribers and first directors. The subscribers were subscribers, so members only. So before incorporation, they will be called as subscribers. After incorporation, they will be called as members. So before incorporation, they will be called as subscribers, and after incorporation, they will become members. Then what about first directors? So first directors are those people who will act like directors for the first time for that company. Okay, for that company, they are first people who act like directors. So those people will be called as first directors. Okay, then what declaration professionals need to give? So professionals need to give, one minute, what professionals need to declare? So they need to declare like this. So while incorporating this company, we followed all the rules and regulations. So for the purpose of incorporating this company, we followed all rules and regulations regarding incorporation. There is no deviation. Like that, they need to give declaration. Sir, professional means who? That person may be a CA in practice or CMA in practice or CS in practice or advocate in practice. Okay, those people will be called as professionals. So they need to give declaration like this. This company followed each and every rule with respect to incorporation. There is no deviation. Like that, they need to give declaration. Next one, declaration by subscribers and first directors. Okay, what they need to give in the declaration? They have to say like this. In last 5 years, we had not committed any fraud. We had not committed any fraud in any company. We had not breached our duties in any company. So there is no breach of duty on part of us in any company, and we had not committed any fraud in any company. And for the purpose of incorporating this company, we provided complete details as well as correct details. So like this, they need to certify 3 points. First one, in last 5 years, we had not committed any fraud with respect to any company. Second point, in last 5 years, we had not committed any breach of duty with respect to promotion or formation or management of any company whatsoever. And for the purpose of incorporating this company, whatever the information provided by us is complete information as well as correct information. Like that, they need to give declaration. If reached office is not yet established, if it is established, no issue. If reached office is not yet established, then we need to provide that temporary address for communication. And MOA, AOA, declaration by professional, declaration by subscribers and first directors, address for communication, and finally particulars of subscribers, particulars of first directors. So particulars of subscribers, nothing but personal details, and particulars of first directors, nothing but personal details. But in case of first directors, along with personal details, we need to provide some extra details. First one is consent letter. We need to take the consent letter. So we have no objection to act like directors. Like that, they need to give a consent letter, that too in written form. Next one, they have to give their unique number. For every director, there will be an unique number called as director identification number, that is DIN. So they have to provide DIN number, and they need to provide a list of securities. So list of investments or securities held by them in another company. Okay, they need to provide that list. So in case of first directors, along with personal details, we need to take his consent letter, his director identification number, and his list of investment in other businesses. Next one. Sir, what happens if I provided any wrong information or incomplete information at the time of incorporation? If company is not yet created, then every person who gave that information are liable under section 447. This is related to severe frauds. So if any person commits any severe fraud, then he will be liable under section 447. So it will contain imprisonment punishment, fine punishment, and both. Okay. Now, if any person provide any false particulars or incomplete particulars at the time of incorporation, and the company is not yet incorporated, then the person who provides such information is liable under section 447. Okay, what happens if company is already created? If company is already created, then who are liable under section 447? Not only the person who gives such information, all promoters are liable, even though they are innocent. All first directors are liable. All persons making declaration. So declaration by subscribers and first directors. In that declaration, there is one point. We provided complete details and correct details for the purpose of incorporating this company. So who gave the declaration? All people are also liable under section 447. Next one. Sir, now company is already incorporated. Then what about company which is created because of this false particles? So here, tribunal, nothing but a special court under company law. So tribunal may order for change in management. Next one, it can make members limited liability into unlimited liability. It can remove the company's name from register of companies, which is kept in the office of ROC. So at the time of incorporation, ROC will make company name in register. Now it will order ROC to strike off that name. Next one, it may order for winding up. Winding up means realizing assets and paying liabilities. So it may pass an order for winding up, or it can pass any other order. So as it may think fit, nothing but any other valid order. Next one, certificate of incorporation. So this is the certificate of incorporation. So it is a document issued by ROC. So when ROC will issue this document? When any person made an application to register company. So based on that information, ROC will issue this document. Sir, is this document act like evidence? Yes. This document will act like evidence for incorporation of the company. If you are having this document, then your company is incorporated. That is the meaning of having this document. So what is the effect of registration? So first of all, what will happen to subscribers? Subscribers will become members now. What will happen to company? It will become a body corporate, artificial person. Okay, what it can do? It can do all functions just like a artificial person. So that means, can it have any power to purchase or hold or to sell any asset? Yes. So can I treat company as a separate person after incorporation? Yes. So all these points are already covered. So point 2 to point 5. These 4 points already covered in features of company. There is nothing new in it. The new point is, first point is new one. And fifth point is new one. Sixth point, it is also covered in features itself. So point number 2, 3, 4 and 6 are already covered in features of company. So what are the new points here? Subscribers will become members, and AOA and MOA becomes binding documents between company and members. That means Now company and members made a contract with each other. Then what are the agreement between them? MOA and AOA only. So they need to follow both MOA and AOA. That means both MOA and AOA are binding documents on both company as well as its members. Next one, classification of capital. So the amount of capital that you mentioned in MOA is called as nominal capital, authorized capital or registered capital. In simple words, it's the maximum capital. So beyond which a company can't hold at least 1 rupee also. So if memorandum contains 10 lakhs as capital, then this 10 lakhs will become maximum capital of the company. At any point of time, the company can't hold even 1 rupee in excess of this 10 lakhs. Okay, in this 10 lakhs, if company made issue either on private placement basis or on public placement basis, it will be called as issued capital and balance amount will be called as unissued capital. So in the issued capital, if people subscribed for certain amount, that certain amount will be called as subscribed capital and remaining portion will be called as unsubscribed capital. Or in subscribed capital, you ask the people to contribute some amount. So that amount will be called as called up capital and balance amount will be called as uncalled capital. And if they paid only certain amount only out of the called up amount, then that paid amount will be called as paid up capital and balance amount will be called as unpaid capital. Okay, in main exam, what you need to write? You need to write about authorized capital, issued capital, subscribed capital, called up capital, paid up capital. That's it. What about unissued? No need. What about unsubscribed? No need. What about uncalled? No need. What about unpaid? No need. So you need to write about authorized, issued, subscribed, called up, paid up. So paid up is the part of called up is the part of subscribed is the part of issued is the capital of authorized. Next one, shares. So shares are nothing but mobile property. Shares are nothing but mobile property. Then what is the difference between shares and stock? What is the difference between shares as well as stock? So shares represent unit value. Shares represent unit value. Stock represent portion of value. It represents portion of value. They are not units. It is nothing but portion of value. Okay. Then is there any difference between shares and stock? Apart from this, there is no difference between shares and stock. Both are same. Okay. Now how many types of shares are there? There are two kinds of shares, equity shares and preference shares. And remember one point, all types of shares are mobile property only. That means all shares will be classified as goods only. Okay. Then preference shares means what? Preference shares means these are the shares having preferential right. The preferential right when? So in case of payment of dividend, first priority will be given to preference shareholders only and later equity shareholders. In case of repayment of capital, first priority will be given to preference shareholders only, later equity shareholders. So preference shares are nothing but those shares having preferential right in case of payment of dividend and in case of repayment of capital. Then what about equity shares other than preference shares? In case of equity share, there is further classification with simple voting rights with differential voting rights. So what is meant by simple voting rights? Simple voting rights means if you are having one share, then you will get one vote. This is simple voting power. Differential voting power, if you are having 5 shares, then only you will get one vote. So voting power is reduced. So this kind of shares are known as differential voting rights shares, DVRs. Then what are the differences between preference shares and equity shares? Dividend. So who will get dividend first? Preference shareholders and later equity shareholders. Rate of dividend. For preference shareholders, it is already fixed. But for equity shareholders, it will be determined based on profits. Who will decide means board of directors will decide. Okay, time of repayment of capital. So first priority should be given to preference share capital only and later equity share capital. Voting rights. Preference shares don't have any voting right, whereas equity shares will have voting right. But remember a point, if preference dividend is not paid to preference shareholders for a continuous period of 2 years, then from that time onwards, they will get voting power on each and every aspect of the company. If you pay dividend, then they don't have any voting power. If you fail to pay dividend for a continuous period of 2 years, then they will get voting power. But for equity shareholders, they are always having voting power. Redemption. Yes, preference shares are always redeemable and maximum time limit is 20 years. There is one exception also. In case of construction companies, it will be 30 years. But in majority cases, it will be 20 years only. Okay, then what about equity shares? They are always irredeemable. But there is an exception, that is buyback. Next one. What about bonus and right shares? Bonus shares means extra shares at free of cost. Right shares means extra shares for discounted rate. Discounted rate means it is discounted with market value, not with face value. Because you can't issue shares with a discount with face value. But you can issue shares with a discount with market value. Say for example, Paytm face value is 1 rupee. Its market value is 600 rupees. Market value is 600 rupees. So I can't issue shares below face value, but I can issue shares below market value. Okay, if I issue shares below market value to my existing shareholders, it will be called as right shares. It will be called as right shares. If he gave any shares at free of cost to existing shareholders, it will be called as bonus shares. Bonus shares and right shares. Okay, who will get bonus shares and right shares? Equity shareholders, but not preference shareholders. Next one. Sir, if dividend is not paid in any year, will it get accumulated for next year also? Yes. For preference shareholders, yes. But for equity shareholders, no. So these are the differences between equity shares and preference shares. Next one. Memorandum of Association and Articles of Association. So what is meant by Memorandum of Association and Articles of Association? So Memorandum of Association, it will define what to do and what not to do. It will define what to do and what not to do. What about Articles of Association? It will decide how to do. So what to do, what not to do will get decided by MOA. How to do will get decided by AOA. Sir, is it possible to update memorandum in future? Yes. Is it possible to update articles in future? Yes. So that is the meaning of definition. Next one. Objective. We already completed the objective. Importance. So which document is important? Actually both are important only, but among these both, which one is most important? Memorandum is most important. So this is the most important document. What about AOA? It is second most important document after MOA. Okay, MOA deals with company relation with outsiders. AOA deals with company relation with members. Next one, alteration. Yes, MOA alteration is possible. MOA alteration is possible. What about AOA alteration? It is also possible. It is also possible. So here it may be sometimes WAR, sometimes SR. WAR means ordinary resolution, SR means special resolution. So ordinary resolution means more than 50% people need to agree. Special resolution means at least 75% people must agree. Okay. In case of updation of MOA, so OR and SR both are possible depending upon the case. But in case of AOA, SR is required. Special resolution is required in order to update AOA. Next, contents. Okay, MOA contains 6 clauses. In case of OPC, 7 clauses. But in case of normal company, it is 6 clauses. Okay, in our syllabus, only 6 clauses are available. What are those 6 clauses? Name clause. Next one. Register office clause, object clause, liability clause, capital clause, association clause. Okay, name clause. So for private company, the private company name should end with private limited. For public company, the name should end with limited. For government company, whether it is private company or public company, the name should end with limited. For OPC, the name should contain one person company or OPC like words. For Section 8 company, nothing is mandatory. It is optional for them, not required. Next one, registered office clause. Here we need to provide the state name only. We need to provide the state name only where our registered office is situated. Say for example, our registered office is situated in Mumbai. We need to provide the state name, that is Maharashtra. That's it. No need to give complete address. Next one, object clause. So here we need to provide the objectives of the company. So what this company can do. So what it can do, what it can't do. So all these things will be covered in object clause itself. Next one, liability clause. Here we need to provide the liability of each member, whether their liability is limited or unlimited. In case if it is limited, to what extent it is limited? Is it up to unpaid value or guaranteed amount or both? We need to say like that. Next one, capital clause. Here we need to mention authorized capital, that is maximum capital. Next one, association clause. So here we need to provide the details of subscribers. That's why this clause is otherwise known as subscription clause. Next one. Then what about AOA? In case of AOA, you can adopt the format which is given by MCA. So which format is given by MCA? Yes, in case of Schedule 1, there are 10 tables. For the preparation of MOA, there are 5 tables: A, B, C, D, E. Table A, Table B, Table C, Table D, Table E. For the purpose of AOA, there are 5 tables: F, G, H, I, J. So depending upon the type of the company, you need to select one table for MOA, one table for AOA. Okay, when you selected any table for AOA, it will contain regulations. If you want to add some extra points, you can. If you want to add entrenchment provisions, you can. So what is meant by entrenchment provision? Entrenchment provision means strict provision, strict rule. Okay, let's see an example for that. Say for example, there is a person named as Mr. Rocky. Now he want to become CEO. For what? Not for India, for KGF Limited. This is a company. So for this company, he want to become a CEO. That is for his lifelong. Okay. Is it possible to become a CEO for lifelong? Yes, possible. But remember a point. So for this purpose, you need to make a note point in AOA. What is that point? Mr. Rocky will continue as a CEO for his lifelong. That is, for lifetime, he will become CEO of this company. Like this, they need to include a point in AOA. Okay. Sir, is it possible to update AOA? Yes, already we discussed it is possible. So with the help of special resolution, that is at least 75% consent, at least 75% member consent, you can remove this point. When you remove this point, indirectly you removed Mr. Rocky from CEO post. Now what Rocky can do now? Because he want to become CEO for KGF Limited for his lifetime. Okay. So for this purpose, he want to include a point in AOA. But there is a problem here. In future, if members decide to remove that point, they can remove by taking the consent of at least 75% shareholders. Now he want to protect this rule. How he can protect this rule? By creating an entrenchment provision. Sir, how this rule will get protected? Simple. Now in AOA, you need to write one more point like this. So in order to remove Mr. Rocky as CEO, 100% consent of shareholders is required. Like this, he can write like that. Now say, now Mr. Rocky is holding one share and remaining shares are held by other people. Okay, now all people decided to remove Mr. Rocky as CEO. Is it possible to remove CEO? No, it is not possible. Why? Because 100% consent is mandatory. Okay, 99% shareholders are agreeing. What about 1% shareholder? That is, what about one share which was held by Mr. Rocky? He is also member. He will not agree for that. 100% consent is not there. So it is not possible to remove Mr. Rocky as a CEO. So that is the importance of protecting this rule. Okay. So here, instead of 75%, he made it as 100%. So making like this is nothing but called as entrenchment. And that rule is nothing but called as entrenchment provision. Okay, if you want to protect any rule, you can simply make a rule like this. Instead of 75%, you need to follow 80%, 90%, 100%. Like that, you can increase the consent level. So if you increase the consent level, consent percentage, then that provision will be called as entrenchment provision. Next one. Sir, is it possible to add entrenchment provision? Yes. At which point of time? At the time of incorporation, you will prepare AOA. At that particular point of time, along with preparation of AOA, you can include entrenchment provision. Sir, is it possible to include entrenchment provision after incorporation? Yes, possible. But for that purpose, you need to take the consent. In case of private company, 100% members should agree for that. In case of public company, at least 75% people must agree for that. That means here it is unanimous resolution, here it is special resolution. So why these resolutions? In order to add entrenchment provisions in articles. What is meant by entrenchment provisions? Nothing but these are the provisions which are created in order to protect some rules. Next, we already completed the formats. Last concept, doctrine of ultra-vires, doctrine of constructive notice, and doctrine of indoor management. So for every company, its authority will be determined by MOA, AOA, and directors. MOA, AOA, and directors. So every company must act within MOA, within AOA, and within directors' authority. Sir, what happens if any company acts beyond MOA? It is ultra-vires to MOA. Beyond AOA, it is ultra-vires to AOA. Beyond directors' authority, it is ultra-vires to directors' authority. And remember a point, if it is ultra-vires transaction, then the company is not liable. The company is not liable. Then who is liable? Who made the transaction on the name of company? That is, defaulting person will become liable, but not company. And what about the validity of these ultra-vires activities? They are not valid. That means they are invalid. Okay. If any company do any activity within MOA, within AOA, within director's authority, then it is valid only, and company is liable for it. But if any company acts beyond MOA, beyond AOA, beyond director's authority, then such acts are invalid and company is not liable and defaulting persons are liable. Now one more important point. So after doing ultra-vires activity, you can take the permission of shareholders in order to make it as a valid. So for example, a company acted beyond AOA or beyond director's authority, nothing but ultra-vires transaction. So after doing ultra-vires transactions, they conducted a general meeting and they took the consent of shareholders in order to make these ultra-vires activities as valid activities. If shareholders gave consent, then they will become valid. Otherwise, they will be considered as invalid only. So then what about ratification of MOA? It is not possible. Even 100% shareholders agreed to make them valid. It is not possible. They are always invalid. So ultra-vires to MOA is always invalid. Ultra-vires to MOA is always invalid. But ultra-vires to AOA and ultra-vires to director authority, if they are ratified by shareholders, they are valid. If they are not ratified by the shareholders, they are invalid. So that is the meaning of this concept. Next one. Doctrine of constructive notice and doctrine of indoor management. So this is about outsider. So when outsider want to make a contract with company, then there are two rules applicable on him. One is he must know about public information about the company. He must know about public information about the company. He can't blindly make a contract with company without knowing public information. He must know about public information. That's it. But he is not supposed to know about private information about the company. So he is supposed to know about what? Public information. But he is not supposed to know about private information. Okay. So public information means what? Public information means it is MOA and AOA. Public information means MOA and AOA. Sir, what about private information? Private information means resolution by shareholders. Resolution by shareholders. It may be ordinary resolution, special resolution, unanimous resolution, whatever it may be. It is nothing but resolution by shareholders. Okay, now I am an outsider. Now I want to make a contract with company. Now what I need to know? I need to know about MOA and AOA of the company with respect to contract. This contract, with respect to this contract, whether the company is having power or not to make this contract. I need to know about it by referring to MOA and AOA. But I am not supposed to know about whether company's shareholders passed resolution or not. Okay, knowing about public information is known as doctrine of constructive notice. And no need to know about private information. This rule is nothing but called as doctrine of indoor management. So you must know about public information. Who says this? Doctrine of constructive notice. No need to know about private information. Who said like this? Doctrine of indoor management. Next one. Sir, now there is an ultra-vires activity regarding public information. Now there is ultra-vires activity regarding public information. Can outsider make the company liable? No, outsider must know about public information. before entering the contract with company, but he failed to know about it. And now there is ultra-virus to public information. Now he can't plead like this. Sir, I'm innocent. I don't know about public information. That's why I made this contract with company. This company made an ultra-virus transaction, but I don't know about it. Like this, he can't argue as per doctrine of constructive notice. Okay, now there is ultra-virus activity regarding private information. Okay, without knowing it, outsider made the contract with company. Now company is pleading like this. So this is ultra-virus transaction. I am not responsible. Now outsider is pleading like this. Sir, I'm innocent person, sir. I don't know about the ultra-virus activity with respect to this private information. So how you can make me to suffer with a loss, even though I'm innocent person? So like this, he can argue and he get protection also, and he can make this company liable for this ultra-virus transaction also based on indoor management, because he is supposed to know about external, that is public information, but he is not supposed to know about private information. That means if there is any ultra-virus activity with respect to public information, company is not able to outsider. But if there is any ultra-virus activity with respect to private information and which is not known to outsider, then company is liable even though it is ultra-virus transaction. Okay. Now exceptions to doctrine of indoor management. Exceptions to doctrine of indoor management. So till now we are protecting outsiders. Based on which reason? Because he was innocent person. He didn't know about the private information relating to the company. Now there are certain exceptions, 3 exceptions. First one, he knows about the irregularity. That means he knows about the private information. Even after knowing about the private information, he made the contract with the company. Now whose mistake it was? It is the mistake of that person who made the contract. Now he can't make company liable. That means company is not liable. That means doctrine of indoor management is not applicable. If doctrine of indoor management is applicable, then company will become liable. So in simple words, if I'm an outsider, I don't know about private information and I made the contract, then I'm an innocent person. I can make company liable for the ultra-virus activity based on doctrine of indoor management. Now second case, now I'm an outsider, but I knows about the internal information, that is private information of the company. There is irregularity. I know about that irregularity, but still I made the contract with the company. So even having knowledge about the irregularity, I made the contract with company. Now it's my mistake. Now I can't claim any protection under indoor management. Indoor management is not applicable and company is also not liable. This is the first exception. Second exception. So in case of second exception, there is suspicious nature. There is suspicious nature. Okay, whenever there is suspicious nature, I need to make a detailed inquiry whether it is correct or not. So without making any detailed inquiry, blindly I made the contract with company. So in this case also, company is not liable. That means doctrine of indoor management is not applicable. So doctrine of indoor management is applicable when you are innocent. When you knows about the irregularity, not applicable. When you have chance to know about the irregularity but you acted blindly, then also not available. And last exception is forgery. So remember a point, in case of forgery, nothing can validate forgery. Nothing can validate forgery. And that means forged documents are always invalid. Forged documents are always invalid. Okay, when forged documents are always invalid, can indoor management make them valid? No, they're always invalid. Even doctrine of indoor management can't make forged documents as valid. Say for example, I am an outsider. I made a contract with company. Okay, company need to sign by using common seal. If there is no common seal, then 2 people need to sign on behalf of the company. That is 2 directors. Now one of the director's signature is forged. So how can I know about whether this person's signature is forged or not? I'm an outsider. So how can I know about the signature was forged? It is not possible for me. It is completely internal information, private information. Can I claim the protection under indoor management? No, because nothing can validate forgery. Forged documents are always invalid. Based on forged document, you can't sue the company, but you can sue the person who made forgery. But company is not liable for you. So here also company is not liable. That means doctrine of indoor management is not applicable. So when I knows about irregularity, when I don't know about irregularity, even though it is having suspicious nature. Next one, when I made contact with company based on forged document, in all these cases, I can't claim any protection under indoor management and company is not liable to me. Okay. So by this we completed entire Companies Act. Okay, let's start our last chapter, that is LLP Act 2008. Okay, this chapter is important from examination point of view because every attempt you will get 5 marks direct theory question. So single question, that too for 5 marks, that too theory question. No practical question, no concept question. And this time there are lots of amendments. So maximum this 5 mark question may come from those amendments. Okay, I will cover all those amendments also in this lecture only. So no need to worry about it. Okay, now let's start the chapter. So in this chapter, first we need to know about the schedules. Okay, LLP Act contains 4 schedules. How many schedules? 4 schedules. First schedule is about rights and duties. And second, third, fourth schedules is about conversion. So rights and duties in between whom, sir? So rights and duties in between LLP and partners and one partner with another partner. One partner with another partner. So who will decide rights and duties between LLP and partners? Who will decide rights and duties between one partner with another? LLP agreement will decide. So what happens if LLP agreement is silent? If LLP agreement is silent, then you need to refer first schedule. That's it. Next one. Second, third, fourth schedule. They are for conversion. Okay, which business organization can be converted into LLP? Partnership form by following the provisions which are given in second schedule. Private company by following the rules which are given in third schedule. Unlisted public company by following the rules which are given in fourth schedule. Next one. So what is meant by LLP? LLP is a partnership. LLP is a partnership which is formed and registered under this act, nothing but LLP Act 2008. So LLP is a partnership which is formed and registered under LLP Act 2008. So for which business organizations LLP is more suitable? For small enterprises and for startups. So for startups and for small enterprises, LLP form of business organization is most suitable form. Okay, what about big enterprises? For big enterprises, the most suitable form is company because they can raise funds. They can go for public issue, but LLP can't. Next one. Sir, what is the exact meaning of LLP? LLP is nothing but a company and partnership form. It is a combination of company and partnership form. So it will take the benefits of company and benefits of partnership form. So now the equation is benefits of company plus benefits of partnership form is equal to LLP. Okay. So when compared to company, what benefit LLP will take? Limited liability. So in case of company, what is the liability of members? Generally it is limited. In case of LLP also, partners liability is limited. Next one. That too at low compliance cost. For why low compliance cost? Because for company you need to follow more number of rules. That's why the professional hired by you will charge more fee. Nothing but this is high compliance cost. But in case of LLP, the number of rules are very less. So the professional hired by you will charge less fee. That means low compliance cost. So company is offering limited liability, but at which cost? High compliance cost. But LLP is offering same limited liability at low compliance cost. First one. Second one, benefit of partnership. So what benefit LLP is taking from partnership? So partnership, in case of partnership, everything can be decided by agreement. If nothing is there in agreement, then follow Indian Partnership Act. The same rule is applicable here also. So everything in the LLP form will get decided by LLP agreement only. In the absence of LLP agreement, they need to follow schedule number 1, that is first schedule. We already discussed about it. Next one, characteristics or features of LLP. So who is a body corporate? Any artificial person will be termed as body corporate. Company is an artificial person, that's why it is a body corporate. LLP is an artificial person, it is also body corporate, but partnership firm, it is not a body corporate, it is not an artificial person. Okay, any artificial person will be called as body corporate. LLP is also an artificial person, that's why it is a body corporate. Perpetual succession. Succession means existence, perpetual means continuous. Not only perpetual, perpetual and independent. Perpetual and independent succession. Sir, what is meant by perpetual and independent succession? First, perpetual succession. Okay, how LLP will get created? By a process called as registration. How LLP will get terminated? By a process called as dissolution. That means until you dissolve the LLP, it can enjoy its life. Even it may be for 10 years, 20 years, 100 years, 1000 years, whatever the time period it may be. It can enjoy its existence till it got dissolved by the partners. So this kind of existence will be called as perpetual existence, continuous existence. Okay, LLP is having such feature. Not only perpetual succession, LLP is having independent succession also. That means its life, its existence is not dependent upon its partners. So for example, all partners or some partner or single partner, whoever it may be. So all partners or some partners or single partner may expire, may become unsound, may become insolvent, may got changed. Whatever the situation it may be, the existence of LLP will not get affected. Next, point number 3, separate legal entity. Yes, LLP is different from partners. If there is any asset on the name of LLP, then partners don't have any right over such asset. If there is any liability on the name of LLP, then partners are not having any obligation to clear that liability. So assets of LLP belongs to LLP only, liabilities of LLP belongs to LLP only, but not to its partners. But when LLP is closed, then assets of LLP will be taken over by partners, liabilities of LLP will taken over by partners. So during existence, LLP and partners both are two different people. After dissolution, both will become same. So during existence, LLP asset belongs to LLP only, not to partners. LLP liability belongs to LLP only, not to partners. But after dissolution, if there is any extra asset or liability, partners will take that. Next, mutual agency. Okay, in case of LLP, LLP will act like principal. LLP will act like principal. And the partners in LLP will act like agent. That's it. No mutual agency. There is just normal agency. LLP is always principal. It can never act like agent, and partners are always agent. They will never act like principal. So if both acts like both principal and agent, then it will be called as mutual agency. But here the case is not like that. Here always LLP is the principal, always partners are agents. That's why it is normal contract of agency, but not mutual agency. Next one, LLP agreement. Okay, you can prepare LLP agreement on your own. If any point is missing in LLP agreement, then you need to refer Schedule 1. Artificial legal person. Yes, LLP is an artificial person because it is created by law and it can do anything it wants, just like human being. Common seal. Yes, while making contact with any person, LLP need to sign on the document. Then how LLP will sign on the document? By using stamp, that is common seal. But using common seal is not mandatory, it is optional. Then what about the liability of partners? So in case of company, the liability of members depend upon the type of the company in which they are members. But in case of LLP, so there are no such kinds. So in case of LLP, the liability of partners is always limited. To what extent, sir? Up to capital contribution. So for example, ABC made an LLP firm. A agreed to contribute 1 lakh, B agreed to contribute 1 lakh, C agreed to contribute 1 lakh. Now all the three partners contributed 60,000 each. Now LLP is closed. Now LLP is having certain liabilities. Now who need to settle? ABC need to settle. Then how much amount A is liable? For 40,000 only, balance amount. B 40,000, C 40,000. That means in case of LLP, partners are liable to the extent of agreed capital contribution, but not more than that. Next one. Who will invest money in LLP? Partners. Partners will invest money in LLP. Who will run LLP? Who will manage the business of LLP? Partners themselves. But who is responsible for legal compliances? Whether LLP is following legal rules or not. Who is responsible for that? Designated partners. So designated partners. So who will invest means partner. Who will run business means partner. But who is responsible for legal compliance means designated partner. Next one. Number of partners. Minimum to maximum no limit. Minimum to maximum no limit. Next, business. You can create LLP for any kind of business, but it must run with profit motive, but not charitable activities. That means you can't create partnership firm, you can't create LLP for carrying charitable activities, but you can create company for carrying charitable activities in the name of Section 8 company. But in case of LLP and partnership firm, no, it is not possible. So for carrying charitable activities, you can't create LLP, you can't create partnership firm. Next one, investigation. Yes, if central government feels it is necessary to investigate business affairs of LLP, then it can order for investigation. Okay, compromise or arrangement, nothing but amalgamation or merger. Yes, one LLP can be sold to another LLP. One LLP and another LLP can merge with each other. So amalgamation is possible, merger is also possible, just like company. Conversion, we already discussed about it. Partnership, private company, unlisted public company can be converted into LLP by following schedule number 2, 3, 4 respectively. Next one, filing of documents. Whatever the document you need to file with registrar, you must file a document through electronic mode only. Nothing but through MCA portal, Ministry of Corporate Affairs portal. So through that portal, you can file the documents. So this kind of filing is known as e-filing, electronic filing. If you send the documents through normal post, it is physical filing. So here, in case of LLP Act, physical filing is prohibited. Only electronic filing must be done. Next one, foreign LLP, just like foreign company. Foreign LLP means LLP incorporated outside India, but having some business in India. Next one, can a partner make a business transaction with LLP? Yes, partner and LLP both are two different people. When a partner made a contract with LLP, it will be treated just like a normal contract. If LLP made a normal contract with somebody else, so just like that, the contract made in between LLP and partner will be treated. Next one, advantages of LLP. What are the advantages of LLP? Okay, LLP can be operated based on agreement. Yes, just create agreement and include whatever you want. You can run LLP according to your choice. So this is the advantage. Next one, here it is flexibility. Yes, it is so flexible. You can create whatever you want. But what about legal requirements? Not required. But in case of company, you need to prepare MOA, you need to prepare AOA, and MOA and AOA should be in par with Companies Act 2013. So there is lots of rules and regulations. But in case of LLP, no, there is flexibility without any detailed legal requirement. So for whom LLP is most suitable? For service sector, LLP is most suitable. That means for professionals and for technical expertise, so LLP is most suitable. So for CAs, CMAs, CS or advocates. So for this professional people, LLP is most suitable. Next one, what about formation? Its formation is very easy when compared to company. What about dissolution? Its dissolution is very easy when compared to company. What about liability of partners? It is always limited only to the extent of agreed capital contribution. What about capital structure? So flexible capital structure, very easy to understand. But in case of company, there will be lots of burden. Say for example, if the company is having two kinds of shares, that is equity and preference, you need to mention both equity and preference. And among equity and preference, again you need to mention paid up, unpaid, authorized, like that. That means the capital structure in case of company is more complex, whereas in case of LLP it is more flexible. Next one, who can become partner in LLP? Who can become partner in LLP? So artificial person can become partner in LLP. Natural person can become partner in LLP. But in case of natural person, in case of human being, there are certain exceptions. If any person is declared by unsound, or if any person is declared as unsound by any court, then he is ineligible to become partner. If any person made insolvency petition in the court, then that person is ineligible. If any person is declared as insolvent by court, that person is ineligible. Okay, now say who can become partners? Artificial person as well as natural person. But for natural person, there are certain exceptions. What are those exceptions? Person declared as unsound, declared as insolvent, who made insolvency petition. All these people are ineligible to become partner. Next one, designated partner. Okay, how many partners must be there? 2 to no limit. What about designated partner? It is also 2 to no limit. It is also 2 to no limit. Okay, what is the main objective of partner? To invest money and to run business. What about designated partner? To make legal compliances. Okay. Okay. Then there is one more rule. Okay, what is that rule? Only individuals are eligible. Body corporates are not eligible. But in order to become partner, both are eligible. Body corporates, nothing but artificial persons are eligible. Individuals, nothing but human beings, nothing but natural persons, they are also eligible for becoming partners. But for becoming designated partners, who are eligible? Only individuals. Body corporates, nothing but artificial persons are ineligible. And one more important point. So among this number of designated partners, at least one should be resident in India. At least one should be resident in India. So then, who is resident in India? A person who stayed in India for a period not less than 120 days in preceding financial year. So in last year, if that person stayed in India for a period not less than 120 days, then that person will be called as resident for this current year. So here there is the update amendment. So previously it is 182, but because of the new amendment, it is now 120 days only. Next one, incorporation of LLP. So how to incorporate LLP? What things are required? First of all, we need to know about the steps to incorporate LLP. So what are the steps to incorporate LLP? There are three steps. One is file e-form 1, file e-form 2, file e-form 3. So 3 e-forms. If you file all these 3 e-forms, then incorporation process is said to be completed. Sir, e-form 1 for what? In order to reserve your name. E-form 2 in order to complete incorporation. E-form 3, after getting incorporation, you need to file LLP agreement within 30 days in e-form number 3. Okay, by using e-form 1, first you need to reserve a unique name for you. It will be reserved for 3 months. It will be reserved for 3 months. If you completed incorporation process, the name will become your name forever. If you fail to complete incorporation process within 3 months, name reservation will be removed and that name will be available to entire public. So after reserving name, what you need to do? File e-form 2. In e-form 2, what I need to do? You need to file 2 documents. One is incorporation document, second one is declaration. The incorporation document. So what about the contents of incorporation document? It will contain following particulars. So what is the name of LLP? What is the nature of business? What is the address? And what about partner and designated partners? What are their names, address, consent, all these things. Next one, declaration. Second one is declaration. Declaration. Who need to give? Professional. Who need to give? Professional. Who is that professional? It may be advocate or CA or CS or CMA who are in practice. They must be in practice. And partners. So what they need to declare, sir? They need to declare like this. So at the time of incorporation of this LLP, we followed each and every rule. So there is no deviation with respect to rules like this. They need to give a declaration. Now this incorporation document as well as this declaration must be filed in which form? E-form number 2. Okay, after filing e-form 2, your LLP will get registered. After getting registration, incorporation, within 30 days, you need to file your LLP agreement in e-form number 3. Okay. Now, what are the essentials to incorporate LLP? So, what are the essentials to incorporate LLP? What is the step number 1? To reserve name. The first one. Step number 1, one essential. First, step number 2, incorporation document plus declaration. So, in order to fill incorporation document, first point, second point, third point, fourth point, fifth point, all these points are required. So this is for what? Step number 2. And step number 3, you need to file LLP agreement in e-form 3. So for this purpose, this point is necessary. That's it. So for filing e-form 1, you must have name of LLP. For filing e-form number 2, first you need to complete the details given in incorporation document. And on that incorporation document, at least 2 partners need to sign. And at least 2 designated partners need to sign. In case of partners, there will be no specific number, but in case of designated partners, there will be a specific number called as designated partner identification number. That number should be presented there. And LLP must have registered office in India. So these things must be provided in e-form number 2. Okay, after that, in e-form 3, you need to provide LLP agreement. So when you are asked to write about steps, you need to write these 3 points. When you are asked to write about essentials, you need to write these 7 points. So what happens when both are asked? When both are asked, you need to write both. There is no other option. Sir, what happens when these people provided false information in incorporation document? Then the person who provided such false information will be liable for imprisonment. Nothing but he will be sent to jail up to a period of 2 years. And along with imprisonment, he need to pay fine from 10,000 to 5 lakhs. So the fine may vary from 10,000 to 5 lakhs. It will be decided by the competent authority. How much fine he need to pay. So along with jail, he need to pay fine also. Okay. After incorporation document is filed in e-form number 2. In e-form number 2, after incorporation document is filed, within 14 days, what registrar will do? Registrar will register LLP and he will issue a certificate of incorporation. Next one. What is the effect of registration? When LLP is registered, it will become artificial person. That is body corporate. Then what it can do? It can file a case based on its own name, and a case can be filed against LLP on its own name. It can own a property, it can have a common seal, and it can do anything whatever it want, just like other body corporates like company. Next one, change in register office. The register office got changes, sir. What I need to do? Just intimate it to registrar in the form of notice. Sir, what happens if I fail to intimate it to registrar? Then you are liable for punishment. That means you need to pay fine. So what is that fine amount? I will discuss that punishment at the last of this chapter. Next one, change of name of LLP. So if your name is not unique, if your name is similar to partnership form, if your name is similar to partnership form or company or body corporate, not body corporate, it is registered trademark. Yeah. So if your name is similar or identical with existing partnership form or company or registered trademark, then central government will pass an order against you not to change your name. Okay, now what you need to do? Within 3 months, you need to change the name. So what happens if within 3 months this LLP fails to change the name? Then central government itself change your name. So that is the consequence. Sir, so in order to take action, is any person required to file an application to central government? Yes. These people need to file application with central government within how many years? Within 3 years. So for example, LLP using a name, and this name is exactly similar or identical to existing partnership form or company or registered trademark holder. Now these people need to file a case within 3 years from using this name. Okay, to whom? To central government. Now what central government will do? It will pass an order against LLP to change its name. Now what is the time limit available to LLP? 3 months. If it modifies the name, no issue. Otherwise, the name will get modified by central government itself. Next one, partners and their relation. Partners and their relation. Okay, who are partners? So the persons who signed as subscribers in incorporation document, they will become partners. Nothing but subscribers to incorporation document will become partners upon incorporation. So what about after incorporation? After incorporation, how a partner will get admitted? According to LLP agreement. According to LLP agreement, any person can admit as a partner in LLP. Relation of partners. Who will decide rights and duties between LLP and partners and in between partners? LLP agreement. Agreement will decide. What happens if agreement is silent? Decided by schedule number 1. So is it possible to change the terms? Yes, possible. So whenever you made any change in the agreement, you need to file the same within 30 days in e-form 3 itself. Okay, for the first time you need to file e-form 3, and for second time, third time, fourth time, that means if there is any change in the agreement, then also you need to file e-form 3 only. What about the validity of pre-incorporation agreements? So pre-incorporation agreements means agreements which are made before incorporation. Agreements which are made before incorporation. Okay, they are invalid. They are invalid. But if they are ratified by the consent of all partners, then they will become valid. So generally, pre-incorporation agreement, that means agreement entered before incorporation. So before incorporation, LLP is not in existence, but you used LLP name in it. That's why those agreements are void. But they will become valid when after incorporation, by conducting a meeting with partners and by taking the consent of all partners, you can approve any pre-incorporation agreement. Then it will become valid. Next one, cessation of partnership interest. Cessation of partnership interest. So voluntarily, if any person want to leave the firm, yes, he can leave the firm by giving 30 days prior notice in writing to other partners. Next one, if any partner is expired or the firm is dissolved or any partner becomes unsound or becomes insolvent or applied for insolvency, in all these cases automatically through operation of law, that person will be discontinued as a partner. So here it is voluntarily, here it is by operation of law. So voluntarily, yes, he can by giving 30 days prior notice to other partners, that to written notice. And in case of death, dissolution, unsoundness, insolvency, he will be automatically discontinued as a partner. And that discontinued partner will be called as seized partner. He will be called as seized partner or former partner. Former partner. Now, what are the liabilities of that former partner? So he is liable. He is liable to each and everything even after retirement. He is liable for each and everything even after retirement. But if he gave notice to registrar, and notice to public about his retirement, then he will not be liable for anything. That means, say for example, on 1st December he left the firm. Okay, he will be continued to be liable until which time? Until a notice is served for both registrar as well as public. So if no notice is served either to registrar or public, then he will be continued to be liable even though he is not a partner now. And what about rights? So he can ask for his share of property. And he can't participate in management. Yes, he can ask for share of property. If that property is not settled, he cannot interfere in the management. He can ask for interest on it. He can ask for share of profits if his share is not settled, but he can't interfere in the management of LLP. Next one. Sir, what happens if there is any change in the name or address of a partner? If there is any change in the name or address of a partner, first this partner need to inform to LLP within 15 days. And thereafter, LLP need to intimate the same to registrar within 30 days. So within 15 days, respective partner need to communicate the same to LLP. Within 30 days, LLP need to communicate to registrar. So what happens if they fail? They need to pay fine. How much fine? Let's discuss at the end of this chapter. Next one. So what about notice of cessation? Yes, LLP need to give details about discontinued partner within 30 days to the registrar, or outgoing partner, that is former partner, may himself give that notice to registrar. Anything is okay. Next one. Then what about the status of partner? I already said LLP is always principal, partners are always agents. Okay, then partners are liable for the obligations of LLP. Yes. Partners are liable for the wrongful acts of other partners. Yes, but not personally. They are liable up to their capital contribution. Up to capital contribution they are liable. But personal liability, no. Personal liability means unlimited liability. No. When LLP is not liable, when LLP is liable, when any partner acts within his authority, and relating to business, then LLP is liable. But there are two exceptions. If LLP made a contract, if a partner made a contract on behalf of LLP with third party, but the third party does not know that he was dealing with a partner. So when third party does not know or does not believe that person as a partner, then if there is anything wrong, he can sue that person only, not entire firm. In that situation, LLP is not liable. Next one more point. Now, other party, that is third party, knows that he was dealing with a partner, but this partner is acting beyond his authority, and third party knows that he was acting beyond his authority. Now also LLP is not liable. So in these two cases, LLP is not liable. In remaining cases, LLP is liable. So what is the liability in case of fraud? So in case of fraud, first of all, the persons who involved in that fraud, their liability will become unlimited. So till now they are enjoying limited liability, but if they are involved in fraud and the same is proved in the court, then his limited liability will now become unlimited liability. Next one. And because of this fraud, if any person is suffered with loss, then the person who are responsible for such fraud must pay compensation, that is damages. And in addition to the both, there is one more point, that is punishment, which will be referred in punishment chart. Next one, whistleblowing concept. So what is meant by whistleblowing? Whistleblowing means nothing but secretive information. If there is any secretive information, unethical information, and fraudulent information, scam related information in your LLP, you can expose that truth to the public. So exposing such kind of information is nothing but called as whistleblowing, and the person exposing that information will be called as whistleblower. So what happens if that whistleblower is also involved in the offense? Then if he provides any valuable information, then court will reduce or waive penalty which is levied on him. Next one, financial disclosures. Okay, first of all, you need to prepare books of accounts. After preparing books of accounts, you need to conduct audit. So after conducting audit, you need to forward financial data and non-financial data to registrar. So financial data in the form of statement of account and solvency, non-financial data in the form of annual return. Okay, so first one. So how to prepare books of accounts? So double entry system or single entry system? Only double entry system. Cash basis, accrual basis. Anything is okay. Anything is okay. For every year, that means for each year or each month, for each year. So this is about preparation. So sir, I prepared books of accounts. Now, what is the time period for preserving them? It should be preserved for 8 years. It should be preserved for 8 years at registry office. Okay, by this we completed about books of accounts. Now you need to conduct audit. Is it mandatory? Yes. Except for central government notified LLPs, for all LLPs, audit is mandatory. Audit is mandatory. Next one. After conducting audit, you need to forward financial data, nothing but balance sheet, P&L account data through statement of account and solvency. What is the time limit for it? 6 months, 30 days. 6 months, 30 days from the end of financial year. 6 months, 30 days from the end of financial year. Next, non-financial data should be forwarded through registrar through annual return. So what is the time limit for it? 60 days. It will be 60 days. So statement of account and solvency should be filed within 6 months, 30 days, and annual return must be filed within 60 days from the end of relevant financial year. So for example, for 21-22 financial year, you need to file both statement of account and solvency and annual return. So when to file annual return? By May ending. Okay, April 30 days, May 30 days. So by May ending, you need to file annual return. And by October ending, that is 6 months, 30 days from 31st March, you need to file statement of account and solvency. So what happens if books of accounts are not prepared or not maintained, if not audit is not done? And what happens if statement of account and solvency is not prepared or not filed, or annual return is not prepared or not filed? Then you are liable for punishment. So for punishments, we need to refer punishment chart. So this is 60 days. This is 60 days, not 30. Next one, conversion. We already discussed about conversion. Firm, private company, unlisted public company can be converted into LLP by following Schedule 2, 3, 4 respectively. Okay, after getting converted, they will get certificate of incorporation. After getting certificate of incorporation within 15 days, they need to intimate about the conversion to their previous register. For example, in case of firm, so now it converted into LLP. The same should be communicated to register of firms. In case of company, they are converted into LLP. Now the same should be communicated to ROC, that is register of companies. Within how many days? Within 15 days from getting conversion certificate. Sir, what is the effect? Old entity will be dissolved. In that place, LLP will get created. What about partners or members of old entity? They will become partners of newly created LLP. What about the things on the name of old entity like assets, liabilities, privileges, rights? So what about those things? So without any further agreement, they will get transferred to LLP. Next. So what are the cases in which tribunal means a special court. Tribunal means a special court under LLP Act. So what are the cases in which a tribunal may pass an order for winding up? Okay. So these are the cases. When LLP partners decides to wind up the firm with the help of tribunal, then tribunal will pass an order for winding up. Number of partners are reduced below 2. When number of partners are reduced below 2, the same should be rectified within 6 months. So what happens if it is not rectified within 6 months? Tribunal may involve and it may pass an order for winding up. Sir, LLP is unable to clear its debts. Nothing but LLP position is, financial position is not so strong. So it is unable to pay its debts. Okay, it is in insolvency position. Then tribunal may pass an order in order to wind up LLP. Next one, when LLP is acting against to the interest, sovereignty, integrity of India, in simple words, it is acting against to Indian policies, then also tribunal may pass an order for winding up. For last 5 years, that is last 5 continuous years, so LLP failed to file annual returns within 60 days. Statement of account and solvency within 6 months, 30 days. Okay, for the last 5 years, LLP has not filed annual return or statement of account and solvency. Now, tribunal may involve and may pass an order for winding up. Not only these reasons, if there is any other valid reason, just and equitable, which means valid. If there is any other valid reason, then also tribunal may pass an order for winding up of LLP. Punishment chart. So at the time of incorporation, if partners furnishes any wrong information, then who are liable? Defaulting persons. Punishment, fine, 10,000 to 5 lakhs, imprisonment up to 2 years. There is no amendment here. Next one, when register office is changed, but the same is not communicated to register, Then who are liable? LLP and every partner. Fine amount 500 per day, maximum 50,000. 500 per day, maximum 50,000. So here there is amendment. So remember this point. This is amendment. Next one, change in partner's name or address. Okay, now partner name is changed or address is changed. Now the same need to be intimated to the LLP formed by that partner. If he fails, then he is liable to pay 10,000 fine. And thereafter, LLP must forward the information to registrar within 30 days. So what happens if it is not done so? Then LLP and every designated partner are liable to pay 10,000 fine. So these points are already covered in main content itself. Okay. Next one. Now one of the partner is discontinued. Now a notice regarding this must be filed to registrar within 30 days. If it fails to file the notice, then LLP and every designated partner is liable to pay 10,000 fine. Next one. In case of fraud, what is the punishment? Fine 50,000 to 5 lakhs, imprisonment up to 5 years. So previously it is up to 2 years, now it is up to 5 years. This is amendment. So this is amendment. And here also these 3 points are nothing but amendments only. Amendments. Previously it is 2,000 to 25,000, but now it is flat 10,000. So all these are nothing but amendments. Here also it is amendment. Next one. Now you fail to comply with maintenance of books of accounts, preparation of statement of account and solvency, audit of LLP. Then for LLP, the fine will be 25,000 to 5 lakhs. For designated partners, 10,000 to 1 lakh. Same fine, no update. Next one. Penalty for non-compliance of filing of statement of account and solvency, annual return. This is update, amendment. So here the fine will be 100 rupees per day. 100 rupees per day, maximum 1 lakh. Here also 100 rupees per day, maximum 50,000. So for LLP, it will be 100 per day, maximum 1 lakh. For designated partners, it will be 100 per day, maximum 50,000. And if LLP failed to file certain documents within time limit, then it need to pay additional fee. So previously it is 100 rupees per day, but now prescribed amount per day. It is now prescribed amount per day. Next one. Previously there is a limit of 300 days. So if you fail to provide the information within time limit, then there is extra time limit of 300 days. But now there is unlimited time limit. Okay, if you miss the deadline, you can file the document at any point of time by paying additional fee. So previously there is a limit on that. It is maximum 300 days. So these are the punishments, including amendments. Now we need to see newly added content. Newly added content. So these are also amendments only, complete amendments. What is small LLP? Just like small company, there is a concept called a small LLP. So here contribution, nothing but capital. So in order to call it as a small LLP, its capital does not exceed 25 lakhs. That means its capital must be less than or equal to 25 lakhs. Its turnover must be less than or equal to 40 lakhs. But in future, if MCA, that is Ministry of Corporate Affairs, want to increase this limit, it can be increased up to 5 crores. If MCA want to increase 40 lakhs limit, it can be increased up to 50 crores. But 5 crores, 50 crores is not important. 25 lakhs, 40 lakhs is important. Okay. Next one. What about standards of accounting and standards of auditing? So for preparation of books of accounts, you need to follow certain standards called as standards of accounting. For doing audit, for doing verification of books of accounts, you need to follow certain standards called as standards of auditing. Okay, who will issue standards of accounting or standards of auditing? Central government. With whose consultation? NFRA. Okay, then who will recommend them? ICAI, Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. So ICAI will recommend them. So ICAI will recommend standards of accounting and standards of auditing. Now NFRA will prescribe those standards to central government. Now central government will issue standards of accounting and standard of auditing. So what is meant by NFRA? National Financial Reporting Authority. Next one. Establishment of special court. So special court means what? It's a court which is designated to deal with LLP Act matters only. That means these special courts will deal with LLP matters only, but not with any other matter. Okay, now who is having power to appoint special courts? So central government, by issuing notification, it can establish n number of special courts in such areas as may be prescribed. So it can establish special court in my area or in your area. Okay. Then who need to try the offences under LLP Act? offences under LLP Act shall be tried by special courts under LLP Act only. Sir, what happens if in my area LLP Act special courts are not available, sir? Now what to do now? So in order to try offences under LLP Act, I need to refer special court under Companies Act, because LLP is much similar to Companies Act. LLP Act is much similar to Companies Act. LLP is much similar to company. So if there is special court under LLP Act, first go to special court under LLP Act. If there is no special court under LLP Act, then go to special court under Companies Act. So what happens if there is no special court under Companies Act also? Then go for Sessions Court. Nothing but district level court. This is district level court. Or magistrate. Nothing but collector. So you can solve your issue either with collector or district level court. So first priority should be given to special court under LLP Act. Next priority is special court under Companies Act. If it is also not available, then district level court or collector. Okay, who will act like judge in case of special court? So if the offense in which punishment is more than 3 years, then it must be tried by sessions judge, nothing but district level court judge. Okay, in case of high court, there will be judge, chief justice. Similarly, in case of district level court, there will be judge called as sessions judge, sessions or additional sessions judge. So he need to solve the case. Okay, in other offenses, that means in small offenses, this is large offense. In large offense, district level court judge, nothing but sessions or additional sessions judge. What about other offenses, small offenses? Collector will be sufficient, that is magistrate will be sufficient. So what happens if there is more than one special court under LLP in my area? Then you can approach the special court which is referred by central government. So who need to refer? High court. Oh, who need to refer? High court. So high court need to refer. Say for example, in my area there are 2 special courts under LLP Act. So which special court I need to approach? It will be decided by high court. Next one, procedure and powers of special court. So all offences under this act, nothing but LLP Act, must be trialable by special court under LLP Act. If it is not available, special court under Companies Act. If it is also not available, district level courts and collectors. Sir, what happens if there is more than one special court? Then it can be tried by any special court recommended by high court. Sir, while trying the offences, it contains LLP Act offences as well as other acts offences. Now what special court will do? Special court will pass decision with respect to LLP offences as well as other offences also. If it is purely LLP matter, special court will deal with it. If it is purely other matter, special court will not involve in it. If it covers both LLP matters as well as other matters, then special court will involve and it will pass decision not only for LLP matters, it will pass decision for other matters also. Sir, is it possible to go for summary trial? Summary trial means brief trial, not detailed trial. Okay, can special court go for summary trial? Yes, but it can go for special summary trial only in case of small offences. Small offences means offence in which imprisonment period does not exceed 3 years. Those offences are called as small offences. So it can go for summary trial in case of small offences. And moreover, the punishment should be less than 1 year. Okay, if it exceeds 1 year, then instead of summary trial, you need to go for regular trial. Nothing but you need to try in detailed manner. Okay, you can go for summary trial for small offences and maximum punishment that can be awarded by you is 1 year only, 1 year imprisonment only. So if it appears like the punishment term will exceed 1 year, then you need to convert summary trial into regular trial. And you should record the reason also. And you should provide an opportunity to the parties also before converting into regular trial. Next one, appeal and revision. Okay, if special court decision is not suitable to you, it is against your principle, then you can appeal the decision in high court. So appeals and revisions are possible. Next one, registration office. Yes, in order to register LLPs, in order to manage LLPs, central government may appoint registration officers. Sir, in registration officers, who will be officer? Registrar. Registrar will be the main officer. Along with him, additional registrars, joint registrars, deputy registrars, assistant registrars, nothing but supporting staff. So central government may appoint all these people in registration office. For what, sir? So for exercising their powers and to discharge their functions as per central government. Okay, then who will decide those powers and duties? It will be decided by the agreement which is made in between central government and registrars. Nothing but there will be a service agreement between them. Service agreement means employment agreement. So central government is the employer, whereas these people are employees. So in that service agreement, central government will decide what are the powers of these people, what are the rights of these people, what are the functions of these people. So all things will be decided by central government through service agreement only. Okay, by this we completed LLP Act.